on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen,
wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from conscience. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones!
Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you?
You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest. The moon haunts you!
Welcome in, everyone. I'm Vaudable, one of the hosts and casters for EMEA Ignite, and I have a special interview for you all. Team Heretic's one and only coach, Line Pro. Run us through a little bit of, how things go with setting up scrims and coaching them through matches and getting ready for match day itself. What does that look like for a professional coach?
Part where I'm lucky, I think I just have a very good group because I did work with a lot of different groups in the past as a player and as a coach, and this is by a long far my favorite group. And the reason I think so, it's because it's really hard to find people that match your passion. It's funny because Heretic slogan, it's you can't teach passion, right? But the thing is, like with previous teams, there's always someone that's like maybe slacking or doesn't want to put the work in, or maybe sees the game differently or has different priorities, which is normal because at the end of the day, you want to have your life as well. But here, I'm not okay in my head, like I dedicate a lot of time to the game, but I'm with other 6 people that they also dedicate a lot of time to the game. So I feel like my job is really easy. And the way I operate as a coach, I don't tell them what to do or force them to do stuff. I like debating. Obviously, I consider myself a very smart person and that I think I understand the game really well. But I think I can be wrong. So the way we do it, it's usually the day starts with like at least 1 hour of team talk before the game, before we do a scrim, where we talk about what drafts we want to run, what maps we want to play, what's our goals for the scrim individually for players and as a team. And sometimes, if we have time, we do a bit of a VOD review on some key moments from the day before, where like maybe we didn't do really good on this part on this map. Was it map? Was it positioning? But as I said, I never like say, hey, it has to be done like this. I share my opinion. I want to hear my player thoughts. Sometimes I even ask them, instead of meeting them, I ask them, what do you think went wrong here? And I want to hear everyone different opinion, because the more it happens, and every single day we are more and more and more on the same page, where we all think like the same way. And usually after that, we do a few blocks. We do at least 2 blocks a day, and after we finish, like honestly, people can they can leave, right? They can go, but we always stay a few more hours after because we're just enjoying like our company, and we keep talking about the game. Watch some more votes. Maybe one-on-one with drafts, and we debate which draft is better, why people share their opinion. So I don't know. I'm just like very lucky because my group is really simple to manage. They're all very professional and they all put the work, which is honestly what matters for me.
Preseason host, baby! Yippee! With the conclusion of the Season 6 MRC for Pacific, we saw the birth of strong teams from both Asia and Oceania. With the Oceania side of things, we saw the likes of the Chiefs, DXA, JFT, and Baxium Japan all qualify. Starting with arguably the strongest roster to qualify out of the MRC Season 6 Pacific, the Chiefs have emerged as the favorite due to their mastery of the new dive-centric meta that has come from the latest patches. The Chiefs have been early adopters to the Venom and Vanguard pool combination, as well as an Elsa and Daredevil duo thrown in the mix. Starting with their Vanguards, Donald has a wealth of experience and has been playing since the Marvel Rivals Invitational 2025 with Kanga. Donald has shown the ability to play an effective Magneto, but has also adapted to the new groove of the Chiefs with the Vanguard pool. That experience being passed down to his younger Vanguard partner in crime, Beastnode, who does have his own experience playing with Brainstorm, pioneering a looser style of play with more focus on flexibility. Beastnode can play a lot of the heroes demander of the meta outside of the staple Vanguards, such as a Hulk if called upon. Checking out the duelist lineup for Chiefs, it starts with experience. Having Jongvek also have previous stint on Kanga, but not at the same time as Donald. Jongvek brings a heavy dive pool of characters to the Chiefs lineup, with Psylocke and Star-Lord being comfort picks. Reno complements the dive style with being a menace on characters like DD, but will also dip into the Vanguards too if called upon, as well as Reno and Beast Node being able to whip out a pocket Wolverine if they need a little bit more firepower. Rounding out the lineup is a ton of strategist experience with Zycrick and Bubblecuff. Zycrick being a part of the GZ Chopper Mag team that qualified for the first international LAN in Guangzhou, China, but didn't get the opportunity to play at the LAN, but there was some time soaking up the experience. Zycrick has also dabbled in different pools of heroes with a brief stint as a duelist for Exodia. Chiefs get heavily enabled by Zycrick's Jeff, allowing mass healing across everyone that's diving. Bubblecuff has also been there since day dot, with stints in Bethany that would eventually be signed as this Chiefs roster. Bubblecuff has shown impressive mastery of the entire strategist lineup of heroes, with his Invis being the comfort pick.
Hey rivals, Matt's here. Today, we're going to be talking about newcomers who are no stranger to competition. Next up is the former Moshi Moshi roster, it's now known as DXA Esports. The scrappy underdogs had a harder road through the qualifiers with their loss to the future preseason Ignite Asia team, Team Loyalty, in the upper bracket quarterfinals there. DXA is a team that's used to fighting their way out of a sticky situation, and that shows with the adaptation to the meta. With willingness to try things out on their Vanguard lineup, with Nev and Gact having a diverse pool of Vanguards at their disposal, Nev has the most experience of this roster with his stint in competitive dating all the way back to Season 0 of the Marvel Rivals Championship, where he actually placed 9th to 12th there under the Team Oz tourney. So with his play showing strong recently under the Fury banner, but he did feel that a change of scenery was necessary there. And Nev's always thrived in that Vanguard role, with specialty picks like the Venom and the Vanguard pool being heavy in this season. Gact holds up space for the team with heroes like Magneto, Doctor Strange, and Emma Frost, and a Pocket Thor for the dive every here and there. Oh, we love the OTP. But Gact is a stable presence that holds the team together when things get chaotic. The duelist duo of Paz and Tashi shows the flexibility of this DXA roster. Paz has a reliable hit scan pool of heroes, with Phoenix and Elsa being staples, but can shake things up if the team requires it. To complement DXA's style, Tashi, who was previously known for his very dominant Star-Lord play and Wolverine, has taken to the new seasons, expanding his hero pool dramatically to the point where we can see Tashi on virtually anything and any role. Completing this roster is their strategist team of Fix and Rexy. Fix, self-dubbed Saipe of Ose, Fix's hero pool mimics that of Saipe as being a threat on the Invisible Woman and Loki. Rexy, a newer face to this roster, with this addition only coming after DXA's qualification into the preseason for Ignite Oceania there, previously playing with the core of the now JFT roster. Rexy plays an effective and communicative strategist with hero picks like Cloak and Dagger and Jeff, enabling the team to commit to fights more with the main source healing.
One of the more experienced teams to qualify for the preseason Ignite OCE, JFT bringing a lot of name value on paper as a roster, with the majority of the team coming from previous Ignite caliber rosters Exodia and Pig Team. The Vanguard lineup for JFT is an impressive one, with consistent attention to taking space. OPWL and Wosh have an extensive pool of heroes that they can draw on, and have also been recently taking to the dive-centric meta with most of the MRC cohort. OPWL is probably the strongest Emma Frost that's entering into the Ignite, with heavy attention to creating space as well as a Magneto pocket pick if necessary. Wosh on the other side is more attentive to diving, with the Venom and Captain America being in Wosh's pool of mains. Wosh has also a ton of experience with his stint in Pig Team, as well as some other collegiate experience playing in the AEL University competition against some of the reputable names in MRC's previous, where he placed 1st and 4th in the competitions overall. The chaotic combo of Joji and Peter the Panther is where this team shows its light of success. Joji, much like Wosh, with a flurry of uni experience, also translating that into MRC with Pig Team and Exodia. Joji has shown mastery of a variety of heroes in the duelist role, with more relevance to the melee heroes like Daredevil and Wolverine. The signature Bucky from Joji or Star-Lord never goes amiss when locked in during the bans and locks. Peter the Panther has also shown expertise in the styles of play that favor the metas of late, with hit scan stables like Hela and Phoenix, and also adding to that with the Elsa. Rounding out the roster is an interesting one, with Winter and Slippery being the strategist duo. Winter has always been a mechanically sound player, attention to a lot of meta picks like Invisible Woman in recent times, using ultimates to sway fights into the favor of JFT. Slippery, the most accomplished of this entire roster of stars, with a first place finish in a previous MRC with 6969X. Partnering up with future preseason Ignite players from Asia and OCE in Illicit and Ancient. Slippery has a very diverse, flexible pool that allows JFT to change styles very quickly if necessary.
Now we're going to be talking about Baxium Japan. They're a whirlwind roster that was thrown together with the pure intention to qualify for preseason Ignite. There are a lot of question marks surrounding this team. They're a roster that has a ton of experienced individuals dating all the way back to MRC Season 2. The first iteration of this roster was Axiom Japan, born under the leadership of Axo Leo, and one of the founding members, Proxies, was actually on this roster, now playing for Rival Esports, so on the other side of Ignite in Asia. Eventually, heading towards Stage 2 Asia in 2025, this roster was reborn under the Ravati banner in the open qualifiers there, till eventually transforming into the U-Winx banner when they did play in the group stage there, and they placed 9th to 10th overall in the competition, so not too shabby, but had a little bit of a break in between there. And after some time, this roster did return to its roots, with a spin on their original name returning, as they are now known as Baxium Japan. The remaining members from MRC Season 6 are Axo Leo, playing in the sub role, 2 and a second, also playing in the sub role, Deep Impact, going to be one of their core players, and Dylan FBS, playing as one of their core players even still, with the remainder of their roster since being refreshed for the Ignite preseason. The Vanguard duo of Crime and Somble is a formidable one for this Baxium team, with Crime's previous experience in Stage 2 Oceania playing under the Vicious, as well as first place with 6969X in Season 4 Marvel Rivals Championship. Crime plays a lot of dive-centric heroes like Venom, but can also run the Doctor Strange and standard Vanguards for Baxium. Somble, on the other hand, brings a wealth of America's knowledge with his previous stints in Ego Death and Shikigami, North America there. Somble's hero pool is similar to Crime, with Venom and Magneto being staples, but they can also bring a little bit of Captain America into play when required. Duelist combination of mainstays is going to be Dylan FPS and Deep Impact there, bringing a unique spin with their specializations in their role. Dylan plays a more the hit scan orientated duelist picks there, with picks like Phoenix and Elsa, as well as Star-Lord, whereas Deep Impact is happy to be more of the flex player. That role allows them to be seen on pretty much anything you can think of. Strategists Smiley and Sushi round out this roster with strong backline support. Smiley, known most for his stint in 6969X, the winners of MRC Season 4 Pacific, has always lent on strategist picks like Jeff throughout his career, and continues that to this day. Sushi, the more technical of the two, with mastery of Loki for the necessary copying of the Gambits with Raging Royal Flush there, if they made it through the band draft that is, as well as the Invisible Woman being able to match that invisible boundary there, and it's always a treat to watch.
And that's the batch of new blood joining the seasoned veterans in the preseason Ignite for Pacific Oceania. Excited to see how it all unfolds.
Well, it's not over yet. We've got one more round of preseason groups action here in Oceania, and for teams on the bubble, it is the 11th hour here. If they want to make a pass at a last-second qualifier spot, they have to go for broke right here, right now. Thank you all so much for joining us here for some more Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason groups action here in Oceania. My name is Diatonic, and I am joined by the one and only, the legendary CB. And CB, it does kind of feel like the field here is mostly starting to settle, but, as we kind of talked about before the show, there is some mathematical possibility here for teams to make a last-second pass.
Yeah, and ironically enough, oftentimes the biggest enemy in the field isn't the guy on the red team, it's math, and you don't want to be falling victim to math anytime. If the field is set for a lot of these teams, they want to keep it that way, although there are some teams on the lower side of that bubble and even towards the lower side of their groups that would love to play spoilers, throw some wrenches into some equations, maybe buy themselves some mathematical chance, because, hey, when things get this close with a couple of these 3-map series that we've had in the past, realistically, no one spot is completely safe. I think, for the Chiefs and Gen G, you're probably safe, but probably isn't definitely.
Right. I mean, you know, right now we are looking at some mathematical possibilities of teams staying in contention or potentially dropping out here. But before we get into all that, we got to take a look, of course, at the latest additions to the content here in Marvel Rivals, of course. And CB, I think you got something to say about this one here.
Oh, 100%. I'm so excited because the Hellfire Gala returns. Capture the epitome of Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's alluring Ace costumes. Available right now up until May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Make sure that you get them before they are gone because the cameras are flashing. Are you ready? And a little side note, by the way, some of these other characters, you can vote for who might get the next Hellfire Gala skin. I'm not saying you have to vote Rogue, but what I am saying is that if you vote Psylocke, tonight you will be visited by 3 spirits.
Definitely seems to be the case here, and of course from the shores of Krakoa to the streets of New York, trouble is brewing in the heart of the Marvel Universe. The Vampire King is free. Monsters lurk in the shadows and roam the city. Dracula returns. Team up with up to 4 players to save New York City in our latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt. Test your limits with different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night to his undead doom. That's available starting right now in your Marvel Rivals client. If you boot it up, you will have access to this, and if you're, like me, maybe you need to sink some more time into this mode. Welcome to the next chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. Will you hunt or be hunted?
I know a couple of our co-casters have been spending a fair bit of time in that mode, but if they had spent that time here in the chat, they could have themselves the Daredevil Will of Galacta costume, as well as the Devil's Drill emotes, the nameplates, and the sprays. They could be dripped out, looking mighty fine in that, like, purple and turquoise scheme. Ooh, love it. And here's the best part. Daredevil's not the only guy who's got this level of drip. There is another.
Yeah, of course, maybe the most interesting costume I've ever seen Matt Murdock in, but we also have some special preseason finals drops here available, and now, in addition to previously sprays and nameplates, now we've got a Gambit emote and a costume as well, so you can earn all of these by watching us here in OCE or over on the main channel. The Asia match is happening tonight as well, or by supporting your favorite Marvel Rivals streamers across the board. So, always want to be heading to the battlefield looking your absolute best, and I've got the Gambit costume. I have run it in ranked several times now. I can confirm it is a solid look.
I will say, we do still have OCE playoffs coming up next week, but outside of that, your time is running out to make sure that you get these Gambit skins, so if you're watching this in the VOD later on, you're going to want to make sure you get in here live and get it before it is gone, because by then, it'll be too late. You'll have missed your chance, and I guess you'll just have to wait for the next one. But for those of you in the chat, enjoy accruing the hours. I hope we'll keep you thoroughly entertained for these 4 to 6 hours while you earn these skins. I can't wait to get my hands on them and get on there, but guess what? We don't got to wait all that much longer. Let's have a look at the schedule. Right now, we are in the group stages for OCE. Playoff season is just on the horizon, and the question is going to be, who is joining us for playoffs?
Right, like we said, kind of the standings starting to fill themselves out here, and some teams particularly safe. Nobody is 100% safe here tonight. Of course, gonna have to show up for one more round of group stage action here, and then of course a week off before the OCE playoffs, the last round of playoffs here in the Ignite preseason, and then of course everyone gonna start turning their attention towards the start of stage 1 and the full main season kicking off. Cannot wait to see how that goes down. But of course, we've had plenty of heat here in OCEANIA already out the gate. Teams going for broke, as I said earlier. No holds barred here, and some pretty close matchups, maybe even closer than a lot of the other regions' group stages so far.
They might be going for broke, but they ain't going home broke, that's for sure, because there is a $50,000 prize pool on the line with $20,000 to the champion, and then diminishing returns from there on out, all the way down to $2,000 USD for 7th to 8th place. But of course, you want to be walking into stage 1 with a little bit of extra spending cash. Get yourself the good setups for your teammates. Maybe get yourself some nice, get your jerseys pressed. I don't know how expensive that is. I've never gone and actually gotten my clothes pressed. I just use a steamer personally. But you know what? If you got the cash, you got a little bit of extra spending money, you might as well spend it. And here is where we're gonna throw it all down. This is your map pool for both the preseason group stages and the playoffs. We've seen a lot of Museum of Contemplation. I think it was really funny. We had a Liger in the interview. It was someone from Gen G, I forget who, I'd have to go back and look, but he was saying, like, why does nobody in this region like Museum? Everybody hates it. And he was like, I love that map. We love that map. And we've seen it like every single pick ever since that interview. It was like the ultimate caster curse.
Yeah, and even in the Asia branch of Pacific as well, tons of Museum of Contemplation, but obviously you'll notice a couple of changes here in the map pool if you haven't been able to catch Ignite action yet. Of course, Museum of Contemplation, one of the newest maps in the game, not quite the newest here, but it is arriving alongside Shin Shibuya being added here at the start of this season of Marvel Rivals Ignite. Lower Manhattan not in this pool yet, so you will not see that one, but yeah, I definitely feel like there's a couple of maps in here that that just aren't getting a lot of love here. You know, not a lot of Symbiotic Surface, not a lot of Heart of Heaven. You know, of course, you know, Hell's Heaven, Midtown. We've seen a little Yggdrasil Path. You know, there are definitely some favorites here, and it's been interesting to see kind of who prefers what in terms of both game mode and map.
And we'll also get to see who prefers what in terms of the picks and the bans, because there's a lot of different ways that things can go. A lot of these teams over here at OCE like to play the dive, and if there's one thing I know about dive metas, it's got a lot of counters, and you want to make sure that you ban out as many of those counters as you can, or you ban out the things that are strong, and here is how it all looks right now. It's not just going to be 5 Loki bans and protects across the board. No, no, no. If this is your first time joining us, it's a little bit different. These bans are asymmetrical, meaning that one side can ban Loki, and then the other is not allowed to play it, but that first team, they can still play it unless it also gets banned. You can also avoid having your favorite heroes banned if you use one of your protects on them. We go through in sort of a snake format until it is all figured out and everybody has their strats locked and ready to roll.
Yeah, and of course, every single battle starts there on that draft screen. Make or break, truly. And drafts this season so far, it feels like the lesser of 2, 3, 4, 15 evils here. So many high-value targets to try and ban out, and it really makes teams think, what do you want to take care of here in the draft before you even hit boots on the ground? And what would you rather deal with on the battlefield? So we've definitely seen some interesting stuff here. You know, I've noticed a lot of these drafts, the first few picks, maybe that first half, the left side of your screen there, tends to be pretty similar picks, and then it's the back half where we start to see some variations and some specific adaptations depending on the matchups. So, you know, you love to see these teams kind of progress throughout these matchups, and of course, lots of best of threes on deck tonight. Here are the teams in action for this third night of the group stage. Right now, Gen.G and the Chiefs kind of being the top dogs out of Group A and Group B, but plenty of still race to be played out here throughout the night. And like we said, you know, some mathematical chances here, but you know, we've seen a couple teams get into positions throughout this preseason where their fate is kind of out of their hands. It is in the hands of results from other matches, and I feel like that is kind of the corner you do not want to be backed into.
Yeah, I feel like if you're one of those teams that's at the lower end, like right now, we'll have a look at the team rankings for Group A. You see Baxium down there. As tough as their logo is, they haven't been quite as tough when it comes time to throw down, but they're still going to have at least one more chance to be one of those teams that, like I said, throws a wrench into the equation, gets themselves a big win, gets on the board, and gives themselves something resembling a mathematical chance, or at the very least, ruin somebody else's day. That is going to be Fury, specifically, that we've got on deck for our first matchup here, but this is only half the battle. The other half is over in Group B, which I believe is currently being dominated by, you guessed it, Gen.G.
Yeah, definitely some opportunity for some disruption here from these teams. And if you've watched any other region of Ignite during this preseason, you will know that you have no idea what to expect around the next corner. So indeed, Gen.G currently leading the charge here over in Group B, but Kanga JFT, of course, still got them in their sights. Still some potential here for them to usurp this Gen.G squad, but we will have to see how that plays out throughout the night. So, you know, of course, nothing is ever settled here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. You have no idea what these standings are going to look like at the end of the night. The only thing I can really guarantee is that if your predictions are anything like mine, they will be in absolute shambles over the next few hours.
This is like the only region that I've managed to get at least 100% so far. As long as things don't move, everybody needs to stay perfectly still, and I'm looking specifically at you, JFT, because you have been the little chaotic gremlin in this particular group, and you've got a matchup against Gen.G. Imagining if JFT takes Gen.G to a map 3 in that one, or, I mean, God forbid, beats them 2-0, what would that even do to everyone's spreads at that point in time? Like, that would just, it completely ruin everything. Crazier things have already happened in Ignite, so you never know until it's over, but this is how the last day of group stages is going to play out. This is how we set the stage for playoffs. We kick things off with Fury versus Baxium, and then we're going to close out the night with Kanga versus DXA, and I gotta say, even for the teams at the top, it kind of feels like must-win territory, because, again, while everyone at the top, you know, you're the Chiefs and Gen.G, they're probably safe, but probably ain't definitely.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you in the stands and us here in the booth, that is the position you want to see because you know Cinema is waiting on the other side when everything is a must win. There are no holds to be barred, no quarter to be given for these teams. So, you know, like we've talked about, the Chiefs, Gen G, they are the respective leaders in their group, but, you know, teams, you never know what they're going to look like when they are backed into the corner with no options left but to win. And I'm not going to hold you all back any longer. We are ready to get this first matchup kicked off here. Fury taking on Baxium Japan, and we are going to have a look at that Fury roster, of course, and Fury is what we are going to look for them to bring to the table here in this matchup tonight. And, you know, CB, there's a few familiar faces here, you know, names like Konya and Haluk that we've seen in other regions of Ignite in the past, but, you know, one player that I have definitely had my eyes on over these past couple days of OCE, Daxu for sure. Seen some crazy stuff on the Elsa Bloodstone so far.
Yeah, you've hit all three of the players that I was going to highlight from this one. Haluk, formerly from Dildux, Kanuya, formerly from YFP, the roster that was formerly known as Cafe Rose, one of our MRC champions, a really strong team way back in the day. They've gone their separate ways all across the globe, but have had varying amounts of success. I'm a big fan of this Fury roster, and I was also a big fan of this Baxium roster coming out of MRC. They've made some changes, and honestly, they're changes that I don't hate. You've got the likes of Dylan FPS, you know, as a mainstay who was a standout on that roster, and you've brought in Somble, who has had mixed success over in the Americas region, but has always been a standout on any roster he's been a part of. I'm really happy to see him finding a new unit out here. I'm hoping that this team can find a fair bit of success if they're able to coalesce around Somble and the amount of space that he can bring specifically on that Venom pick.
Yeah, definitely kind of one of his characteristic heroes to be brought to the battlefield. And yeah, this Baxium roster definitely looking for some of that chemistry, looking to build that teamwork and that camaraderie, trust in one another to let them perform as a single unit here. So definitely looking for them to pull off some stuff. I like that Dylan's got the Phoenix as the comfort pick because definitely a hero, like to watch him play on. But Crime as well has definitely performed even when Baxium is dropping some maps. So another kind of anchor that the team can rely on. But that's what I want to see from Baxium Japan. They need to lean on those kind of stars, find ways to enable them, like you said, you know, Somble on the Venom, of course. So that's what I want to see out of them here in this matchup. Definitely up in the air. It is not solved at all, so I'm very much looking forward to see how they hit the battlefield here on night 3.
I will say that Fury's win over Vulcan Red yesterday in a 2-0 fashion, I do think gives them a fair bit of comfort, but there is still a world where Vulcan Red could overtake them and take that playoff spot, and so if you are Fury, I think you can't settle for less than a 2-0 here against Baxium, because if you get anything less, there is that chance, and suddenly, you know, you have no choice. You're subjected to the chaos. Anything can happen later on in the night. Your destiny will no longer be in your hands. So to give themselves the best chance of locking down that playoff spot, I feel like you gotta get a 2-0. If you're Baxium, though, you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, if nothing is set in stone, you're saying there's a chance. Maybe we 2-0 Fury, and then who even knows what the bracket looks like after that. But we're going to kick things off on Burn and T'Challa, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Fury can hit the ground running and get that safety net, as it were.
Yeah, Burn and T'Challa gonna take some, you know, some discipline here, a little bit of, you know, being flexible. That this map changes from a sub-map to sub-map here. Different comps work in different positions here, so very much looking to see how these teams stay versatile throughout. But yeah, you know, in a best of 3, sometimes, you know, you have the extra life there, a little bit comfortable, but I think a lot of these teams are gonna be looking in to lock in 2-0s because there may be some tiebreakers here, and you do not want to be on the receiving end of an equation gone wrong that cuts you out of that all-important playoff slot. So we are loading in here, passing through the time stream over into the intergalactic empire of Wakanda. Fury gonna take on Baxium Japan. Of course, both of these teams not entirely mathematically ruled out of a playoff slot here, but it is all gonna start from this draft. Margin of error here is gonna be razor thin, and you're gonna see that all night long.
See what the first ban ends up being for both sides. I do see Baxium hovering the gambit, and Fury is going to go for the exact same thing. The question, though, is what's going to happen with these protects. A lot of the teams in this region have very much so like to go for the Elsa. We're going to see Baxium playing it a little bit more safe, though, going for an Invis Woman Protect, and I think that might be I don't know, I don't want to say that that's you know, an early sign of them playing scared, trying to go straight for the strategist and make sure that they have the most healing possible, make sure that they have the best strategist ult available in the current sandbox of the game, but it does open the door for Fury to take aim with the Elsa Bloodstone. And if you spent any time playing the game in the past couple of months, you know exactly how strong the Monster Hunter can be.
Yeah, one of the raid bosses here, no doubt. And Fury's going to make it a one-sided Elsa here. Baxium going to ban out the Jeff against Fury. No Mantis on the table, so no Soul Resurgence, and a little bit of damage amp taken off the table here. But Fury is going to secure some of that damage boosting with the Ultron to save here. You know, the damage amp strategist definitely been making the rounds here. Very popular picks now, but Baxium, a little bit of a late one-sided invis here. That'll be their last ban, and then they will save the Ultron for themselves as well. So no Mantis here, but definitely going to be eyes in the sky as got to watch out for those Rage of Ultrons.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Baxium are going to secure themselves a pretty decent backline here. I'm wondering, yep, that's what I was, that hover right there. Do Fury lock that in? The Doctor Strange ban, because a lot of teams, especially towards the top, ever since Team Liquid Citadel gave everybody the playbook back in the Americas, everybody has been reaching for that, especially on Domination, because the recontest, whether it's on Domination or it's on a cart map, your convoys, your convergences, it's still a very, very strong pick. And even outside of that, if you see a team trying to reach for the Invisible Woman, you take out the other half of that Invis Doctor Strange team up. That just gives him so much more utility. It's a very high value ban and does really it just kind of guts the sort of front to back playstyle that you can kind of tell that with the Invis, Baxium wanted to lean on. So they're going to have to try and go for something a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more aggressive. And if they want to try and play a front-to-back playstyle, Cloak and Dagger is going to have to be the next best option. I will note for both teams, Loki did manage to make it through the ban draft. Neither team taking him off the field or going for a protect on him either way. I don't see him currently being played, but that is something that one of these two teams could lean on. Adam Warlock also making it through. There's a lot of options here, but I mean, for Baxium, you lost the Mantis, you lost the Gambit, and you lost the Elsa, so you don't really have that one main thing that a lot of these teams like to rally around when it comes to these drafts.
Yeah, very interesting draft here for map 1, and like you said, a lot still on the table here. I love the 2-for-1 nature of the Strange ban here. You know, definitely, if you're gonna ban him out somewhere, Dom tends to be the nastiest, but you are right, definitely get some portal movement there, even on Convoy and Convergence. But we are ready to kick off this matchup here. Fury and Baxium Japan here on Burnin' T'Challa. Daxu already onto the Elsa Bloodstone, of course. They were able to get her out of this draft, so Raid Boss on the field here. IX9 gonna move in and put some boots on the ground for that first mission area. It doesn't unlock for another 10 seconds, but they are going to try not to delay here. You're going to be seeing teams go aggressive because, again, they want to secure those 2-0s, put themselves in the best position possible for tiebreakers.
See what spaces need to be made here. Good early KO there coming out from Dylan, and I don't hate this. I mean, I don't currently see a drone on Dylan, but that is a pretty solid damage amp target if you want to make the use out of this Ultron. And off back-to-back KOs, Baxium should be able to get the first contest here, and his IX9 doesn't want any of Crime's smoke right now, but we'll get it nonetheless. That is going to be the first cap going Baxium's way, and a couple of staggers coming out as well, so going to get themselves a good early jump start on the clock here as Fury still struggling to collect themselves. That first rotation didn't quite go the way that they planned, and Dylan put not a wrench in the equation, but a couple of tridents, and that's all the same.
Yeah, going to be seeing a lot of resources funneled into Dylan's Namor throughout this matchup. Baxium still in the hunt for their first series win here in the group stage, and they're on the move here, already going for some of that high ground. We've seen a lot of teams hold those tunnels up there above this first capture point, and yeah, I'm curious to see if they're able to maintain that. They do back up a little bit here onto the point. Daxu overhead, got to watch out for that Elsa Bloodstone, but so far, Baxium been in control here. Rage of Ultron coming out from the side of Fury here first. Gonna get some satellite action here, trying to find a way through. Dylan off the table here. The damage option for Baxium in the spawn room currently. Deep Impact's got a Rage of Ultron to fire right back, but Haluk got that Banhammer ready to go here, brawling on this first point while Baxium still able to hold on to it here. Deadpool dropping off the cliff here. Crime taken out for now. IX9 as well, picking up one on the mag. Big Jeff ult here. We'll find a double. Baxium gonna clap right back here, and they're almost up to 70% of the way captured. So time quickly running out for Fury here onto this first capture point, and if Dylan's got something to say about it, double KO onto the Namor here as well, looking to secure that one. Sobble will pick up one on the Magneto, and Baxium in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, Fury, I mean, they had a good opening plan there, trying to use that Rage of Ultron, but it comes back to that previous fight where Haluk ended up falling and didn't build up to the Banhammer, so Crime was able to walk into it first, and that just threw off the entire groove for Fury, so Baxium were in control all throughout, even when it felt like Fury were about to get ahead in there, 2 in 1 second with that Jeff beat, able to just turn it all on its head, and now as we approach 99%, Fury yet to get themselves on the board, have to look for something. This Glartrox from Daxu is going to have to do some heavy lifting.
Yeah, Fury has some potential here to retake. It is going to be under overtime, though. Invisible Boundary coming down for Baxium Japan, and they are going to fan out just a little bit here. Ultron overhead, that's deep impact there for Baxium, putting down some Encephalo Ray damage. Konya going down on the White Fox, but it's a 1-for-1. Daxu picks up one on the Monster Piercer here, as Fury going to let the ults fly here. Apex Predator coming down, and Daxu goes for the double KO. Sabo taking out the equation here. Glartrox off the ledge. They've also got a Fate of Both Worlds to keep their umbrella over their heads. Haluk's got a portal for the rest of the troops of Fury, and they will stay in it here. Retake at the last second, but of course, it is going to be final fight territory for Baxium.
Yeah, and to Baxium's credit, though, they've done a great job of rallying around Samble as the main anchor for this team. He's the one holding down the fort on the point, doing most of the damage and getting a lot of these early KOs. Again, a guy I highlighted great on the Venom, but when it comes to the Shield Vanguards as well, seems like he's got just as much hands, but Fury gonna have to try and battle back here, like you said, from 99 all the way to 100, and kicking things off with another Rage of Voltron. Are we gonna be able to find another opening KO with this one? No, I think Baxium are giving it a little bit too much respect.
Yeah, definitely going to back down a little bit here. They're going to respond with their own Rage of Ultron here. IX9 goes up for the Meteor in, and Daxu on the move again on the Elsa Bloodstone. That is one Jeff sent all the way back to square one here. Baxium a little bit dry on resources at the moment, but they are going to try to fight it out over the point here. Almost 50% for Fury, so they are battling back, and that is in the hands of Daxu, of course, driving this this train all the way to the station, potentially here, as they are definitely looking at a comeback, but again, they cannot let this slip through their fingers. One wrong move, and Baxium can easily retake.
That was almost 2 or 3 wrong moves back to back. Some of those dashes from Daxu didn't quite go exactly where you wanted to, but you know, never punished. We take those, baby. Fury still in the driver's seat. I have Agamotto from Haluk. Toon 1 second to go ahead and pop the Jeff Eat. Stop any follow through from coming up there, and gonna lovingly spit out Crime just to make sure that we're only getting the enemies locked down here. Haluk, yeah, taken to a secondary location, and the whole gang was there waiting for him, but it's only one Elim with no portal. Luke's gonna be a little bit slow to the recontest. Gonna swap back over onto the Venom. He needs to get more before he gets back, and Crime does just that, taking down Silver.
Dropping in on the Deadpool in Fury's area here as they are looking to try and retake one more time, though. Gonna be tough without Dylan or Samble on the point as they are both sent back, and deep impact as well. Fury last second breakthrough here, and they're gonna look to finish this thing off. Apex Predator sent their way. Axeleo, though, picks up one on the invis here, so they are gonna try to fight it out to the very end here. Daxu in your KO feed one more time here. Konya as well on the White Fox. All out war here as both of them are gonna go to that 99 overtime here. They are going to look to close it out. Ticking down. Body advantage for Fury here is big. Just a couple seconds left. The Star-Lord on the move, and it is going to be Fury taking it back in a 0 to 100 retake.
A little bit of a C9 there. The blessing of the deep for Dylan was anything but a blessing, as it was forced out. 1 HP, had really no choice but to pop it, but takes him off the point, can't contest, and Fury end up taking that one. But Baxium looked so good right up until that point. I feel like, you know, if you're Baxium, you're like, okay, we didn't win that point, but at the same time, we kind of did, because we were in control for the lion's share of it, and had that fight gone only a little bit differently, I think we'd be walking away with a dub here. If you can get that momentum going once again, I think Fury still feel like they're on the back foot here, not making the most out of this Elsa pick for Daxu. He's still taking a while to kick into second gear, and that's another opportunity for Baxium to try and regain control.
Yeah, and it's like you said earlier, we're seeing them start to kind of rally around Dylan or Samble, depending on who's on the point. And of course, Samble known for some of those Venom plays. I did see the swap for a second here, but it looks like they are going to stick to the Magneto here. A couple of ults right on the verge of charging, so I'm looking at Baxium maybe going aggressive out the gate here, but they are 1 point down. Fury does rally back there on Warrior Falls, so now it's over to the Stellar Spaceport for them to try and get on the board here, and gonna be interesting to see a couple of changes across the board. I want to see how this plays out for him.
It's an interesting low ground rotation here, giving Fury the high ground willingly, but knowing that they're not playing any sort of poke heroes, you're not quite as worried about that, but it does make it easy for Haluk to dive in and section you off and keep you in this cubby, and I gotta say that's not a great place for Dylan to be. You'd like to have this Namor up on the high ground where he can get the most out of his tridents. Prime trying to anchor on the point and getting punished there by the Ultron, and this is already looking kind of rough for Baxium. I can't say I'm in love with the low ground approach here on this particular map.
No, double for the Ultron here, and it's going to be Fury with the first cap. They hold a lot of the cards in this instance, and now they are going to move right up to that high ground, go for this choke point around the corner, and just lock in a chokehold, ride this thing out to 100% if they can. IX9 at the front here, soaking up some damage on the mag. Meteor M maybe somewhere along the line here, but that is a lot of chips on Fury's side of the table here. Of course, control of the point, but they've got this personal space bubble around it here. They pushed out, staying aggressive with it, and are going to look for the hold here until the very end. There's the Apex Predator from Daxu. Now that is going to spawn a whole load of ults from the side of Baxium, but it's IX9. Meteor M dumped down onto Axileos. Invis Haluk will pick up one onto Deep Impact as well. And Fury coming out on top yet again here. Jeff in trouble on the side of Baxium. Citrus as well, finding one on the Luna Snow here, and they are going to have the opportunity to push up even further now, literally knocking on the door of Baxium's spawn room.
And here's the thing, right, is like Baxium is playing a poke comp, so Fury don't really have to show themselves until they're ready to clamp down on top of Baxium, so they can just keep playing this choke point and deny Dylan any access to any angles that would make this Namor pick worth its salt. But IX9 with another early KO, and now it is time. This is exactly what Fury want to do. They want to clamp right on down, and Haluk just completely uncontested in the back line. He's taking down 2 strats.
Rock at a hard place here for Baxium. Fury about 75% of the way captured here, and they're finding even more picks. IX9 gets another on the Magneto here. Axeleo fires right back and sends him to the spawn room in response. 80% now for Fury, so Baxium quickly running out of time here. They just can't find the answer here. Like you said, Fury able to just hide themselves until they are ready to fight.
Time to fight down on the point, though. That invisible boundary and the frag onto IX9 did give Baxium a little bit of space, but Stumble is going to buy them even more. A fadeaway shot there onto Haluk. Now Citrus going to go ahead and pop the Fate of Both Worlds, get us into that 99 territory, and there will be a Kumiho Unleashed ready to go as well, but you got to dodge the Jet Bolt. Where's this one coming out? Did it get anything? I did see it got one friendly, and I think that's going to be all 2 in 1 second is going to get, so it's just going to be heal sitting out for this Jeff here. Kumiho now going to be unleashed as Baxium need to find a way to brute force their way, but the Glartrox has been unleashed, and it is deep in your back line. That is going to be a triple. Nope, only a double for Daxu. So we're taking the glory 2 for 2, but hey, you know what? It looked like it was going to be a triple. We were about 2 or 3 HP away from a huge play, and it was still pretty big.
Yeah, and Baxium just not able to show up here on Stellar Spaceport. Again, Fury choking him there around the corner on the upper floors of that second submap and just eating away at that capture progress. 0 to 100 here for Fury, and they definitely brought the Fury in this matchup. Daxu, of course, in that KO feed over and over again, practically ran it there by the end of that map, and off the back of some solid Apex Predators. Fury walking away with map 1. That's 24 elims, 10 final hits off those for Daxu. There's some numbers on the side of Baxium, but still just a little bit too far back in that rearview mirror. Better looks for him on a submap number 1. It just did not go their way. They just got held down. Environmental play from Fury, very solid there, and a very comfortable looking checkpoint number 2.
Yeah, a little touch and go on Warrior Falls, to be completely honest with you, but Fury bounced back heavily with that 100-0 on Stellar Spaceport. And again, like, if you're Baxium and you want to try and play this poke composition, I'm just not quite sure why you would put the Namor down into the low ground. Maybe you're just trying to play mostly for the counter dive, but that's not really like Namor's biggest strength. Yeah, it works out pretty well in ranked against like a Spider-Man, but if you're against just Haluk making all the space with the Venom, you're gonna need a lot more than that. You're going to need the angles, you're gonna need the space, you're gonna need to hit the tridents right square between the eyes, and you're also going to need to contest the Ultron, you're gonna need to contest the Elsa, and you just can't really do that with a big roof like right above your head and no real space in front of you. If you can't really see what you're supposed to be shooting at, how are you gonna hit it?
Right, it's like they're just not even there, and then they come out of the corner, or around the corner there at the last second, and just rain down everything they've got onto Baxium. They knock on the door several times, but no way in aside here on Burn and T'Challa as Fury walk away with it with both capture points. Again, number 1, some rough waters here and there, but capture point number 2, so comfortable looking, not a lot of sweat to wipe off the brow there for Fury.
Well, Baxium still have some time to reassess, get themselves on the board here. Fury in the hunt for, like I said, that 2-0 to give themselves the ultimate safety net. We'll see if they find it on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We're only getting started.
Oh, Little love.
Welcome back, rivals. Day number 3 of the group stage here in Oceania, and map 1 in the books of this matchup between Fury and Baxium, and a pretty open and shut affair here for Fury on map number 1, but there were some good looks there for Baxium, so I'm interested to see if we're going to get that all-important map number 3 here, or if Fury are just going to clock out after 2.
I mean, that would be nice. That is the goal for Fury, but if you're Baxium, like we said, you know, there was something there, especially on Warrior Falls, and if you can start to recapture wherever that mojo was and make the correct plays on a map of your choosing, because Domination, it's always going to be randomly chosen what the first map is. You get no control over it, no say over it, it's whatever, but when it's your map pick, you get to pick the strats, and I think that is the last time in this group stage that Baxium is going to get that luxury, so right here, right now, they got to make the most of it.
Right, I mean, you know, the critical thing here is, you know, we're headed to Baxium's territory. It is going to be their pick, but if they do take this to a map 3, they will have to try and close out the series in Fury territory, as they'll have that last one. So, you know, a little bit of a back and forth here. They'll have a disadvantage at the end, at the tail end of this series. But, you know, Baxium, we talked a little bit about this before the match. You know, we wanted to see them find an anchor and kind of revolve around them. You know, we saw them playing around, you know, Sambal when he was on the point in some good positions. We saw him play around Dylan as well, but just not able to string together those wins. You know, there are some bright spots here, and I would say the series not totally solved quite yet, but definitely gonna have to put pedal to the metal here, because again, last life, it is match point for Fury now.
And I guess if I could offer like a little bit of criticism from my armchair over here, where I do my analysis, you can call me something of an armchair analyst if you'd like. But like looking at Baxium and the way that they approach Burn T'Challa, I feel like they have a lot of talent and they have a lot of potential, but what they're lacking is a plan. Because we go back to the picks and the bans, and they lose out on the Elsa, the Gambit, and the Mantis. That's the 3 strongest heroes, and they go for the Protect on the Invis. Okay, so what's the plan? They also protect the Ultron for the damage amp. Okay, what are we amping? Like, who is the main recipient of this damage amp going to be? To my eyes, it looked like it was going to be Dylan on the Namor, which is fine. Namor is a great poke hero, very underrated, and does have a ton of potential, but you have to set him up for success, right? Like, you gotta set him up in places where the poke comp is going to be best. I think Phoenix also would have been a good look, potentially an even better look against what Fury were running, but maybe you were just kind of fearing some sort of oddball flanker coming out. You wanted the Squids to try and control him. Nevertheless, on Baxium's last map pick of the group stages, they have chosen to take us to Symbiotic Surface, which, you know, you and I still get flashbacks of this from the Asia region on how many times this went poorly for Reject. Hopefully Baxium have a better read on this map than they do.
Yeah, some teams here in Ignite definitely have some history here, have some demons on this Symbiotic Surface map, of course. Not seen a ton of Clintar so far here in the preseason. Just doesn't seem to be the most popular of map picks here, but that is where we're headed next. And yeah, I 100% agree with you. You know, you want to see more cohesion in the team building. And, you know, we see that a lot with teams that are dropping maps. You know, it oftentimes comes down to, like you said, the game plan, the actual, when we're at the drawing board, you know, doing the marks and the X's and O's here, what are we coming to the table with? And you know, something else I want to see, a little more versatility, a little more flexibility from them, because, you know, you pointed out, you know, they've got this poke composition here that they were running on Burn T'Challa, and Fury were able to just kind of ride it out until they were ready to fight. You know, and I wanted to see more changes from them at the 11th hour there. So definitely a couple things to clean up here for Baxium as we head for their map pick next. But of course, Fury, they are going to look to lock this thing down and secure one more 2-0 here in the group stage.
I do think, though, that if you want to try and lean back into that poke composition, even though poke isn't exactly the strongest right now, it is still passable when it comes to Symbiotic Surface, so this isn't a bad map pick. I think, you know, a lot of the things like the Ultron and like the Namor can also shine here, especially on that first point. It's definitely a better look for some of those heroes than it would be for like a Central Park kind of angle or even a Museum of Contemplation. So I don't hate it. I just want to see I just want to see it actually bear fruit. I see that we're planting some seeds here. I'm not quite sure that we've watered it adequately, but that nevertheless, you know what? If the fruit tastes sweet, I won't complain.
Yeah, I mean, the notes are definitely there. I can start to see the vision here, but needs just a little more clarity. Maybe wipe off the lens just a little bit here. We are ready. Map number 2. It is headed to Symbiotic Surface for some convergence action here. Baxium, again, still in the hunt for a series win here in the preseason. So this is their moment, but the bells are tolling here, and it tolls for a potential Fury 2-0 to close out their group stage run. Ready for some draft here. It is going to be Gambit taken off the table right away. No big shocker there. Baxium going to have the attack first, so they are going to have a quite a meat grinder to run through here to get to that all-important cart unlock point. They are going to save the Elsa for themselves here, so at least they walk away with one of the raid bosses. How will Fury handle this one from here on out?
Well, right away though, I do like that. I love that pick. You know, it does force Daxu into that Elsa duel because you know Fury are gonna want to try and take that one. They're gonna ban out the Mantis, and this first protect should be the Elsa, so we will get the Elsa v Elsa. And honestly, if you win the Elsa head-to-head, you can win out the entire game just on sure tempo. And that alone, I think, is already improvement over what we saw on Burn and T'Challa. So yeah, I like it. We're starting things off in a pretty good place.
Yeah, good looks here in the first half of draft. Mantis off the table again, so no Soul Resurgence here for either side of the board. Simultaneous ban up next. We saw a hint there of potential invis, but they are both going to take their time to think about this one. I don't know. Maybe the Daredevil here potentially taken away by Baxium, and yes, Fury will go with the invis. Definitely interesting on the Daredevil. Fury going to make that a one-sided Sue Storm as well.
That's again a coup for Fury to get away with that one. As the second protect, I do really like the Invisible Woman. I'm curious if we reach for the Doctor Strange once again, because that is still on the table for Fury's last ban. Baxium, I think they're debating. Yeah, they want to go for that Loki ban, which again, interesting that made it through the ban phase on Burn and T'Challa, and neither team played Loki. Like, bro's an S tier hero, and neither team was like, we don't need him. We do it without him.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Cloaky as of late. Those back-to-back Eternal Bonds can be so devastating and so aggressive here. Vanpool going to be saved as the last one for Baxium, so they're going to get a little bit of Deadpool in their area here. Fury got the last ban here before we head for the surface of Clintar. Couple interesting shouts here in this draft phase, and Fury going to look to do away with the Land Shark to wrap things up, but pretty similar looks here for Fury. They're going to bring that Elsa right back out here. No big shock there, and they want those invisible boundaries as well. Does look like Loki at least on the table here for Baxium, as it is going to be that Jeff locked in at the very end. So Loki on the table, but the question is, do they want to bring him here? And I do see a Loki being locked in.
And Axeleo hovering the Cloak and Dagger. Also swapping back over to the Strat Pool. Interesting. I don't know that Strat Pool Loki is my ideal strategist lineup for the attacking side, but that's always subject to change. Sad that we're going to see the Jeff ban. No symbiotic shenanigans on the symbiotic surface. How poetic that would have been. But overall, I kind of feel like even losing out on the Loki Furies ban still kind of comes out better, but we got to mark the improvements where we see them. Baxium able to get the Elsa through and take that head-to-head. I do like Dylan's chances in this Elsa head-to-head against Daxu, as long as the team is able to coalesce around him and set him up for success, which, with the likes of the Loki, they should be able to do quite nicely.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a black eye to lose that Loki, but Fury gonna just play right on through it here. I do potentially see one headed our way here, so maybe gonna get a little bit of mischief here on map number 2, right down on the surface of Clintar here. Fury standing on match point. This last matchup for both of these teams here into the group stage. Gonna be looking to put up as much as they can there on the leaderboard, secure that math for themselves, and put themselves in the best tiebreaker positions. Baxium gonna take the first attack here, and there's a portal coming through by Sambo. Baxium gonna charge right on to the point here. They're gonna take that high ground, of course, and look to just shoot down into the shooting gallery.
And crucially, that portal does deny anyone coming up from behind. If they want to wrap all the way around, they can be their guest, but Sambo taking an early angle here and able to get on point and get the entire cavalry in there, so a good opening play there from Baxium. And meanwhile, like, Fury were trying to play for that high ground. You could see, like, IX9 trying to break that wall down. Doesn't matter anymore because the fight is happening. Boots on the ground right now.
Yeah, it is a bit of a move here from Baxium. They are already contesting, but Daxu on the move, right back in the KO feed, picking up where he left off from map 1. Big dive from the Wolf as well here, so Fury gonna capitalize on an early KO, try to stop this first tick of progress from being captured by Baxium here, and one by one, the red lights going out here, and it is gonna be Fury emerging on top as half of Baxium is dusting themselves off here, so full reset for them. Unfortunately, Portal does not pay off for him here. Sambo gonna go over to the group now.
was a good opening attempt there from Baxium, but they're not going to be able to get a whole lot forward as Fury. They read that one like a book, and a not insignificant part of that is the Wolverine pick. I love watching Wolverine. He's such a strong hero, so impactful, especially when it comes to these last stand plays, and 53% 2-1 on deck. Already got a kidnap onto a backliner, forcing out the regen domain. Will be punished for it, but healing factor, nope, not going to be enough. Axeleo is gonna be able to live and get his revenge. But Fury, I don't think they're sweating that one too much, because that happened so far away that Silver should be back in time before the fight really kicks off.
Yeah, definitely nothing to hit the panic button about here, especially with Daxu gonna get that Apex Predator online and ready to go here. But it is gonna be the Eternal Bond, the not real Eternal Bond here. That's the Loki copy to start off Baxium's next attack here. They're gonna at least get one tick of progress, but Fury is gonna try to battle back here under the umbrella of that invisible boundary. Slice and dice though, Silver on the ribbon attack here, taking down most of Baxium. Triple KO for the Wolverine here, but it is Wolf v Wolf. Deep Impact in some deep trouble here, and Sliver will finish him off. A quadra KO for the Wolverine, the X-Man himself. They will stop Baxium at just one tick, and with a minute 30 on the clock, they are running out of time to find an answer here.
And Wolverine is another one of those heroes that is so strong, can just take over an entire lobby if you don't pay close attention to him, but isn't strong enough to catch the bans. You're reaching for the Daredevil bans instead, so Sliver is able to get away with an absolute coup to be able to sneak this one through. And now every time Baxium want to take an approach, they've got to check every angle, because you never know where Logan might be lurking.
Yeah, definitely one to keep your head on a swivel for here. Baxium gonna be on the move, gonna try to usurp this capture point, and they are slowly running out of time here. Under 60 seconds for them to find a way back onto this point here, but IX9 gonna deliver some Magneto to Dylan here. Elsa sent all the way back to spawn, and another Wolf dive here. Fury gonna go into the toolkit and try to find some more KOs here. Eternal Bond now from Axeleo as well, and Konya too. So Eternal Bond for Eternal Bond on both sides of the board here. Scrambling for some safe ground, but it is going to be Fury safe at the end of the day here, and that last stand is good here. Most of Baxium taken offline with just 30 seconds left to go here. It's going to be a mad dash back to the point, but the question is, when they get there, if they get there, what can they do to Fury?
They are going to open another portal. There is enough time for Sambo to get another good angle coming out from this one. They're going to have both of their Duelist ultimates as well as a Sonic Seduction. I think the Seduction does have to be the opening salvo, but they did not see the Glartrox coming, and that may be the last thing they ever see.
Yeah, absolutely. Staring up at the lights here. Citrus will find one on the invis. They're going to look to body block him through the portal here. Just a couple of seconds left, and nobody from Baxium on the point. Time ticks away here. 52% of the way to that first checkpoint is all they are able to secure here. So now Fury, the task at hand is laid out clearly before them here. Just about halfway to checkpoint number 1. That's all they got to do to close this thing out 2-0.
And I guess the Elsa versus Elsa was a bit of a red herring. It ended up being the Wolverine versus the Wolverine that ended up telling the tale of that attacking side right up until Daxu put the exclamation mark on it with that last Apex Predator. That was the Hail Mary play for Baxium. And I gotta, like, my heart goes out to Sambo on that one, because you would have loved to go for something a little bit more cheeky, but I just don't think there was enough time to get it where you wanted to go and make sure that you could still get boots on the ground on the point in contention. When the clock's just not on your side and you have to make those last second, split-second decisions, that was unfortunately just the wrong one. Daxu had it scouted, and Fury looking to get that 2-0. They're only 52.83% away from getting just that, and not exactly securing themselves a playoff spot, but making themselves idiot-proof as it pertains to the math that is going to math in their favor.
Right, you know, it's really going to come down to map score overall for a lot of these teams to determine their fate. So 2-0 is what Fury wants to see here, and they're not the only team in the hunt for a 2-0 clean series here tonight, but they are the ones right now currently closest to closing it out here. Swapping sides, Baxium now going to try to hold it down. They've got a little bit of ground to stand on, but it is going to be tippy toes here onto the edge of the cliff as Fury now on the attack. They've got some change-ups here, but for the most part, they are going to look for the same things, and it is going to be that Wolf once again from them. So now Baxium, of course, not a lot of ground here for them to stand on, so very little margin of error here.
I do like Dylan being on that Adam Warlock where you got the double res composition. Oh, Kidnap coming out early on, though. That is not good. We don't have the Karmic Revival on deck yet. Only 18%. It's miles away, so that is going to be one and done for Crime. A strange TP will bring him back eventually, but you gotta try and build up to these revives. They're just not coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question here is I do like the back-to-back Karmic Revivals, but do they have enough time to even build up to it? And they may not, because Fury wiping the floor with him here. Baxium going offline. Fury standing tall on the point here. There is a Strange Portal from Crime, but now he's in trouble and all the way back in spawn under 60 seconds. Fury will take the one checkpoint they need, and they'll walk away with this one exactly what they needed here. 2 maps to 0.
I mean, there was a plan this time for Baxium, but unfortunately the execution was lacking. They did, manage to get that Adam Warlock and the Loki through the picks in the ban phase, play for that double res composition, and even got the Daredevil ban so you could hide your Adam. But the problem is you lost your Groot way before the fight even kicked off properly, so you got absolutely nothing out of that pick. You have to play so much more safe. You have to play for the heals, and you can't risk getting kidnapped by a Wolverine. Even though we see Citrus with the MVP there, for me, it was the Wolves that told the story here. Sliver with 8 final hits, and so many of those were just taking your Vanguards wherever he pleases. We're going on a joyride, you and me.
Yeah, a lot of battlefield control for Fury in that one. And yeah, you're right. We definitely were looking at the wrong hero v hero matchup there, because the Wolf definitely one of the stars here in this match. And yeah, I definitely agree. There's a clear path forward or a plan for Baxium, but with only 50% of that first capture point, there's just no way they can build the ult that fast. So unfortunately, the Adam Warlock does go by the wayside here. Just a single elim, one final hit, and that's Axeleo that picks that one up for Baxium. And Fury walk away with it pretty clean here, pretty open and shut. Of course, the Wolf, the only one KO'd on the side of Fury, and they'll walk away with most of the medals here in this matchup. So, a valiant effort for sure, but that valiance not enough on its own to take Symbiotic Surface.
That's unfortunately not the greatest way to go out ending your preseason. Not with a bang, but with a whimper, where your strategist is the only person on your team with a final hit. But again, there is a ton of talent on this Baxium roster. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got for us, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait until Stage 1 to see them again, as Fury have not necessarily locked their chances of a playoff appearance, but nearly guaranteed it. They're going to go up 2-1, and both of their victories were 2-0. So, unless Vulcan Red pull off a miracle and we go to some weird, crazy alternate dimension, I think we'll be seeing more of Fury going forward. And I am excited because this is also a team I'm a big fan of. You've got players like Haluk, players like Daxu who can take it over, players like Kanuya who've been following since the Cafe Noir days, and it's a joy to see them out here in Oceania thriving.
Yeah, thriving is definitely the right word here. And for a lot of teams, that's going to be the hardest part of this night is, putting up the numbers, taking the wins that they can get, and then crossing their fingers, hoping for the best, and watching the results flow in throughout the night. Of course, one series already off the table here. Fury makes it a pretty quick day at the office for themselves. But now, like you said, they kind of have to watch and wait to see if they're going to make it in or if they will fall out of contention for those playoff spots. There's only 4 of them, so definitely not enough to go around for everyone here, but they have done everything they can to put themselves, like we've said, in the best mathematical position to keep moving, and definitely looking clean out there as well.
I think there's maybe a 1% chance that Vulcan Red overtake him in some crazy scenario. If Vulcan Red drop even a single map to the Chiefs later on, I think it's locked, it's cooked. If it's not already locked, we'll have to check the Liquipedia here, because they do the math so much more quickly and correctly than I ever could. I'm just over here just yapping, hoping what I say is right. I don't think too hard about the words that I say, but I do think pretty hard about the questions that I ask, and I've got some questions for the Vanguard player from Fury. We're gonna have Haluk here for an interview, and I'm looking forward to this one, Diatonic, because again, this is a player that you and I have followed extensively through the Americas career, back from the Dilducks days, and right now he is here. We've got him on deck. Haluk, how are you doing? Hello.
Hello. Nice to see y'all again. Doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're interviewing you. We're supposed to ask you how you're feeling, though. So how's it feel getting that win and pretty much securing yourself a playoff spot?
I mean, it feels pretty good. We've been working pretty hard the last 2 months since Ignite's been announced. Me and Kanuya getting up at 2, 3 in the morning every day, scrimming every day for the last 2 months. So it feels good making it to playoffs. Hard work's paying off.
How do you balance something like that, getting up at 2 a.m. for scrims? What's the life cycle like? How's your circadian rhythm?
I mean, I don't get a lot of long sleep, but kind of wake up, go to work, get back home, take a nap, play scrims, take another nap, go back to work, and kind of loop that cycle every day.
I can definitely feel you on that one to some degree. Lots of micro naps throughout the day definitely gets you through.
Yeah.
I feel like for you guys in this matchup here, was there coordination that really got you through here to the 2-0 win? What do you guys feel like, in this particular matchup was kind of the key that helped you unlock the door here and just take it 2-0?
I mean, we've been like working on a lot on our dives, really for comp and rivals, and so we've been kind of practicing scrimming a lot, and just getting our timings down and working together as a team, really push through and win.
I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself and say that you have secured a playoff spot, because I mean you most likely have, but there's always some crazy alternate realities here, especially when the groups are this
Hopefully.
narrow.
We'll see
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
I'm like 99% sure, but let's just assume that you are. Are there any teams from the other group that you particularly want to face that you're chomping at the bit to get at?
I mean, most likely, we want our our take at Gen G. They've been the most dominant team in the OCE, so we want to take a stab at them again. Hopefully, hopefully get a rematch with Chiefs, since that game was relatively close. When gonna get a get back with them, and then hopefully from the other side of the group, outside Gen G, maybe Kanga. A lot of the people on our team is close with Kanga, and so we think that would be a pretty fun match for us as well.
You pretty much just named everybody else who's likely to qual, so you're taking on all comers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, not to, don't reveal anything you can't. Don't reveal the whole playbook here. But the only other thing I wanted to know, talking about those matchups, Gen G Chiefs, definitely tough matchups for sure. Is there something you guys are kind of trying to clean up ahead of those? Because, those are definitely going to be some tough fights.
I mean, we can always if there's something that you can improve on every day. And so kind of every day we're practicing, we're kind of taking on new concepts and trying to refine them and really just get into the best shape possible to play those matches and win.
I mean, sometimes it is just that easy. Get yourself in the best shape possible. Put yourself in the best case scenario. I got one more question before we send you off to celebrate with your team after a quick clock in, clock out, easy shift today. Do you have any ex-teammates from the Americas region that you want to give a shout out to?
I haven't seen. I haven't really even kept up with the America a long time, but
it's hard to when you're sleeping and working.
I mean, yeah. I'm sometimes just I'm so tapped out of it. But shout out to everyone back stage 1 Ignite, Luminosity Gaming, #LG win. Shout out to all of them.
That is a throwback. Well, congrats again. It's always good to talk to you. I hope this isn't the last we get to hear from you, and best of luck going forward. Hope to see you in the playoffs.
I think appreciate you guys coming out and casting as well. Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, and definitely a challenge there, keeping up with the time zone. CB, and I know quite a bit about that by this point in the season, but definitely seems like they're handling it pretty well.
It's currently 3:45 a.m. for me over here on the East Coast, and I can imagine, I'm not sure what coast Haluk currently lives on, but I can imagine it's very much the same. Very difficult, a lot of grinding that has to come, especially when you're balancing, a full-time job, also scrims. Scrims take so much of your time. I don't even scrim anymore. I just spectate them for intel, and even still, that takes a toll on me because that's 2 to 4 hours a day. Some teams even go so crazy as to triple block some days and VOD review. I mean, doing all of that on a time flip schedule, you really got to appreciate the dedication that it takes in order to execute on something like that. But we are dedicated to giving you the best possible Marvel Rivals Ignite action. We have got one of the best teams in the world on the other side of a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Match number 2 is coming your way.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Flashing on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh yeah. 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode Be breath free shining flying higher Feel the spark of light mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight Gonna burn the night out Every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide Right through the starlights 차가운 공기선을 relax 지금이야 take flight We're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat Gonna get it high We're switching up the lead child!
It never falls! Oh, quel dommage. Little look.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to day 3 of the Oceania group stage here. The final matches for these teams before we find out who goes to playoffs. And already, Fury completing a clean 2-0 victory. We now hop over to Group B to see the top dogs currently in the group. Gen G taking on JFT Esports. And CB, you know, Gen G sitting at the top of the ladder, definitely a little bit safer, but does not look like they're 100% locked in for that playoff spot yet.
But I will say it just wouldn't feel like the playoffs without Gen G, right? Like they are the pride of OCE. I mean, this is their house. Let's be realistic about it. For a while, they were the Pacific region's best kept secret, but from the moment that Bobo took the stage in Atlanta and said those words, now everybody knows us. We are Chopper Mag. Everybody knew full well that this team could stand 10 toes down against the best in the world. And I think I speak for everybody when I say that I want to see them do it again. And if we want to see them get the chance at doing it, first order of business is to come back home where they made their name and take care of business. And that is exactly what they are here to do.
Yeah, this preseason for Gen G really kind of about picking up where they last left off. Of course, they have been a dominant squad here in Oceania, so always one to fear. Every single name here, like you said, Bobo, let us know that we know who they are now. But, one name I've had my eye on a lot this preseason, one that I feel like we don't talk about a lot, is Salvation. You cannot underestimate him in that backline because obviously one of the engines here for this team. But man, lots of big star players here, and no doubt they've got some high expectations for themselves here. And obviously we're just in the preseason, so a lot of Ignite left to be played out, but no doubt they are looking to take every single trophy they can this year.
And the crazy thing is Salvation wasn't even there for this team when they played in Atlanta, wasn't able to make it with the rest of the team. They had to have Fidel come in to step in. So that was Chopper Mag on a budget. That was Chopper Mag trying to make some last minute adjustments. But with Salvation and FMCL back on the roster, they look scary, they look dominant. But over on the other side, we've got JFT, who look a little bit chaotic. They've managed to take maps. I mean, both of their previous series were 2-1s in one way or another. This team has proven that they've got hands, those hands have sleeves, and those sleeves have tricks.
Yeah, tricks like a couple of card tricks here, because it definitely feels like this team can be a bit of a wild card in this Oceania field here. I've been looking forward to this matchup for sure. Want to see how they tangle with the likes of Gen G, and definitely a couple of names I have come to know here. I've seen Winter on the Loki quite a bit, and definitely some big plays coming from the strategist line here on JFT. They also definitely love those raid boss duelists. Team Joji with some crazy Daredevil stuff, and Peter as well. Absolutely ruthless on the Elsa Bloodstone too.
And I think the Elsa is going to be the name of the game, because JFT is one of those teams that likes to go for that Elsa first protect, and Peter the Panther is going to be the person that you rally around on that pick. And Peter going toe-to-toe with Bobo on that hero, I don't want to say I don't like Peter's chances, but I will say that that is going to be the head-to-head to watch. And if you can get the better of one of the best in the world, then that's one way to win a match, right? Like, you just got to catch Bobo on a bad day. But the thing about Bobo that I kind of want to highlight is that he is in my estimation, one of the top 3 Psylocke players in the world. And like we were kind of talking a little bit about the Wolverine last series, Psylocke is one of those heroes that is very, very strong. She's in a phenomenal place right now, but not so strong that she warrants a ban, so she's going to be able to make it through every single time. So if you take the Elsa off the field, sure, you're taking out one of the most overpowered heroes in the entire game, but you're potentially giving Bobo his best, and that might be worse.
Yeah, I mean, it is so difficult to try and ban out Bobo. Like you said, you take one weapon away and put another right into his hands. So definitely looking forward to seeing him back in action here on the battlefield. But yeah, it is potentially going to be a Monster Hunter matchup between these two teams taking the battlefield here. But like I said, JFT, bit of a wild card. They've taken some maps here and there, some interesting stuff from them so far. Very entertaining to watch up to now. And this is kind of the matchup I've had my eyes on all week long between these two teams, not just because we're here to get the call on it, obviously, but definitely want to see how a team like JFT coming on the scene here will handle a team that has been around for so long. This Gen G squad, so experienced, so much veteran experience, both online and offline, and of course, a lot of eyes on them here as they move from being unsigned as Chopper Mag now to this year under the umbrella of a massive organization like Gen G.
And JFT, the former It's Bugged roster, imagining if they're able to take even a map off of Gen G, which isn't actually that far-fetched because they've done it to every other team in this group, that would send the entire bottom 3 in this group into complete chaos at that stage. Like who even qualifies at that stage? Because you took a map off of the other teams that you went 2-1 up against. It was let me go back and look at my notes here. It was 2-1 against DXA, and then another 2-1 up against I'm completely blanking right here. I'm staring right at it and I can't read it. Against Kanga. That's the other team.
Yeah.
You lost 2-1 against Kanga, 2-1 against DXA. If you lose 2-1 up against Gen G, you kind of create this weird situation. I mean, and God forbid if you pull up the upset that no one could ever see him coming. Again, we've seen crazier things at Ignite. Maybe you get a 2-0 over Gen G. Like, what does the power scaling of the region even look like at that point?
Right, we talked about it kind of at length before we came on here tonight, and Gen.G definitely looking pretty here at the top of the B side of these two groups, but there is a mathematical position where they might go down the ladder here. Maybe not the most expected result, but that's kind of the chaos we're looking at here in Oceania tonight. With this truncated group stage, you really need to come fully armed to the teeth every single map, every single matchup, because there's just not a lot of room for error like there are maybe in some of the other regions, can make kind of a turnaround. We've seen Reject over on the Asia side here in Pacific kind of go on this whirlwind comeback tour from week 1 of the group stage where they had a tough start kind of in the hole, and now here they are in the grand finals happening tonight over on the main Marvel Rivals channel. So, like you said, we have seen crazier things. No matter what region it is, there has been some kind of insane story unfolding in them, but we're almost ready to get underway here. First map here is going to be a Hell's Heaven. We've seen this one time and time again. Absolute classic here, and I am super excited for this matchup to get going.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good role for JF2, to be completely honest with you. I think it's way better than something like Burn T'Challa, where you would, have to fall victim to the chaos that is Warrior Falls, or potentially, giving up a strong Psylocke pick to a Bobo on a Stellar Spaceport, or even a Imperial Institute of Science somewhere where she's going to be really strong. That said, there's still a lot of maps on, or a lot of points on Hell's Heaven where she'll be just as strong. I think it's going to come back to that Elsa head-to-head. We'll see how the picks and the bans start to play out, but I think if you're JFT, that's been your way forward in the past, and I think you got to stick with what's worked for you so far, especially if you're going to go toe-to-toe with the best in your group.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. And Gen.G, gonna be a tough egg to crack, from front to back. This team definitely stacked. And the first challenge, of course, bars. Thank you, I'm a poet.
Tough egg to crack from front to back.
Well,
you get the snaps for that.
Truthfully, it's really going to be that front line there on Gen.G bringing the heat here. Duep and Zenstarry, definitely some gritty Vanguard players, difficult to overcome there, but of course, if you manage to breach that barrier, there is a lot of pain awaiting your way too. So JFT, a lot to fight through here, but again, they have taken some maps here. I think the map win over Kanga, definitely a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, and definitely gives them some credible threat here. So, again, a matchup that, this is a team that you want to see even more of. You want to see them go up against a tried and true squad like Gen.G that's been so unchanged for so long now. They have a lot of chemistry, and I just want to see how this clash kind of plays out.
And you can take that map win against Kanga, and you can chalk it up to whatever you want. Maybe day 1 jitters for Kanga, maybe it's just JFT catching them off guard, but regardless, it happened. And when the groups are this narrow, when it's only 4 people to a group, there is not a whole lot of room for error, and that one error could potentially cost Kanga, especially if JFT are able to pull off an upset here. And doubly so if later on Kanga aren't able to close out the job against their opponents. I think you are looking at this Group B and seeing that this is the one that has the most potential for motion, mostly because of JFT and the fact that they have gone to 3 maps in both of their previous outings. If we see that again, already that's a story.
Yeah, I mean, I'm picking up some vibes here. I'm starting to understand that maybe you want to see some Preds absolutely burn tonight here. I mean, the potential is there.
I'd like to have at least one 100%, and I think this is the region where I have the best chance of it, but I'm a sucker for the drama, so
Yeah, I mean, we've had plenty of stories here across the entirety of the preseason, and Oceania, no stranger to the same here. We are almost ready to get going. It is going to be Hell's Heaven, map number 1. Gen.G back in action here, taking on kind of the developing wild cards here in JFT Esports, ready for a draft here. JFT changing things up, though. They are going to ban out the Elsa first against Gen.G and CB. Like you said, you take away the Elsa, but Bobo's got some more tools in the tank, so maybe gonna see some Psylocke, because like you mentioned, you don't see Psylocke really come up in these drafts these days.
Yeah, again, she's really, really strong. She's in a phenomenal place, but just not so strong that she warrants a ban, and I think that plays into Gen.G's favor. If she gets too strong, then suddenly, Gen.G, their greatest weapon, is not going to be able to make it through this pick and ban phase, but it might even be, overspeaking to say that is their greatest weapon, because a team that has this, a tool bag this deep, they've got so many other weapons. It's doing Bobo a disservice just to limit him down to just a Psylocke player, because he's also goated on the Elsa. He's got hands when it comes to the Phoenix. Any hit scan hero, any tracking hero, he is going to be among the top tier. When it comes to those, a Gambit Protect is going to do a great job of enabling whatever hero you put him on. You get that Rage and Royal Flush, you are just going to profit, and that's also going to force out some interesting picks and bans from the other other side. You see that Gambit come out, you can't risk them doubling up, so you're going to ban the Loki, get that one-sided. You also got to ban the Rogue as well, because as we've heard from some of the other Vanguard players in the scene, if you give Rogue the Gambit team up, she becomes S tier.
Yeah, explosive indeed here. And yeah, definitely some doors being opened in this draft. So Gen G is going to be able to bring Gambit to the table. So first time we'll see him on the battlefield here tonight. Vanpool and Ultron also being banned by Gen G here. So none of that for JFT. And they are maybe going to lock down a Daredevil potentially. They're kind of hovering between the two of them. Not 100% sure yet. But yeah, that's kind of the thing with Gambit being on the table is, like you said, forces out several other heroes to be banned, and JFT doing a good job responding to that Gambit, and does kind of seem like that's the game plan they came with here. We know they're probably going to get the Gambit if we take Elsa first. We're just going to go ahead and commit the ban phase to stopping the other enablers in that back line for Gambit here. So draft all said and done. JFT's got Loki and Wolverine saved. Gen G's got Gambit and Daredevil as well. Definitely some interesting stuff coming out from Gen G from this one, but yeah, I like kind of how this played out for sure.
And as much as we've hyped up Bobo, we also have to look at his duo FMCL over there getting the Daredevil pick there. That's another one of his staple picks. He's always been phenomenal when it comes to a lot of these dive duelist heroes. Formerly one of the pioneers of the Black Panther. I don't think we see a whole lot of it these days, even from FMCL, but I suspect that giving him the Daredevil is just going to be a kid in a candy store sort of situation, especially once those Royal Flushes from Salvation start to come online. And then you got Bobo over on the White Fox, just for a little bit of a dive enablement slash a counter dive. No matter what JFT come out here with, we know it's not going to be Elsa, because that didn't make it through the ban phase. Gen G, I think may have won this ban phase.
Yeah, they definitely bring some strong tools to bear here. And yeah, you're right with the Daredevil, especially on Hell's Heaven. I do feel like he has some comfort on this map as well. FMCL, of course, like you said, Black Panther pioneer, bringing Blade onto Grand Final stage as well here. But we are ready to get going. Doors flying open here. Gen G, JFT Esports, map number 1 here on Hell's Heaven. And Vanpool here on the table. Duep's going to rock that one here as they are already moving on to the capture point and ready to get a shooting gallery going.
Interesting look from JFT with the thing, and then you got Peter as well over on the Bucky, and I don't know, this feels like a very reactive composition. This means that they know what Gen G are going to be coming at them with. They're just trying to hope that they can do their best to deal with it. Early Haymaker to take down FMCL, so that's a good way to at least keep the backline safe for the time being, and you can see Gen G going to respect that and give a little bit of ground here, and that should be JFT getting on the board early here once this capture point unlocks, and Gen G get hooked on there from Peter. Good opening salvo, and maybe JFT getting a first cap.
Yeah, good stuff from Wosh to start off here. And yeah, you're right, reactive indeed. So definitely done their homework here, watched the tape, and are ready for this matchup here. FMCL back on the scene here, ready for a brawl on this point. They are going to go back and forth, and Joji in trouble there on the Wolverine, but it's going to be Peter taken down by Zenstarry. Salvation will find one onto Winter. Bobo picking up one on the White Fox as well. Almost all the members of Gen G finding one. Duep stopped to grab that selfie in a very early, nice XP boost for that Deadpool. So just as quickly as they may have been forced to back down, Gen G already right in that driver's seat.
And here's kind of the catch-22 of running this thing as a counter to a dive composition that Gen G are playing. It's great when you have just one flanking duelist on your backline. It's a lot less great when you've got the entire gang on top of you, because you end up grouping up, and that's exactly what this composition from Gen G want.
Yeah, and a roster that's worked together for so long here, has that chemistry, has that comfort, trusting in one another here, so they can work as a unit, and we've already seen that in action here. Very quickly responded to a little bit of a loss here, and now they're ready to take another win here. FMCL opening it up, 1 KO to start off here. Salvation right back in that KO feed, and again, one by one, poked down here. JFT picked away, and Gen G will have full control here. Bobo grabbing a double KO on the White Fox here. Kumiho ready to go as well. Now Gen G looking to fan out, maybe put a little more pressure on and buy themselves some extra time.
They just want to take some angles that JFT are not going to be looking in so they can clamp down on top of them, but they do catch them trying to go for a high ground approach here, but they're going to be hesitant to try and take that one. Swapping over onto this this fastball from Joji. Are we going to be able to get anything with this one now that we've taken this high ground? There's no real way that you can throw a Wolverine in a small room. Bro's just going to smack right into a wall.
Yeah, Logan might be pretty small, but not enough room for that fastball special where they're at here, so they're going to make their way onto the point here. Another brawl, but Gen G holding all of the cards here. They've got the objective. All the ult lights are on and ready to go for them here, so they're looking for the hole. Duep going to open it up, taking one off of Peter here, so Winter Soldier sent back to spawn for now. Winter, though, on the Loki, definitely a playmaker for JFT's got that God of Mischief ready to go. OP as well on the Sonic Seduction from the Emma Frost here, but Salvation finding Slippery here, and another one there. Double KO for the Gambit. FMCL and Bobo make their way back into that KO feed as Gen G group effort to paint it red. Double again here for the White Fox, and they will close out a pretty comfortable point number 1 here on Hell's Heaven.
And closing out that fight with using 5 ultimates might be a little bit pricey, but looking at JFT and the fact that they were willing to spend, I think, 4 on their side as well, you'll take that. You're only going to have the It's Jeff going into Super Soldier Factory, which Skittles can be a menace on, let me just tell you. I mean, especially on this map where there is the environmental, so... You know, maybe that might be worth 2 ultimates here if you're not careful, but on the other side, you got a Last Stand and you've got an Eternal Bond. I think there is a good case for JFT to be able to win this first fight here, but the problem is going to be what comes next, because the fact that Gen G are willing to spend that many ultimates to win a fight means that they've got a read on JFT. They know exactly how much JFT is willing to spend in order to win a fight. They know when they're going to cut their losses, and they know how much they need in order to get the dub, and they don't spend a single dime more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it is all business here for Gen G. They know they stand at number 1 in the group at the moment, but they don't want to risk anything happening to make them fall down the leaderboard here. So point number 1, Gen G on the cusp of taking map number 1 here. And yeah, Skittles over onto the Jeff. Seen that before. Definitely a shark to be careful of, because these waters are definitely infested here. But Gen G, very quick, aggressive run up onto the point. Duep going to try to hold it down here and maybe look for a fight up here on the high ground again.
If you put your ear to a seashell right now, you can hear the Jaws theme. Skittles is going to be lurking, looking for an opportunity to get that big chomp down. Woach is going to go ahead and retreat, give a little bit of space there. Some good damage coming out with a Psychic Spear from the Emma Frost, but it's not doing a great job of locking Gen G down, as Gen G are taking the fight on the point, waiting for JFT to come to them and say, come on, all right, step into the cage. Don't be afraid, don't be scared.
Yeah, Gen G really just saying, hey, come on, let's go, let's fight here. And a fight they will have, though. Joji on the Last Stand from the Wolverine will take down Salvation. So Gambit off at the table here. Zenstar in a bit of trouble, too. Got that symbiotic resilience to keep himself standing, but still taking some damage here. And with one strat taken down here, healing few and far between here. JFT going to take the first capture on this point, but FMCL going to respond. Winter taken down here, and now all-out brawl on the point. FMCL going to make the escape, and now Skittles Shark in the water here, but can't find anything. OP will have the last hit here, but it's JFT in control for now.
And it's all off the back of that Last Stand. Salvation gets split a little bit too far away from the rest of the team. Kraken Impact now going to come up from Peter. I don't think we're going to be able to confirm the elim there, but oh, there we go. It does come through from Zenstar. We're going to get the reset, and once again, catching Salvation, straying away from the pack. Not going to get the Kraken Impact or the debuff onto him, but it will force him to turn tail and run. Get a little bit of peel out there from Bobo. Not forcing out the Kumiho just yet, but at the very least, JFT have repelled Gen G for the time being. They can sit pretty for the time being, maybe build up to that God of Mischief and have something for what is coming, but there is a lot coming. Remember all 5 of those ultimates Gen G fought last time? Well, they're all about to come back online, save for one that we've already seen from Duep.
Yeah, we've seen how this plays out for JFT. What is the answer this time? Approaching 50% capture progress here. Winter's got Eternal Bond on the move here. JFT going low. Several members in trouble here, but FMCL in even more trouble here. Whoosh, another Yancey Street Haymaker for Daredevil here as Gen G sent back again here. JFT fluffing their cushion a little bit more, 65%, and still on the move here as they're able to repel him one more time. Bobo on the move on the White Fox and will take down the Winter Soldier. Peter shut down for now, but they gotta find a way to make the retake here because time definitely ticking away. OP in trouble on the end and will go down. KO feed flips red for the first time on this second capture point here, and Gen G will take it from him, stopping him. JFT at 80%.
It's not a bad look, though, for JFT getting that 80% because a lot of that is being bought in the staging phase where Gen G are trying to set up their dives, whether it's Salvation or FMCL. They take an off angle and they get caught out, whether it's by Joji or Whoosh. So great scouting coming out from JFT, but the problem is that Gen G are relentless, and they're about to show you why.
And they're about to let the devil out here. FMCL leading the charge, and JFT will fall here Huge play from FMCL. Gen G collapsing in on the rest of JFT. They've got the capture point and now are back in that vicious position they've been in before on the back of that extra boosted Daredevil as well. That's thanks to Salvation on the Raging Royal Flush. Good comeback here on point 2 for Gen G.
FMCL saying, scout that, all right? You catch me on a flank this time, I got a Raging Royal Flush and let the devil out. No one is looking at Bobo, and he is just bouncing the marbles off, and Peter catches one to the back of the dome, and Eternal Bond now coming out from Slippery, but their main source of damage isn't going to be there, and I mean, meanwhile, Bobo, again, just sticking behind. Nobody wants to deal with this white fox.
Yeah, it does feel like, Peter walking the way back now. Gonna look to Joji to try and hold the team together here, but JFT falling apart again. Skittles, Bobo, and Salvation all picking up yet another one here. Duep getting in there as well. There's the selfie yet again there, and that is a maxed out Deadpool here for the side of Gen G. Now finished leveling up, and they're almost finished catching up to JFT's capture progress, 70% now.
5 ults about to come online for JFT, though, if they can get up to that God of Mischief. So they should be able to take this fight if they can make it a bloody one and not lose a man early. But, yep, there goes Joji. So that's already shocked. We're going to have to try and make something happen with the ults we have, but that's only going to make up for the loss in manpower. It's not going to be enough to overcome it.
Yeah, gonna try to open up this can here, throwing down the Psionic Seduction from OP here, but Gen G will make the walk away here, turn and run back to the point to try and hold it down for the finish here. Winter's got another Eternal Bond on the point, so JFT on their way in here, but can they find a way to break through this Gen G hold here? 99, and we're going to overtime here. OP and Joji, though, back into the KO feed. JFT gonna fight this one out to the very end, and that is unfortunately a White Fox still holding that Kumiho, but FMCL evening the odds here. Double KO for the Lawyer of Hell's Kitchen as Gen G gonna battle right back here one by one. JFT's lights go out. Gen G will tick down the last of overtime, and they'll take Hell's Heaven.
And, yeah, just like I said, kid in a candy store, you want to give FMCL one of the best flanking heroes in the game. He is more than happy to take that and run with it. And again, for all the hyping up that we did for Bobo, we may have done FMCL a disservice by not talking about just how disgusting this guy can be. And it's gonna be Duep walking away with the MVP, and a lot of good Vanpool plays coming out. But for my money, that was all FMCL. Every fight was won or lost based off of a pick that came out early on from FMCL. 14 final hits for him, as a matter of fact, and 12k damage. That's not too bad for a melee hero. That's pretty good. Really putting those billy clubs to work today.
Yeah, the devil haunting JFT here, but definitely some good looks for this JFT squad. Don't want to overlook what they were able to pull off here, because definitely pushed some buttons for the side of Gen G. Definitely made them lock in here. It is Duep that's going to walk away with the MVP on this one, but yeah, across the board, I mean, firing on all cylinders here is Gen G. They were able to dust themselves off pretty quick and respond in a lot of situations, but they were put in a corner a couple of times here, so, maybe not 100% resolved here. Gen G taking 2 points to 0, but it was not without a fight.
I mean, Gen G do have a very definitive playstyle. They like to play these aggressive dive compositions with the triple strategist looks, and in the staging phase, JFT are doing a good job of scouting that out, trying to find one straggler, whether it was FMCL on a flank looking for an opportunity, or whether it was Salvation playing further back, trying to get the healing out with the Gambit. They were getting caught out from time to time, but the problem is that Gen G are just so relentless. They're not going to stop just because they're down a man. They're still going to come at you. You still got to fight. You still got to stand 10 toes down up against the best in the region. And when it starts to break down, Gen G come up ahead every single time on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, and not just on the map itself, but in that draft phase as well. They're able to walk away with that Daredevil Gambit combination, and it pays dividends for them here. I would love to see what that map would look like without those two, but I imagine going back to the drawing board here ahead of map 2, JFT may be going to look to at least take out one of those in the next draft.
We shall have to see. It was the Elsa last time around. Maybe it'll be the Daredevil next time. There is only one way to find out. We have got map number 2 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it. Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from
Ice cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones!
Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl.
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Welcome back to day number 3 of the preseason group stage here in Oceania. Gen G taking on JFT, and they walk away with a win on Hell's Heaven, but not without a bit of a fight. Some pretty good looks there for JFT, considering Gen G currently standing at number 1 in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, and JFT are showing us how they were able to take a map off of Kanga and then beat DXA in a best-of-3 series with going all the way to 3 maps. This team has proven that they can sow chaos. They do have hands, like I say. Those hands have sleeves, and those sleeves have tricks, but they gotta have one more up their sleeve if they want to get one over on potentially the best in the region, a team that has sights on being the best in the world. And, I mean, right now, JFT, I think, is hard-pressed to disagree with that statement.
100% agree with what you're saying here, and I think one trick they're going to want to try to take off the table here, potentially a card trick, as Gambit survives the draft for Gen G, and Salvation picks up the Gambit, runs with it, and it will pay dividends for them here. So definitely looking maybe for some adjustments, because both Gambit and Daredevil coming out of the draft onto Hell's Heaven, a tough matchup to play into. This is JFT's map pick, and we are headed to Araco for some convoy action, one that I don't think we get to see a ton of.
We did see a little bit of it in the Asia region specifically. I know XOXO01 love this map, and they like to play a lot of oddball compositions on this. You know, things like the Black Panther and like the Hulk tend to come out there. It's a lot, like, it's deceptively dive favored. There's a lot more verticality than you might think. You know, first couple of times you play this map, you think like, oh, it's just narrow corridors. This is Poke City, baby. Not exactly the case. There is a lot of verticality, a lot of high ground that you can try and play for, and that's where you can either, you know, try and set up a poke hero, or you can play a dive hero with a high ground advantage, lurking, stalking their prey, and picking their spot. And that's where I think things start to get a little bit more dangerous for JFT with this map pick, because that plays into a lot of the kinds of things that Gen G like to play, whether it's the Jeff, the Psylocke, the Daredevil, all are welcome on Araco.
I was going to say, there's definitely some flank opportunities here and there on Araco. Maybe a little bit weirder than some other flank-heavy maps, but they are there. And like you said, that does kind of play into that playstyle we've already seen here in this matchup, and no doubt we're probably going to be seeing on the other side of this next draft phase. But yeah, definitely not the most popular of the convoy maps we've seen Araco from time to time. Like you said, EXO do tend to enjoy this one, and they're also another kind of wildcard team on the Asia side of the board. But, you know, I'm very curious. I want to know what JFT is going to mix up here going into this draft, because again, I feel like, you know, if they had gone for that Gambit ban first, found a way to maybe get rid of the Daredevil as well, I wonder what that map would look like, because they definitely put up a fight even up against that combo of the Raging Royal Flush and the letting the devil out, of course.
My mind does go back to one other time that we have seen Araco, though, and let me tell you, it was a team by the name of Cafe Rose that shocked the world against FlyQuest on a Diatonic. Let me ask you, do you think lightning can strike twice? Do you think we're going to shock the world again tonight?
I mean, I think they've picked a good stage for it if they are looking to take us all by surprise and raise some eyebrows here for sure. I mean, you know, Gen G, they take both capture points on the first map, but like we've been saying, you know, a little bit of sweat here and there, definitely found some ways to push them up against the wall, but they respond in kind, and that's what you expect from a team like Gen G. They stay pretty level-headed and just bite back. But again, you know, it is all going to come down here, even before frame number 1, before the boots hit the battlefield. You got to change something up here, because just just way too many tools here. You can't put Daredevil back in the hands of FMCL, who we've seen time and time again absolutely cooks every single time against Matt Murdock.
And Daredevil is one of those heroes that I do think, he is often in the picks in the ban phase, which we're going to be getting into very shortly. Spoiler alerts, we're igniting the time stream. We're going to be ready to get there very shortly. He does tend to appear in those picks and ban phases, but in the back half of it, he is one of those last three, whether it's a protect or a ban that comes through alongside the likes of other heroes like, Doctor Strange, sometimes Wolverine if we're getting really silly with it. Some of these slightly lower priority heroes. It's not something that you're going to see in the front half like your Gambits, your Elsas, your Mantises, your things that you really want to rally the whole composition around, and that gives time for the protects to come through. We're going to see both teams reaching straight for the Gambit. We are not trusting in the heart of the cards this time around. We're going to have to do it with our bare hands, and there we go. JFT going to get that Elsa pick. That's exactly what they need. That's exactly what they want. Now you got to set Peter up to go toe-to-toe with Bobo on it, because you got to believe Gen G are going to want to mirror that.
Yeah, and they're going to respond in kind. Elsa on the table, so time to take away some of the damage amplification here. Mantis Band coming out from them, and they'll take the Invis into this matchup as well. I like the look here for JFT. They do adjust. They do not want Salvation to get his hands back on Gambit. They're going to try to make this Elsa one-sided as well, so not going to give them that option either here, and it'll be simultaneous bans right after this, but JFT definitely firing back here in the draft. Want to see him keep that momentum going, but obviously Gen G, plenty of bans still left on the table for them too.
Yep, two of them to be precise, and also one protect, but a low-key ban is being hovered for JFT. I think that is wise. Swapping it over to the Mantis, and on the other side for Gen G, they're going to secure a one-sided Invis. I will say, the one-sided Elsa for JFT, I think, is already a steal. I think that might be the best chance that JFT have in order to be able to get ahead here, and even taking out the Mantis as well. So whatever you're going to try and slot in to take that duel instead is already going to be nerfed without that damage boost. And I don't know that Gen G are going to be willing to reach for an Ultron, but even still, you could make that your last ban just to make sure there's no damage amp at all. But I would be scared, no matter what you are playing, of that Wolverine Protect.
Yeah, definitely going to be a major threat here. So again, Gen G gonna walk away with some problem children here out of this draft phase. JFT gonna ban away the Phoenix here from Gen G, and then they are gonna roll right over to one last save. They are hovering the Wolverine themselves as well, so we may get some Wolf v Wolf here. Daredevil potentially for Joji to pick up here, and of course, they've got access to the Elsa already. That's gonna be Peters for sure here. That is gonna be the Daredevil. They'll save it here. No Daredevil ban for Gen G though, so they do have the opportunity to mirror that one as well, but I already can see there's going to be a couple of duelist matchups to watch for here. Gen G taking away the Van Pool to round things out.
This is one of the oddest ban protect phases that I think I've seen in quite some time, with the Wolverine Protect and then the hover on the other Wolverine Protect. Just go, no, protect Daredevil, what are we doing? And then to not also ban out the Daredevil, so FMCL will have access to that. You're absolutely right, and we know that he is lethal when it comes to that particular hero. Bobo's not going to have access to the Phoenix or the Elsa, so that's two of his best heroes taken out. But if you just put him in the triple strategist look and put all your eggs into the FMCL basket, I think you still have a very strong look coming out here for the side of Gen G. But we'll have to see as things start to break down, because what they were hovering beforehand was a good old-fashioned triple. I do see some changes coming through as well, so that might not stick. But nevertheless, they're going very defensive heavy for this first hold on Araco. JFT gonna have to try and find a way to burst on through that, get the momentum on their side, as they're gonna be first up on the attack on potentially their last map pick of the tournament, their last chance to make a case for their stay in playoffs, and the last chance to make your name at the expense of Gen G.
Right, the ball is in their court. We are on JFT's turf here as Gen G gonna circle in here, get ready for a hold. The first challenge here, of course, getting out the spawn door and getting that mission vehicle moving, and some cheeky glue walls here from Zinstari right overhead there. A little bit of an umbrella for JFT as they walk out the door here, looking for an opportunity to get on the move. Joji on the Daredevil this time, and Peter on the Elsa. We've seen this combination before from JFT, and it can be pretty nasty.
We've also seen a fair bit of that double res comp, not typically on Arako, but I do trust Bobo and his ability to play some of these off angles. Salvation with an early KO there onto Joji. That is an early strategist getting the better. Oh my goodness, a triple from Salvation. I know a lot of it was just chip damage, but that is still as flashy as it gets for a Sue Storm. Oh, there is a storm a-coming, JFT, and I don't think you are ready.
Yeah, that is a message. Said you take away the gambit? All right, bet. I'm just going to go over to the invis and clean up shop here. Almost 1 minute away. JFT not fully out the door yet as Genji are just looking to put the vice grip on here and finish this one off particularly early. Peter in trouble there on the Elsa for just a second, but it is going to be Skittles picking up one onto Wosh here. The strategist with some teeth from the side of Genji here as they all collapse in and continue this spawn hold.
Sometimes the strategy is just do damage. Sometimes it's just be the duelist here. FMCL gonna be the first duelist to find an Elim, and of course, wouldn't expect anything less from him. It's gonna be a kidnap onto the Groot, and I don't know if JFT have even managed to touch the cart, and Genji are looking to keep it that way, holding the door with Duet with the metallic curtains and more damage. A Meteor M online. Are we going to use it for the dunk onto the Cloak and Dagger? Indeed we are, but Slippery, living up to the namesake, going to be able to dodge that one, but ain't no dodging this. Peter with a huge Glartrox, a quad, no, that is a Penta, Hexa, that's a...
That was a bowling alley for Peter there. An absolute sent straight down the lane. There was nowhere for Genji to go, so the Glartrox hits the wall at the end of the hallway and chomps down on the entire squad here.
He was eliminating them faster than the KO feed could even keep up. That's why I was like, Hexa? Penta? What is this? Like, what a push that comes out there. Good force physics and a good swap to come back here. Joji with the Insong Inferno. JFT want to keep this momentum.
Yeah, they are looking to capitalize here, staring down the door to checkpoint number 1 here, rounding this last corner. Genji back in action here, but it is JFT still in control of the match here. Bobodo over onto the Adam Warlock and a Karmic Revival ready to go here. So Genji back up with under a minute and 30 left to go here. They will battle back, sending the duelist from JFT right back to spawn here. And now FMCL down the pit of doom with OP in tow there. Groot sent all the way back. He just threw a tree down that hole.
Brother. Where we go together. Join me in the afterlife. Genji, able to stop that momentum, that flurry coming out from JFT, but like, you gotta be mad that even happened to you. A 6K from Peter. I'm still reeling from that one. He's halfway to another Glartrox, and there is another opportunity to get one over on Genji if you play around those ultimates, but you also got to keep your head on a swivel, because if FMCL gets more kidnaps like that, you might never see the opportunity for that play to come through.
No, the only thing you're going to find is the bottom of the pits of Arako here. That is what OP found there at the hands and the claws of FMCL. There's the last stand. He's going to look for the same thing, but no, he's got OP on lockdown here as Genji are going to battle it back. They play through the Hexa KO and now taking some big numbers for themselves here. JFT aced right down. 20 seconds left to go, and now Genji going to scramble for the spawn doors here, try to hold them down, but also on the lookout for a strange portal. OP over on the swap here. It's going to make it in time, so there's going to be one more contest here from JFT, but on the other side, awaiting them, all 6 members of Genji looking to close this one out, particularly early here. Slippery's got that eternal bond, so plenty of safe ground here for JFT as we are going to go into overtime. They get control of the cart now and are looking to just try and get this one to checkpoint 1.
A late visible boundary from Salvation. Meteor M now from Duep. Is it going to find anything? Oh, an early dart teleportation means that there's no fade to save Peter. The Glartrox never coming out. It's going to be kept in a cage this time around. And then Skittles with the res off of the Loki clone. That is going to be Genji back at full strength, and JFT back to the spawn door where they came, and a good effort on the attacking side on Arako, but you're gonna have to have more tricks than that if you want to get one over on the best in the Oceania region.
Yeah, I mean, absolute heat, of course, for Peter, the Hexa KO on the Elsa, but amazingly, Genji will play right on through it. They come back with a vengeance here. They may have stopped the Gambit Daredevil combo here, but now they are facing the Adam Warlock Loki double res here. They get both of those off, and that helps them maintain control up until the very end. So a solid response from this Genji squad. But again, just like we saw in map number 1, good looks from JFT, and all hope is not lost. lost, they basically have one checkpoint to play with here, but that's not a lot of ground they can give up. So it's going to be for JFT, this is going to be an opportunity for them to find some kind of foothold here, dig in the heels, and try to hold them here, because Gen G on match point here, all they need is 103 meters here on Arako.
Yeah, essentially, if they cap point A and not even the entirety of point A, you can even see out of the corner of Winter's eyes there where the checkpoint is. That is where JFT's playoff hopes will die if the cart touches. And it's going to be up to Peter to get more big plays like that. Peter to Panther, more like Peter to point guard. You got to give this guy the ball, have him be the one to take it to the hole. But speaking of... Oh, I thought FMCL was going to commit to the Black Panther. I thought I was going to say, speaking of Panthers, we are going to see the Black Panther coming out, but no, FMCL going back to something a little bit more meta, the Wolverine. A lot of spawn break coming out from Gen G, I think anticipating JFT going for an early hold because, well, they kind of need to. They got to buy themselves as much time as possible.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to see a classic combination here. Groot and Moon Knight, and down the pit they go. FMCL finds OP again on the Wolverine. Barrel leap indeed, and that mission vehicle running it down here. Speed run here on Arako for Gen G as they find that early pick so quickly here and leave JFT scrambling for an answer.
Did we give that tree some New Balance shoes? Homie is sprinting towards the checkpoint there, already more than halfway there, and JFT looking to try and find anything to slow down the pace here. Joji with the Phoenix has the shots, but is trying to hunt down Bobo and keep the pressure on the front line at the same time. The attention to split, can't get a whole lot done there, but all JFT needs to do for the time being is survive and look for that one opening that may come, but it's now or never as the cart is inching closer.
Yeah, 60 seconds into Gen G's run now, and Duep already finding one on the Magneto there, goes high for it. Skittles got the CYA here, looking for some damage amp to try and get over the hill here. Bobo and Zenstarry back in the KO feed yet again. A triple KO there for the Moon Knight of Bobo here. 1 minute and 15, and Gen G are going to look to close things out here. One more KO onto Winter as, again, JFT left on the back foot here. Invisible boundary for Salvation as they are going to hook in their teeth and try to finish this one off. Duep overhead now for the Meteor M, but on the ground it's Bobo. Quadra KO there for the Moon Knight, and that is it. Game, set, and match. Gen G will take this one in a clean 2-0 sweep.
Liger, that one was for you. Bobo with the quad on the Moon Knight. That is a story tailor-made for our boy Avatar Liger. I know you're in the chat cheering on your boys Gen G, and they are going to get a swift 2-0 in this series, despite some insane heroic plays coming out from JFT, specifically from Peter. It was Salvation and Co. for the side of Gen G, holding down the fort, taking care of business, proving why they are the best in the region and why they can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. Just like I said earlier, I know you want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it happen again. I want to see this team once again on the world stage. And if they want to get there, we just got to see more and more of this.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G already playing at that caliber here. It's Salvation on the MVP. Don't forget, I could see how you could forget, but there was a very early triple KO on that Invis. 5 final hits off of 20 elims, the most elims in the match and the most assists as well. So whether it is doing the role of the duelist or the strategist, Salvation doing all of it here. And, I said at the beginning of the night, want to see more out of Salvation. So I got my wish there. Plenty of Pit of Doom drops for Gen G as well. FMCL on the track on those Feral Leaps. I mean, from top to bottom, everybody putting in maximum effort here, and there's no Deadpool even on the field in this one.
Yeah, no Deadpool on either side. There was a Vanpool band that came out, but there was certainly a whole lot of dead happening. Like this 6K right here from Peter, like what a heroic play, what a way to make your name. Even if you're going down 2-0 against Gen G, you're still making a name for yourself off of plays like that, and you love to see it. I think there's so many bright spots for this JFT squad. I think there's a ton of upside, a ton of potential. Unfortunately, I think from here on out, they're going to have to go back to the lab and try and experiment on it, because you gotta come correct if you're going to come for the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story for JFT coming out of this match, is that potential there. Clearly, there is some of it untapped in this squad here as they get some really good looks against this Gen G squad. It was not open and shut, not a walk in the park. Arako definitely a little bit more straightforward for Gen G, but, JFT still battling back, whether it's the bowling alley Hexa KO there right out the gate from Peter or, battling it out, tug of war on Hell's Heaven. There's a lot of bright spots here coming out of the side of of JFT. But of course, it is Gen G closing out a flawless run here in their group stage as they finish it off with a clean 2-0 here in this matchup against JFT. That's the kind of caliber of play you expect to see from this partner team here in Oceania.
And I think that with that win, their first seed in the group as well as their place in the playoffs is all but secured. I mean, I don't know how you could possibly place higher than having a perfect 6-0 record on the group stage. So well done. Well, also good for everyone's predictions. We finally all got one correct. You know, everybody who put Gen G top. If you didn't put Gen G on the top in the group, I don't know what's wrong with you. You will be visited by 6 evil spirits. That's twice as many. But so we got to correct your behavior if you didn't put Gen G number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a little bit of shakiness in my friends, but I definitely have Gen G at the top of Group B, and they make that one come true at least. You know, don't look at the rest of my predictions, though. There is a horror in the other regions in my friends. But yeah, I mean, you know, a solid look for Gen G. You know, this is what you want to see. You know, it feels like a rubber stamp to some degree because, you know, coming into this, we knew they would be powerful and tough to tangle with. But JFT still rise to the challenge here. They don't just throw in the towel and say, we can't beat these guys. They throw everything in the kitchen sink they've got at Gen G. But again, these guys have been playing together for a long time now, you know, built an insane amount of camaraderie at the grand finals last year in Atlanta, and now just looking to kind of run it back here yet again in this second season of Ignite. So good looks for them so far here in the group stage, and yeah, basically confirming that they're going to be moving on here to the playoffs.
Yeah, they like you said, they've been playing together for a very long time. They look like the wellest of well-oiled machines, and we have got the engine that drives that machine right here. We've got Bobo here for an interview. Hello, Bobo. Congratulations on the perfect group stage. How do you feel after the win?
Happy. Just happy.
So I think a lot of your teammates played really well here tonight, but who do you think was kind of the star? Who carried Gen G tonight?
Everyone. I think everyone played well. We are a team, yeah, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah, we have been a team like half a year, and I think Salvation last year grand final, and we lose Salvation because visa problem. This year we have Sally and we get club, and everybody just focus on screen practice every day, working hard, and we have fixed our language problem. Yeah, me and Sally learn English every day, so we have growth up, you know. We have grow up, so we will be better this year. And just everybody watch out, Genji coming.
Everybody watch out. Nice.
Yeah, your English sounds great, almost as good as your gameplay. You guys look phenomenal out there. Is there another team in Oceania that you think could be a threat?
I think Chiefs. Chiefs good.
Chiefs?
Yeah,
I'm looking
Chiefs.
forward to seeing that in playoffs. What about in Asia?
Asia, like Reject and Z10 and One Piece. I forgot. They all my friends, but they just no same region. We need to play stage 1 on playoffs. I think maybe we'll hard. We will try our best.
I think it might be a good matchup. I think you guys look pretty good. I don't know if it's gonna be hard, but it should be a good match.
Yeah.
I need Gen G and Reject for sure. You know, you guys have a lot of fans now. You made a lot of fans at grand finals, and now so many people are cheering for you. Do you have a message for your fans?
Yeah. Thank you, support us, and please buy Genji button. Right? I forgot.
Yes.
That word.
Buy the bundle.
Yeah. Buy our button. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bobo. We're gonna send you off to go and celebrate with your team. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you heard it here first. go buy the bundle, buy the Gen G bundle, support the pride of the Oceania region, and one of the best teams in the world. I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen them go toe-to-toe with the best and throw down, upset the entire balance on the global stage, and I can't wait to get to see this team do it again. It feels like it's so far away, but we get just a taste in these groups.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a whole laundry list of dream matches here. Of course, we asked about Asia, Reject, Gen G, and Reject been looking absolutely ruthless over there in the Asia region. They're in action tonight in the grand finals on the main Rivals channel, of course, but not just in Asia. There are so many teams I'm ready to see Gen G go up against. It's going to be a long year waiting for those, but no doubt if they keep playing like they have been tonight, we are going to see a lot of those dream matches come to fruition.
I hope so. Dream matches is such a great way to phrase it. It's like we've got them just locked in this cage over here, just chomping at the bit to get to see them go toe-to-toe with your Rejects, your Z10s, your Pirates, and that's just the Asia region. Those are just the teams that Bobo listed. There's a whole wealth of teams I would love to see Gen G go up against in EMEA and in the Americas region, but we're gonna have to wait and see. And unfortunately, chat, we're gonna have to wait for our next matchup here, but don't go anywhere because it's coming right on the other side of this break. We'll see you in just a bit.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. Flashing on my window frame, audible to my flame, blinding shining lights up.
The moon haunts you!
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to the Oceania region here for day 3 of the group stage. And Gen G over on the side of Group B complete the flawless run. They are the top dogs in that group. And now we're going to see if the Group A current top dogs can do the same. We've got the Chiefs taking on Vulcan Red in their last matchup of the group stage.
Yeah, you know what the saying is, anything you can do, I can do better. Unfortunately, it's literally impossible to do better than Gen G did in their group, but anything you can do, I can do identically, I think is the moniker right now for the Chiefs. That's the goal, that's the motto, and with how good they've looked, and with even Bobo saying, hey, you know, they might be the biggest threat in the Oceania region, I would suspect that they might have that level of perfection on the mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to look to finish this thing out strong, just like their top seed counterparts in Gen G. Of course, this is a Group A matchup here up against Vulcan Red, who definitely can't overlook them either. There's some familiar names on that team, and we'll take a look at both sides of the battle here. But obviously, like we've talked about all night, you know, these teams all in the hunt for 2-0s tonight. Do not want to find yourself on the receiving end of some bad math and fall out of contention for those playoffs. Of course, the Chiefs being at the top of the group right now, they've got a little more of a cushion here. But of course, you got to come strong here, even at the very end, because this is the last night of group stage, the last shot for a lot of these teams to make it in.
And the one thing I will say about the Chiefs is the fact that, you know, they played very closely with Fury. It was a 2-0 in the Chiefs' favor, and they're going to be wiping some sweat off of their brow after that series, even though that was, you know, a couple days ago. But we'll get to them in just a second. Right now, let's focus on what's in front of us, and that is Vulcan Red. This team is no slouch, currently sitting at the 3rd seed in their group, and with their sights set on potentially jumping up, in order to do that, they're gonna have to best the Chiefs, and that is going to be a tall task. And when you've got a tall task in front of you, you've got people like Impunity on the Hulk bringing something new to the table. That's the kind of thing that you want if you're gonna get one up over a team like the Chiefs.
Yeah, again, it's another instance of trying to find your stars here and rally around them. Impunity, definitely a good choice. I've had my eye on Ancient as well, a nasty Phoenix player for sure, who puts up numbers even when the team is dropping maps. So looking for players like that to find, enable, and rally around to try and pick up those all-important map wins. Though it is, again, gonna be a tall task here as they are facing off with potentially the other strongest team here in Oceania, the Chiefs. And some familiar names here as well. If you followed any Oceania Ignite action before, of course, I have always had my eye on Donald, a solid Magneto player in their own right. Dunks galore here, earns the name of LeBronald for sure.
Yeah, 100% earned that moniker in every sense of the word. And then you also have a lot of other strong players like Jongvek, who previously was on the bench for this team when they were making their run through MRC, but then came through and had me scratching my head. Why was this guy on the bench? He has got hands. He's one of the nastiest hit scan players I've seen in quite some time, and has been an absolute boon for this roster ever since making his debut onto the starting lineup. And honestly, I wouldn't change a single member of the starting lineup from here on out, because this team is money. And if they can manage to get one up over on Gen G in the playoffs, they might have some money coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of success here so far for them. Of course, going to look to finish this one off strong. And also can't overlook Bubbleca either. A very deep strategist pool there. So kind of a jack of all trades, has played so many here just in preseason in these last couple of days. So curious to see what they're going to do with the back line here, as that's kind of been a focus for a lot of teams in the draft phase. Securing what strategist you're going to bring to the table, and then kind of building the composition out from there. But yeah, this Chiefs team definitely to be feared for sure. But Vulcan Red, you know, sitting at 1-1 on the bubble here, kind of just below the cutoff line, but there's still some potential for them here to take this one home, but they are probably going to have to get a 2-0 to make sure they are extra safe if they want to move up.
That's kind of the story of the entire night, is everybody wants to get a 2-0, and if you can't get it, you are very much so in trouble. I think the Chiefs should still be more or less safe, especially, you know, with the other matchup from their group going the way it did. But again, you still want to get that 2-0 just to make sure that the math is on your side no matter what. And also for a team like the Chiefs, again, name drop by Bobo, they put up a 2-0, they put up a flawless group stage. You gotta do the same to make sure that you are worthy of the ire of the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if your name is getting dropped by teams like Gen G, definitely doing something right here. Almost ready to kick off this third series of the night. It is going to start off on Burnin' T'Challa, so definitely going to take some versatility here. We know these capture points are vastly different from one another and can require some pretty quick swaps, so definitely going to keep these teams on their toes here. Hope they are limbered up and ready for this matchup, because again, the margin for error here on both sides, you know, Chiefs a little safer here, but definitely a slim margin of error here. So obviously that's all going to start from the draft phase. Difficult to ban out a lot of these players here. A lot of them have shored up what heroes they play and bring a whole arsenal to the table here. And going to be no surprise from the Chiefs if they're able to start off pretty strong here.
There might be a couple of surprises from the side of Vulcan Red, and again, when you're in a situation where your back is up against the wall, and realistically, you have to beat the best team in your group if you want to have even hope of qualifying for the playoffs. You want to hit them with some curveballs. You want to change the equation. You don't want to come the same way you have been coming every other matchup, because they have been studying. This is a team that will study you, they will read you, and they will play you like a fiddle if you try to play the same old song and dance with them.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to come down to who has done the homework here. I have no doubt that Vulcan Red have studied up and are coming with some information on their side here, so going to be looking at the scouting and what they know about the Chiefs. But, you know, the Chiefs have been in action for a while. You know, saw them come up through the MRC. They've had some good, solid matches here. They've even been making the rounds in some community tournaments, too, lately. So you've been seeing the Chiefs kind of pop up in a lot of places here, but, you know, they're working to kind of build that chemistry, learn how to work together, and prep for a full season of Ignite, because, you know, just 1 week in here at OCE, a lot left on the table, but already looking like a well-oiled machine. And, you know, we've seen it time and time again, that chemistry and that camaraderie can really carry teams to win in situations where you feel like they don't really have a chance.
I mean, that chemistry and camaraderie is Gen G's greatest weapon, and like you said, the Chiefs are working to build it, and in that way, they also kind of remind me of Pirates over in the Asia region, a team that came through the MRC and is making their name at the expense of all of these invited teams that were like, yeah, you're good enough, we know you got skills, come right on in. Chiefs had to earn their way through the MRC, forge themselves in the fire, and all the other teams that qualified through MRC have been left in their wake, and now the Chiefs standing atop their group and looking to solidify that place going into the group stage, just like their contemporaries over on the other side of the PAC region.
I was going to say, especially here in Pacific, a lot of these MRC teams, this graduating class from Season 6, absolutely deadly here. Like you said, Pirates, of course, over on the Asia side, which they are still in action right now as they're wrapping up playoffs tonight. But the Chiefs, another one to be feared here. So I don't know what was in the water there in Season 6 of the MRC, but it has made them absolutely deadly. And we are ready to get things underway here. Burnin' T'Challa going to be the domination map of choice here for this matchup between the two of them, and I have been looking forward to this one for a while.
Let's see how it's going to play out with the picks and the bans. Interesting that we're right away going for an Elsa ban for Vulcan Red rather than the Gambit. Gonna try and get that one-sided Elsa right out the gate. Love that. That is like, we see a lot of teams, you know, go straight for the Gambit. When it comes over to this region, though, a lot more teams have an affinity for the Elsa, so get it while you can as best you can, but opens the door for the Chiefs to try and go for a one-sided Gambit in response, and of course that is a door they are happy to walk right through.
Yeah, big pickups for both sides, really, because like you said, you know, the OCE teams loving to grab the Elsa when they're able to, but the Gambit obviously cannot be overlooked, and now Vulcan Red kind of have to follow the flow chart here. They got to take care of some of the other characters that Gambit's going to enable or rallies around with. Works well together here. Invis taken off the table by Vulcan Red, and the Chiefs going to keep the hurt on here in the draft. No Vanguard Deadpool access for Vulcan Red here, but something they're going to get a save on here, and potentially deadly. They are going to get the Rogue team up with Gambit out of this one, and you know, I think teams do kind of fear this one. We see that Rogue ban come out very quickly when Gambit's on the table.
And you absolutely should be afraid of this this Gambit Rogue team up, especially if you are a team that has a good Rogue player. It's something that I think she's one of the harder Vanguards to play, especially at the highest level. There's only a handful of people that we can think of that are among the cream of the crop when it comes to this hero. It's not quite like the Magneto, where it's like, well, everyone's got a pretty decent mag player. No, if you have a rogue player on your team, that is a secret weapon that you can only bust out once in a blue moon, and when she comes out to play, oh, it is going to hurt. It is going to be explosive, as the team-up name might suggest. This is not a happy couple that I want to see south of the altar.
No, definitely scary to be staring down that side of the battlefield for sure here. And yeah, you're right, definitely not Rogue, not necessarily a go-to pick for Vanguard players here in Ignite, but when Gambit is on the table, you can bet that whoever's brushed up on their Rogue is going to bring that one to bear here. Vulcan Red, their last save going to be Captain America. I've seen Impunity play the cap a little bit, I believe, here in this stage so far.
No.
Netra going to take the lock here, but...
look at the hovers from the Chiefs right now.
I was going to say...
everything with that Gambit. They got the Loki, they got the Star-Lord, they got the Rogue, they got the Mag, they've got the full team up, and then just for the little bit of icing on the top, they've got the Vanpool. I mean, these are just the hovers. We don't know if they're going to stick, but if they do, and I don't see why they wouldn't, this is going to hurt.
Yeah, it's kind of a Venn diagram of comprehensive team building here because, of course, like we said, explosive entanglement on the table here for the Chiefs as they've got Rogue and Gambit. Of course, Gambit and Star-Lord work very, very well together here, and, Magneto by himself can be pretty tough, but enabled as well here as Reno maybe going to make the swap over on to that. So, yeah, that's quite a firing squad coming in from the Chiefs. They lost a couple of things here and there, but, ultimately, they are going to bring so much pain here. It is going to be an uphill battle for sure, but I'm curious to see what Vulcan Red's got in the tank here. What are going to be the answers to this as we get ready for Warrior Falls? Going to be the first of the submaps here.
And to answer your question, it's going to have to be the Elsa, because anything less, I think, is going to be just not enough to overcome what is coming your way. You can already see Beast Node with the cards orbiting the fist there, ready to fly. Looking to try and pick his spot there, and you can even see Vulcan Red, like, they are afraid to approach this because they know they are going to be picking up their teeth off the floor if they are not careful. But they do catch Jongbek going for an interesting rotation there, a good early KO, and suddenly Vulcan Red have control over this this early point here. If they can just get themselves down on top of it, will force the Chiefs to back off.
Yeah, definitely caught him by surprise here, but Beast Node gonna fire right back here, taking down the Jeff. Gonna get up off of Lick's BRB, but that one taken out of the equation here before it becomes critical. So Chiefs picking up a big one here as Donald as well taking the Vanpool into this matchup here, and the KO feed flipping blue. The Chiefs taking it here in the very first fight. We do have a bit of a pause for a second here, but an opening salvo from the Chiefs. No surprise there. They have all the room in the world to play aggressive.
Yeah, and Jongbek, who crucially fell at the beginning of that fight, ends up coming back into play, getting involved in that KO feed, so that opening that Vulcan Red created for themselves off of that Elsa pick doesn't actually amount to a whole hill of beans, and the Chiefs just making the most out of this insane team-up that they've managed to get away through, through the ban phase. Like, how do you just let all of that through? I know we've seen crazier things, like we have seen teams, play the Loki Gambit and still lose, but usually when they're doing that, they're not also, they don't also have the Star-Lord, they don't also have the Rogue, they don't also have literally everything that Gambit enables. Elsa is a powerhouse to be certain, but is she enough of a powerhouse to overcome a 5-finger death punch?
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like a 6v1 instance there for Ancient, who's taking the Elsa into this matchup. But like you said, you don't see that Elsa go up against the full might of Explosive Entanglement. All 3 pillars of that team up here on the battlefield for the Chiefs. And then, of course, the Loki, you got access to that back-to-back Rage and Royal Flushes. So if one is not enough, there's definitely another coming your way if both of those alt lights are on here. Yeah, I mean, top to bottom, definitely big win in the draft phase for the Chiefs. And it all just kind of avalanches from the Elsa save, right? I mean, I don't blame them for taking her into battle, but from there, the Chiefs just pick up win after win there in the draft. So it is going to be tough here, but, Vulcan Red, they at least have shown us that they got the potential to find a couple of early picks.
Well, they're going to need more than a couple of early picks. They're going to need to be copying off of Peter's playbook if they want to get anything out of this Elsa pick here. We're going to need to see some more Hexa KOs coming through for the side of Vulcan Red from Ancient here if they are going to be able to best the Chiefs here, because the Chiefs have map control, they've got control over the point, and they're going to be coming up on that God of Mischief before you can blink. It's only 70%, but Loki does a lot of healing, especially when the Chiefs are going to be playing all clumped up.
Yeah, still pretty fast alt charge, even in a post-global alt reduction world here. Maybe one of the faster ones here, and Bubblecu's got it ready to go here, so the God of Mischief already in play, and it's one Raging Royal Flush here for the Chiefs, and they're gonna fan out, look to divide and conquer here, keep the hurt on. Impunity in trouble, but got the Symbiotic Resilience ready to go here. Beast Node will find one, that's onto Chronic, but right back up off of the BRB, so not a ton of play coming out of that Royal Flush yet, but they're doing exactly what they wanted with it, is buying themselves more time to make more capture progress.
I mean, the problem for Vulcan Red was that they heard that Royal Flush come out and they immediately popped a U-turn, went back into spawn. In Chronic's case, went there the hard way. Now they're gonna have some ults to be able to fight this next one, but there is another Royal Flush about to come online. Good Glartrox coming on. Bubbleca taken down by Ancient off of a 2K there, but Jongbek taking to the skies with that secondary Royal Flush, and you can eat all you want, it's Jeff, but you will not like what is being served up for dessert, my friend.
Yeah, all reliable here. The Galactic Legend buffed up by the Gambit here, puts him right back in the fight. There's a quick selfie for Donald there, a
You're a little out
close-up
of focus,
even.
my friend. You're a little out of focus. Just move to the left a little bit.
I was gonna say, I don't know who the camera guy was on that one, but maybe not worthy of the Insta upload there, but worthy of the XP boost that comes with it. So Donald already on a little bit of a snowball on that Deadpool. Jongbek will pick up another one here as the Chiefs gonna look for a 0 to 100 potentially.
Well, I mean, there is a little bit of a window of opportunity for Vulcan Red to make a play here. No Strategist Ultimates. They don't have to worry about another Royal Flush, and Chronic's going to have that Dance of the Butterfly. If we can make anything happen with that, no, we cannot, because who needs a Strategist Ultimate when Bubbleca is just hitting the shots with the Scepter?
Yeah, and takes down Psylocke, still holding the Cutterfly there, so all the way back to spawn. Heartbreaker now for Beast Node, gonna try to keep Vulcan Red locked out of some ults here, and locked out of the point. Warrior falls 0 to 100, no sweat here for the Chiefs on the back of, again, that insane team composition they brought to the table.
And you can tell Vulcan Red are already, like, realizing their mistake and playing afraid. Like, they're a little bit too scared. They're trying to make plays happen where plays just aren't really happening. They were getting some good potential out of this Elsa pick with that early Glartrox that came through. But, again, a Raging Royal Flush, a Galactic Legend, the Galactic Flush, as I like to call it. It's just such an insurmountable combo to have to deal with when you don't have something like the Invisible Woman to take a shelter at. And even still, if he gets inside of the invisible boundary, the Star-Lord can still burst through it. It's that much damage. Your only opportunity was going to be that Dance the Butterfly, but if Chronix doesn't actually know where the threat is lurking and the rest of Vulcan Red is a little bit too scared, can't get him the intel, can't say, all right, now is time to hit that go button, he's never going to hit it. He's going to hesitate, and he's going to get caught out on the point by Bubbleca, a lethal strategist in the backline, and before you know it, at 61%, that window of opportunity for Chronix, it's going to be gone. In fact, with the regen domain, it might close before you even know it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really just looking for the Chiefs to do the same thing here. Go aggressive, take the point, and divide and conquer yet again here. And yeah, you definitely see that Vulcan Red realizing the gravity of the situation they're in. And even though I thought I fully understood it, I am seeing it too, as Impunity gonna try to make a feast here for them to get the ball rolling here. But Reno firing back. Yeah, absolutely insane. Right clicked down. Cutterfly now coming out from Chronix here. Gets some damage down. We'll find Bubbleca. So that Loki sent back, still holding the God of Mischief here. Now Netra on the Captain America Freedom Charge here for the rest of the team to try and charge in. Still missing their Psylocke, unfortunately, but they will try to play right on through here. Donald up in the mix on the Deadpool, chasing him down, and will find Ancient. So the Elsa sent back. She will get right back up off of that BRB, though. Jongbek, though, gonna take Solomon on the Jeff here, making a double KO there for the Star-Lord. And now here we are, yet again, the second time tonight at this same choke here on Stellar Spaceport.
And like, what can you do for Vulcan Red? Like, you're playing this Animal Crossing backline with the Jeff and the Rocket, and it's great healing in the neutral, but you don't have a Strategist ultimate, and anything less than a full Immortality Strategist ultimate is not going to be enough to withstand the Rage and Royal Flush combinations that come out. We're going to have the Swabber onto the Luna Snow, but even that you can burst through with the Galactic Legend Royal Flush combination, and Bubbleca gets the dupe on Desertric. That's exactly what's going to be on deck.
Yeah, they're doing some rapid-fire swaps here over on the side of Vulcan Red, trying to find something that will stick here as the Chiefs 35% of the way captured to this second checkpoint here. So they are looking to make this a quick map number 1 here. Plenty of chips on their side of the table here. Chronix, though, picks up one off the Ultron swap here, paying a bit of dividends for Vulcan Red. Now they're going to contest for the point, but Donald, meanwhile, up in the upper rafters here of Stellar Spaceport, finding a double onto the Deadpool here. Jongbek, Galactic Legend, yet again here. We'll find one onto Netra, so the Magneto off the table here as well. Chiefs just trying to continue to keep that pressure on.
The silver lining, though, is that the Chiefs did spend a lot in order to keep that pressure on Vulcan Red. I mean, Solomon fell before you were able to get that Fate of Both Worlds coming out, so you will have a strategist ult coming into this next fight. You can potentially get your win here. You just have to try and find a way to protect the Luna Snow from getting squashed like a bug under the weight of Marino's Meteor M.
Yeah, I mean, one step at a time here for Vulcan Red. First step, trying to clear the way to get out of this choke here. Chronic's going to try and make it happen with the Rage of Ultron. Reno goes up, and a big dunk there onto the White Fox. One more KO up on the side for the Chiefs here as they are very quickly approaching one last fight. Dance floor on the floor from Solman. It's already back offline now, and Beast Note on the Heartbreaker here, going to move in for the finishing blow. Donald gets one on the Deadpool as well here. Vulcan Red, one at a time, taking down Zycrick, and a double for Donald. One more for Bubblecon and Loki, and it's 0 to 100 here. A fast, rapid fire burn into T'Challa.
And it's not often that I will say with my whole chest that a map was won or lost in the draft phase, but is there really any other way that you can paint it? Going forward, you simply cannot give a team the caliber of the Chiefs everything that comes along with the Gambit. You have to shut something down. The one member not of that team up is going to be the one walking away with the MVP. It's going to be Donald the LeBronald, this time on the Deadpool, but that was still the least of your worries. 9 final hits for him, but 9 for Jong Vek, and a lot of those were going to be amplified from the Rage and Royal Flushes, whether it was from Bubbleca or whether it was from Zekrick. It was still enough to punch through anything that you had. Your defenses just weren't defensible when you've got just so much damage coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell there's not a lot of contention coming from the side of Vulcan Red, and I can't blame them considering what they're up against here, but the leaderboard doesn't lie. I mean, for how dominant the Chiefs were on that map, for the most elims to go to Jong Vek at only 17, definitely tells you that there weren't enough fights on the board that Vulcan Red were able to get in to even try to take these points here, and the Chiefs walk away with most of the medals here in this matchup as well. I'm 100% with you, CB. You know, I think that a lot of the pace of these maps are set by the draft phase, but it is kind of rare for us to really say that it is lost in the draft, and that's exactly what happened here. There's just no way for Vulcan Red to open that door because 6 pretty strong bodyguards standing right in front of it.
Yeah, and I think, like, I don't hate the idea to let the Gambit through. Like, I don't think Gambit is unbeatable, but if you're gonna let the Gambit through, you also have to ban out the Loki. Like, I think that's just a given, and I think you're also gonna have to look at whether or not you ban out the Star-Lord, and now we have the intel that says, okay, the Chiefs is one of those teams that does have a solid rogue player, so now you gotta think about whether or not you're gonna ban her as well. So maybe, you know, for Vulcan Red, specifically in this scenario, the Gambit ban has to come through. I don't think you can try and go back to that well. If you have a good rogue player, like, you can't just let a Gambit go through against a good rogue player.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what started this snowball effect. So many problems in the wake of Gambit being on the table. And yeah, don't want to overlook Beast Node on the Rogue either. Some great timing on those Heartbreakers as well, just keeping Vulcan Red even more locked down, providing them less opportunities to get in the fight. So yeah, gonna have to be a top to bottom scrub in the draft phase here for Vulcan Red if they want to get ahead on map 2.
And that's the thing, right? Like, that's why a lot of the teams go and reach for the Gambit ban first, because we talk about the flow chart, and Vulcan Red did not follow it. Like, you only get 4 bans in your ban phase, and if you let the Gambit through, then 3 of those 4 have to be used just to cut out the combinations. We'll see what the ban phase has in store for map number 2. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we will see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back.
The moon haunts you!
Hello, rivals, and welcome back. Day 3 of the Oceania group stage here. The Chiefs taking on Vulcan Red, and a tough one for Vulcan Red. A pretty big win in the draft phase for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Vulcan Red rolls worst ban phase of all time, asked to leave Burden T'Challa, and now we get to go onto their map pick. Where is the function going to be from here on out? It's up to them, but one thing I know for certain is that if you're going to let the Gambit through, please, please, oh please, for the love of God, start banning out the things that combo well with him, or ban him outright to begin with. Like, you simply cannot let all of that through. That is criminal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the shout on going for the Elsa first, but, you know, when Gambit is on the table, there's kind of a laundry list of some specific bans you need to do in order to dampen the effects of that Gambit making it through. So you get to see the full might of what happens when Gambit comes on through and all of the team building goes around him, and you get access to everything you could ever want here. So the Chiefs standing on match point after a solid map 1 win. Vulcan Red gonna take us to Spider Islands next for some convoy. Another one I feel like we don't get to see a ton of so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an oddity, I think, in both of the Pacific regions in Asia and over here in OCE. I think it's a little bit more rare, but it's one of my favorite maps. So I love to get down on Spider Islands. I'd love to see some changes coming out in the draft phase from Vulcan Red. I do also kind of like this if you're trying to play something a little bit more front to back, a little bit more poke heavy, and I also kind of feel like this does play into what the Chiefs were just playing, though. This is a really solid Star-Lord map, especially on that first point. I think it plays very well for heroes like the Groot or the Magneto that we have known the Chiefs to play quite well in the past. I do think, you know, there is a way forward here for Vulcan Red. I don't want to count them out. I don't want to dwell too much in the past, as hilarious as that ban phase was. I want to look to the future. I want to say that there is brighter pastures ahead for them on potentially their last map pick of the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty rare treat to get to see that full power, you know, all of explosive entanglement on the table for the Chiefs here, but unfortunately, definitely not going to see that on the end of this second draft phase here, so the Chiefs take a very, very comfortable map 1 win here. Definitely going to be back to the drawing board for Vulcan Red, and yeah, you're right, you know, I love the Groot stocks here on this map for sure. Definitely can take a more methodical pace as we go through this one, but does look like Vulcan Red gonna lick their wounds a little bit here, and it is gonna be Gambit banned out on both sides first. Vulcan Red also gonna save the invis too, so I like the change up here.
All right, so that does kind of signal at the very least that they're going to try and go for something resembling a front-to-back playstyle, and I don't hate that right now. You do see Jongvek currently hovering over the Daredevil, and I believe Daredevil did make its way into the pick and ban phase previously, so you know, there's probably a reason Vulcan Red wanted to ban that one outright early on, and we might see that one if a Protect comes through here for it, but we are indeed going to see the Elsa Protect coming through, so another thing that Vulcan Red tried to snipe early on. So now that we've seen potentially the worst case scenario, we're going to get to see what it is that they're afraid of.
Yeah, and I mean, considering what went down there on Burden T'Challa, I have to imagine Vulcan Red are happy to take on the Monster Hunter instead of Gambit and crew. Full crew there showing up on map number 1. Invis banned by Vulcan Red, and the Chiefs will make it one-sided Elsa. They are going to hover that Daredevil here, potentially. Jongvek's got it locked in, so definitely feel like maybe chomping at the bit here, trying to let the Devil out if they will make the save here. Vulcan Red's got one ban left to go here, so approaching the end of the draft phase, definitely a better look here for VR.
I think, you know, going for double duelist protects in this day and age is a little bit risky, but if you're the Chiefs after that last map, you're gambling with house money, so, you know, who really cares at this point? I also like the White Fox ban. That's another hero that I think has started to come in a little bit in the back half of some of these pick and ban phases, and a bit of an underrated ban. I didn't see the Chiefs reaching for it last time, but that's because, you know, they had the ultimate weapon last time around in that Gambit Loki, but without that, and with potentially something a little bit more dive favored coming out from the Chiefs, banning out that White Fox is a great shout.
Yeah, I don't hate the White Fox ban either, and yeah, you're right. Not a lot of motion with her in draft phases, but slowly I'm starting to see teams warming up to the idea of taking the Kumiho off the table, so that is the case here. Chiefs, no access to White Fox. They do walk away with Daredevil and Elsa. Pretty solid saves for the Chiefs, maybe not quite as deadly as the lineup they brought to the table on map number 1, but definitely a better position for Vulcan Red. They're taking Invis and Ultron, so we're going to go for a little bit of that damage amp that we've seen from him before. Cap open as well. Impunity gonna hover that one right out the gate here. But last chance here for Vulcan Red to try to get back in the fight here on this series. The Chiefs, though, gonna look to also complete this in perfect fashion, just like their #1 seed counterparts in Gen G. They just gotta close it out here on Spider Islands. Chiefs gonna defend first, so they'll be able to set the pace here.
And you saw briefly the hovers. At the very least on the defensive side, the Chiefs switch gears when they see the White Fox band come out. Rather than having Jongvek on that Daredevil, they're going to realize, oh wait, we can just play a front-to-back composition with the Groot and the Magneto, like I mentioned, but with a double res composition. The Loki and the Adam Warlock both making it through the ban phase again, so the Chiefs are going to be taking a lot of fights. They're going to try and take them aggressively, have Jongvek play far enough back that he can get the healing with the snaps, but not be in any real danger. They do have to try and keep Impunity on a leash, though, as that Captain America is going to be harassing Jongvek for a not insignificant portion of this time if he is not positioned well. And, well, you can already see getting caught out there, and one Cosmic Flame from Ancient is going to be enough to finish the job.
And Ancients played Phoenix before here in the preseason and put in some serious work here. And yet again, Vulcan Red finds some early opening picks here. They've got the mission vehicle already on the move here and well away from their spawn here. Shake the screen there, Ancient with some spark procs here. Does get some damage down. Not quite breaking through, but at least able to push the Chiefs back for now. Maybe not Gambit and friends here, but definitely the Adam and Loki gonna be something to be feared on defense.
While the Cocoon is still down from Jongvek, there's a window of opportunity. If you can find another Elim onto him, you can make that one a permanent one, and at that point, the Chiefs will have no opportunity, or no choice but to abandon all ships here and back up, give ground. But right now, they're still playing with knowing they've got that extra life on deck. Jongvek doesn't have to back up, can still try and pump in the damage, build up that Karmic Revival. Bubbleclaw already has a duplicate here, and you can hear the End Song Inferno coming out from Ancient. I don't believe that's going to get much, but forcing out that regen domain. Bubbleclaw actually going to duplicate the Eternal Bond, and we're actually getting a little bit of Cloaky action.
Yeah, just like you said, we're going to see him taking some aggressive fight here, but Donald going down at the hands of Ancient onto the Jean Grey here. The LeBronald sent back to spawn just shy of that Meteor M. Bubblecut taken down as well. Run down by Impunity on that Captain America. Jongvek suffers the same fate here. Double KO for the Captain here as Vulcan Red definitely better looks right at the outset of Spider Islands. Beast Node, though, finding a big play on the Groot here. Going to fire right back. Zycrick going to get in there as well for a KO. So they're going to fight right back here, but definitely a lot more of an even trade so far.
What a clutch Strangling Prison from Beast Node, able to get 2 off of the back of that. And the Chiefs, even though they lost several members in that fight, they look like they're at full strength. They are not flinching at all. Reno taken to the skies with this Elsa. There is a threat up there with the Ultron, but Jongvek doing his best to try and keep that one in check. Get a little bit of spam damage down there. Keep the angles in favor of Reno. You can tell from on high, Reno wants to drop down and hit a big Glartrox, potentially an off-mapper. Looking to maybe bait Vulcan Red in, but the Rage of Ultron is going to force some positioning.
Yeah, a lot of threats from the air here. The Chiefs in a little bit of trouble. They will survive the rage of Ultron here, so just a little bit of poke trying to find something here. Eye of Agamotto finds Donald, who's over onto the Strange now as well. That's Netra from Vulcan Red throwing that one down here. A little bit of a tempo shift as the Chiefs able to slow things down, but Vulcan Red getting closer and closer to this first checkpoint over on their side. That is going to be the dance floor for him here, and Ancient going to follow it up a double KO on the Phoenix. Jongvek, though, got that Karmic Revival ready to go here, so the Chiefs gonna get back up, dust themselves off pretty quick. End-Song Inferno overhead for Ancient, and now the KOs matter here. 1 KO on to Zycrick. No res for them. Jongvek in a little bit of trouble here too. The Chiefs gonna try to battle back. Apex Predator goes down, but Jongvek finds one on the Atom here too. Impunity going down, and one for Beast Node here. Solman, the Invisible Woman, sent back to spawn. Donald getting one onto the Luna as well. So the Chiefs slowing Vulcan Red down to a halt here. 30 seconds left to go, running out of time to find an answer.
And the Chiefs are playing with confidence right now, and despite Vulcan Red's best efforts, they haven't been able to shake that confidence. You can see with other teams, when you start to get that man advantage, you start to back off. The Chiefs are not doing that. They are throwing down. They are taking these fights even when they're down a man, because they know all it takes is one shot, one big ult, one Cosmic Cluster, one Glartrox, whatever it is. Last time around, Beast Node was clutch with a Strangling Prison. We could see that again, and if we do, we will not be seeing Point B on Spider Islands.
Yeah, we are basically down to one more fight here for Vulcan Red. They're going to go into overtime. Impunity on the roof here, looking for an opportunity to get in on the cap. Gets right into the mix here, right up behind some of the Chiefs, and they're going to go ahead and throw down that Eternal Bond here from Zycrick. Beast Node's got Strangling Prison as well. Netra, though, going to try to battle it back. Eye of Agamotto is good. We'll find Reno, and they'll finish him off here, trading back and forth here. 2 for 1, 2 for 2 now. They even it out. Ancient on that Phoenix, got the Insong Inferno ready to go again as well, and by air here, Vulcan Red will make one more stand. Triple KO now for Ancient onto Jongvek, so the Atom sent down. I do believe he's going to cocoon off of that, but no time for Vulcan Red to get back on the point. Nobody there to hold it down, and the time ticks away.
Impunity with the dash. He saw disaster and did all he could to prevent it, but was just a hair too slow, and Ancient was so focused on trying to get that second elim onto Jongvek after the cocoon came out, but it just didn't come, and everybody was looking at this Adam Warlock trying to shut down the potentiality of a res composition. No one was looking at the objective, or at the very least, no one who was left alive after that bloodbath at the end was able to look at the cart, and that is all that the Chiefs need to secure the dub on the defensive side. So they have set themselves up for success. All they gotta do is not even cap the entirety of point A. There's less than 100 meters between them and matching Gen G's perfect group stage, and just like I said, they're playing with confidence, and after that, Vulcan Red, I don't know if you have enough left in the tank to shake it.
Yeah, it's basically a layup here for the Chiefs. All they got to do is walk on to that finish line that Impunity's walking over right now here. A dire situation for Vulcan Red here. You know, they definitely seem to be rallying there at the very end and just got, like you said, a little bit too caught up in the fight, and Impunity realized it just a hair too late. So a heartbreaker there on offense for VR. They've got a shot here. They've got a little ground to play with, but the Chiefs, of course, going to come out the gate hot and heavy here. Reno on the Daredevil, Jongvek on the Elsa. They are going to look to just conquer right out the gate.
And Vulcan Red with a triple with that double res composition. That realistically, like, they have no choice but to play for something this aggressive, something this on cart. But they're already giving way more space than they should be with this composition. That's going to give Jongvek the angles and going to give Reno access to some of these flank routes. And you can already see the Sonic Pursuit. He has got his sights set on the backline, and if he gets a backliner, it might be over. But there's one, there's two, they're already down.
Double KO for Jongvek and Beast Node here. The Venom and the Elsa making a triple KO for the Symbiote here. Zycrick will get in the KO feed as well here. Door wide open. Lick over onto the Strange, though. Gonna get him a portal, so they will have an opportunity to recontest here, but that's pretty much what we were expecting from the Chiefs right out the gate. Swinging here, looking to just close this out. Just under 60 seconds of their time away, and they are looking clean here as Vulcan Red come through the portal, trying to contest here. Nobody's got ults, so they got a little bit of time in the neutral here.
But, I mean, the Chiefs, they weren't born yesterday. They knew this portal was coming. Vulcan Red, they walk through and they just find the Chiefs in all different angles. Their heads have to be on a swivel. They can't pin anyone down. Able to find one here, but Jongvek releasing the Glartrox, and oh, this boy is feasting.
Yeah, complete buffet here, top to bottom. Vulcan Red, the lights go out. The portal from Strange already used their cocoon from Chronix to try and stay here, but Reno will hunt him down. And now the way wide open here. Vulcan Red gonna try to mad dash here back to the point, try to throw anything they can to try and get back on the point. Beast Node takes down Netra's Venom. There is nobody here from Vulcan Red. They're getting out the door here, but it's gonna be a body block attempt from the Chiefs. Donald goes up for the dunk here, does find one there. LeBron taken down. Solman on the Venom here. One very early KO. Jongvek takes to the sky to find Impunity. Reno on the ground on the Daredevil yet again here, one by one. Vulcan Red falls here. The chokehold locked in from the Chiefs, and they will take Spider Islands and the series. Flawless group stage run for them.
We got our one. We got our LeBron moment in this series, and it came right at the tail end. The exclamation point on an emphatic Chiefs win. That was decisive. That was a statement. And oh, poor Vulcan Red had to be the victims here. But the Chiefs, they looked clean. They look like they are ready to take on the best in the world, or at the very least, the best in OCE. They have got Gen G firmly in their sights, and they're saying, it's you and it's me in playoffs. I know it's a ways away. I know we got a couple more steps to get there, but anything between here and there for us is just going to be a road bump.
Yeah, we know Gen G thinking very similarly. We already heard from Bobo that they got their eyes set on the Chiefs here, so very quickly speeding towards that matchup in the playoffs. But both of the top seeds coming into tonight hold those top dog spots in both groups, and both of them 6-0 overall map score here. And again, the Chiefs off the back of an insane composition on map 1 and some serious heads-up play here on Spider Islands for map 2. You know, the rally from Vulcan Red, you know, you saw on their offensive run so close there. Ancient putting in so much work, a whole corporation's worth of work for this Vulcan Red team, but unfortunately a little too caught up in the heat of battle. They could not find a body to put on the point there. That lets Chiefs set up this layup that you see them lock in here as they take the offensive run. I mean, it is a tough one for Vulcan Red here, but the Chiefs looking clean and looking absolutely deadly.
And I think Vulcan Red also let the Chiefs play their game the way that they wanted to play it. We got to see Donald on his best hero all throughout with a Magneto, whether it was with or without the Gambit team up, doesn't matter. He still hits the dunks when push comes to shove. We got to see Beast Node hanging up on the Groot and with some clutch plays coming out. This team, when it comes to these front to back play styles, you get Bubbleclaw and the Loki, and you just you just profit from there on out. Like, it doesn't really matter what the front line does because you have all of this capability coming from the back line, coming from the Vanguard line. That the duelists just get to have a field day. Jongvek and Reno can play whatever they want, doesn't matter. As long as they're getting value, it's going to be more than enough for this team to get ahead. They look so good when it comes to this composition. I might like to see a little bit more flexibility coming out from them, but I'd also like to see a team that makes them need to be flexible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is another case of firing on all cylinders, everyone doing their job in every line, whether it's Vanguard, Duelist, Strategist, deadly as ever. And yeah, a team definitely looking for a team to push them to the limits here. Maybe it's that matchup with Gen G. Maybe there's another team somewhere in Group B in the other qualifier slot that might be able to do the job. But the Chiefs looking confident here, coming out on top of Group A, undoubtedly pretty excited about that win. I'm sure plenty to celebrate there on their side. But of course, the job's not done. They got the playoff spot, but we'll have to see how they handle it going into next week. We're going to set up an interview because definitely interested to hear what they got to say about their kind of dream matchups or what they're looking at down the pipeline. But yeah, definitely a solid run here today. Open and shut. Quick day at the office. Another 2-0. And again, like we've been saying all night, CD, that's what these teams want to see here.
And also a sigh of relief for Fury as well, because with the Chiefs getting the expected result, Fury now also will qualify for the playoffs alongside the Chiefs. And those two teams did play quite close. Again, you know, even though it was a 2-0, Fury did make the Chiefs sweat from time to time. And I would like to see a little bit more of that in the playoffs. Again, you know, we hype up this matchup between the top seeds from both of these groups, both of them having flawless group stages, but that's not the only matchup that is on deck. There is still one more playoff spot potentially to play for in the other side. It might be Kanga waiting over there. We'll have to see. The Chiefs, I think, are going to have the work cut out for them, but they look like they are up to the task right now. And while we try and get that interview sorted, figure out who we're going to be speaking to, who we're going to get to talk to, I can't wait to see what is in the future for this team, because they look even stronger than they did coming through MRC. Like, I just got to say it. They looked pretty strong back then. It wasn't enough to get the job done, still fell to the wrath of Pirates. But now coming out here into OCE, getting to really hone their craft, they look stellar.
Yeah, I was going to say, this week of group stage really for the Chiefs has been kind of a training arc. You know, I got to see them play a little bit in some community tournament action too. And even from then, just a couple of weeks ago, looking even stronger than they did, like you said, in that MRC. So, you know, that kind of rematch with Pirates kind of floating out there somewhere, potentially down the line, especially once we get into stage 1. And these two branches of Pacific cross paths, of course, Pirates in
can't
action.
Wait for that.
Yeah, I know. It's, you know, the dream matches, like we said, are really starting to come to fruition here. But of course, even before we get into the global tournaments, even before we get into Asia versus Oceania, you know, obviously the big question is, how do they handle a team like Gen G?
Well, I've got plenty more questions for that, and I know just the person that I want to ask. We have got Jongvek from the Chiefs here for an interview. Let's get right into it. I cannot wait. First of all, congratulations, Jongvek, and how are you feeling after a flawless group stage?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. Feeling really confident. I think this is the last match to solidify that, you know, we're ready, and yeah, we feel good.
Real quick before we get the next question, I want to commend you on one thing. There's so many times that we do these interviews with other people and they've got their beds in the background and their bed's not made. You look like you could bounce a quarter off of that thing, and I gotta applaud you for that.
Thank you. I thought I'd try and impress the interview.
Consider me impressed.
Good shout. I mean, clean cut bed, just like the clean cut win here tonight. I mean, I got to ask the burning question for me, what was kind of the reaction when, the pieces started to fall together in that first draft phase and you realized, holy cow, we can kind of make an absolute Thanos team out of this? What was the reaction for you guys?
It was good. I was talking earlier. I said I sort of had a 50-50 idea that they might ban the Elsa first, just because if they look at our previous matches, we're saving Elsa every game. So I thought there's a 50-50 ballpark, but I thought they wouldn't take the risk because Gambit opens up so much more. But they took the risk, and yeah, it opened up probably the best comp in the game for us.
Yeah, how did you feel seeing that they didn't ban out any of the combos for Gambit?
Yeah, I was really shocked that they let Star-Lord through, to be honest. That really, and I thought they were gonna ban Loki, but they're gonna try bait us into saving it, so we waste the save on it. But no, they just didn't end up banning it. So we got Loki, Gambit, Rogue, Star-Lord, Magneto, Tank Paul, 6 best heroes in the game.
Yeah, you literally got like the best composition possible. We interviewed Bobo earlier on. And we were asking about like what other teams does Gen G have their sights set on, and the first team that he named was you guys, the Chiefs. How do you feel about the potentiality of coming across them in playoffs?
It's exciting. It's really exciting, and the whole team's really keen to show how much we practice and how much we keep improving, and yeah, try and make it a 2-team region.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing for me is seeing how much you guys have improved since I saw you in the MRC. I mean, you've cleaned up a lot here, but that's kind of the other question I had is, is there something else you're looking to shore up, something you're trying to patch ahead of potentially a Gen G matchup, something you're trying to clean up before playoffs?
I think we're just going to keep progressing just in the game with our mechanics and our game knowledge and just our communication. I think we do have our biggest thing to our advantage is our flexibility. I think we can play a lot of things, and we can confidently play dive, which I think makes it the hardest matchup for Gen G, because everyone else just goes for the safe route and saves triple support and all this boring stuff, but we can play the Daredevil, we can play the dive tanks, so yeah, that's the real difference maker.
I think you just made a lot of fans by calling triple strategist compositions boring there, but yeah, having that flexibility for that dive does mean that you can take it to him. But you guys didn't even have to play dive this time around. You got to play a lot of mag group comps, and you guys looked incredible on that, and we've seen you on that before. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys get your hands on some of these dive heroes. Can you give us like a taste of like what those compositions look like? How's that looking in scrims these days?
Yeah, so our dive comp is confidently our strongest comp, but there's a common theme where I think every single team has banned Daredevil into us. So
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's a consistent ban line. So there's a reason they do it, and if we do get our hands on it, we'll show why it is a must ban in a full dive comp.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, definitely things to be feared there. I guess before we cut you loose, obviously you guys have had a stellar performance here in the group stage, especially coming out of the MRC. You have to be building some fans here. Anything you want them to know before playoffs? Anything you want to say to the new incoming fans for you?
Just appreciate everyone's support. It means a lot coming from like a sort of outside team through MRC, bit of a slow progression into the MRI, but all the support means a lot, and it definitely makes us play better, 100%. So thank you, everyone.
You heard it here first, chat. You guys are in fact the 7th member of the Chiefs. Your support is helping them propel them all the way to success. Thank you so much for joining us, John Beck, and congratulations once again.
Awesome. Thanks. Have a good night, eh?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, take care.
It's a good outlook, and also a little bit scary. We see why that Daredevil was banned so many times, and how every team seems to be afraid of it, and for good reason. We didn't even get to see it today, and it is still going to be the devil that we do not know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to see Gambit make it through the draft phase a lot either, and, tonight, this matchup definitely serves as a reminder why he is so powerful, not only by himself, but with the heroes that he enables and with the heroes that he rallies alongside. So, definitely a lesson to be learned here in that first draft phase, but solid looks from the Chiefs. No surprise here. They close this one out 2-0 and are gonna look ahead to that potential matchup with Gen.G and even more cross-Pacific action later on down the road.
And again, solid looks from the bed as well. He had his bed made, and that translates to good gameplay. You know what? I'll say it. Chat, be like Jongvek and go make your beds right now. In fact, we're going to cut to a quick little break, give you a little bit of time to iron out those sheets, and we will see you with our fourth match on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Flashing on my window frame, audible to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손은 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손은 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Child!
Never falls! Oh, quel dommage. Little love.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to day 3 of the preseason here in the Oceania region, the final day of the group stage, and we are now on to the final match. We have Kanga taking on DXA in this last matchup, and CB, it's a little bit of a do-or-die situation for both of these teams here.
Yeah, it's been 2-0s all night long, a bit of a blink and you miss it sort of situation. So chat, the solution is clear. Don't blink because you don't want to miss it. Kanga Esports and their playoff hopes are on the line right now, and they are hoping to do as everyone else before them has done and get a swift 2-0 in order to maximize their potential of making it alongside Gen G in this group. And up on the other side, they're going up against DXA, another one of those plucky teams that can make a lot of noise in a situation like this. I don't know if they really have a pathway forward at this stage of the game, but if they get a 2-0 upset over Kanga, you know, maybe they can upset the balance. Maybe they can throw us into some wild mathematical situation where they do find themselves atop the totem pole. It could happen. Crazier things have happened, but speaking of crazy, it's Kanga Esports. Some crazy talent top to bottom. A who's who of former members of that Ground Zero Gaming roster and some incredible duelist potential. Revzy, I think, has been a standout for a lot of people. Juicy also had a hell of a showing up against Gen G in their outing early on. So there is definitely something here for this roster. A lot of names that you're going to want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, the name Kanga has been around in Marvel Rivals Ignite for a long time now here in the Oceania region, so always great to see them back in action here. Of course, you know, along with a couple names you mentioned, CB, Tinny as well, a solid Vanguard player. Got some Magneto, got some Angela here to maybe mix things up in this last matchup. But yeah, you know, the Ground Zero definitely been kind of a filter for a lot of players here in the Oceania region. They've changed their roster or been through several rosters before, so a lot of these players have played in Oceania Ignite in the past, so always good to see him here once again. Of course, Kanga gonna be taking on DXA, and like you said, you know, maybe some wild card potential here in this matchup. You know, not decided like much of the matchups that we've seen here tonight, but Kanga definitely gonna be a challenge for them.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think DXA, they've had a bit of a rough go. They've managed to take some maps off of other teams, you know, like JFT earlier on, but not able to get the job done. I think part of that might be because they don't actually have Matsi listed as a sub on this roster, but you know, that probably would have been a conflict of interest, so they couldn't get the GOAT in for the rest of this team. But there is still plenty of talent on this team. Tashi has had some standout plays from top to bottom here, and I think DXA, you know, again, if they manage to pull off a miracle 2-0 here against Kanga, they can really upset the balance of this group stage, and I think they've got the guys to do it.
Yeah, Tashi and Pars working in tandem together for sure. A deadly duo there. And yeah, there's an interesting kind of chain of command in the matchups here with DXA. You know, they had a tough opening match in the group stage up against Gen G. And yes, they did take on JFT in a pretty close one that almost could have gone their way. But, you know, looking at Kanga, they took the series against JFT. So there's kind of this interesting, you know, DXA couldn't quite beat JFT, but Kanga has beaten them. So it is going to be a little bit of a punch-up for DXA here, but again, they've taken some maps, some eyebrow raisers to be sure, so definitely not a walk in the park here for Kanga. Gonna have to see if they can lock in and take it, just like the other 3 matches we've had here tonight. 2-0 definitely would be helpful in some of those tiebreakers that we may be seeing at the end of the night here, but almost ready to kick off this last match for the group stage, and it is gonna start again on Hell's Heaven, second time here tonight.
I do think it would be absolutely hilarious if we got a DXA 2-1 against Kanga, and then we just have all 3 of those teams in a classic circle of suck situation where all 3 are 2-1 over each other. As funny as that would be, I think that's going to be a little bit rough for DXA because Kanga have looked very, very strong in Hell's Heaven, like you said, where we're going to kick things off. DXA, you know, maybe you drop this map and you go to a second map pick, and maybe that's where you start a reverse sweep. Who knows? We'll have to see. Or maybe you get ahead on Domination. Domination is where things tend to be the most wacky. Some teams like to pretend Domination doesn't even exist. They're just that bad at it, but you're good at it, it'll definitely play to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a best of 3. Taking map 1 already puts you in a great position, you know, only 1 left to go after that. But Hell's Heaven, you know, for some teams is heaven, and for some teams it can be hell, and almost no in between. So some of them take very well to this map. We will have to see. Almost ready to go here. Last match of the group stage here in Oceania, the final decider. Kanga Esports taking on DXA. We are ready for the draft phase, and of course, DXA bringing to the table the classic 6 Black Widow comp.
Oh, the vibes are immaculate up there over in the DXA house, and they're going to need a lot more than vibes if they want to be able to get through here. The playoff picture is almost complete, but one last piece of the puzzle has been yet to be put in place. That's a lot of P's there. I didn't mean to alliterate quite so much, but here we are. We're going to see Gambit bans coming out for both sides, and a one-sided Elsa secured right out the gate for DXA. So, you know, you know what? It might be a bit of a premonition. I think this team likes to play hit scan. Just call it a hunch. They got the best hit scan in the business on their side.
I can't imagine how you came to that conclusion, but yeah, the Elsa one side, definitely a good shout here for DXA to start things off. Simultaneous bans in, DXA gonna take out the Loki, Kanga taking away the Daredevil here, of course, does excel to some degree on Hell's Heaven, as you would expect a Devil to do here, but DXA also gonna take the one-sided Loki into this one, so got some teeth here in this draft phase for this DXA team. You know, they are in the hunt for their first series win here in the group stage, and they're coming hungry here to this last matchup.
The one-sided Elsa and the one-sided Loki is like a DXA really going for broke with this pick and ban phase. It's a bit of an oddball ban phase coming through. They have a strategy, and come hell or high water, they are going to stick to it. This last ban, I think, is going to paint the picture for them, and it's going to be a ban onto the Phoenix. So that's what it's going to have to be. I mean, a one-sided Mantis for Kanga does open up a lot of triple strategist opportunities for them. You're going to see right out the gate that Cloaky most likely coming out. But, oh, wait, actually, no, the Invis did also get through for DXA, so both sides actually going to have access to that. So, I mean, you don't really need to bust out the Cloak and Dagger at all, but, yeah, you know, there's still a pretty solid strategist, a good ultimate, great for space taking. We'll have to see what DXA are cooking over here, because they definitely had intentions when it came to this ban phase.
Yeah, you know, the nice thing about the Cloaky combo is you really just have to focus on the Loki in the draft phase, because when's the last time someone banned out Cloak and Dagger? I cannot remember when I saw them pop up at all. So they are able to secure that one with just one half of the combo in the draft phase, and they might be going for it here, but they've got some options on the table. Of course, they do bring that one-sided Elsa to the side of DXA, so probably going to be seeing a little bit of that from them. The Phoenix ban onto Kanga does hurt a little bit. They got some Phoenix plays over there for sure, but almost ready to kick things off here on Hell's Heaven. DXA in the hunt here, trying to get on the board with this series win, and Kanga looking for a 2-0 to try and set themselves up for the best tiebreakers they possibly can.
I will point out to your point that some people do actually ban out the Cloak and Dagger, mostly in ranked, and those people are wrong. But one thing that is correct is this Doctor Strange play that I don't think DXA are going to have anticipated, or maybe they have, because they look like they are the Scooby-Doo gang looking for a clue right now, but they're hunting to try and see where that portal is going to be coming from. It's going to be Kanga using it to take the high ground, and DXA going to have to look above them as they walk through this choke point, and that is a rough way to approach this point. It does also give Juicy the angle to get those cosmic clusters down range, and there is one straight across the mush of Gact.
Yeah, I love that Strange portal play. Seen it here several times on Hell's Heaven. Gives your strategist some cover here, and that's let them open the gates here. Getting a couple of KOs here. Dusk and Juicy. Isaac picks up 1-2. Already has Banhammer ready to go here for the side of Kanga. They'll make that first capture off of a pretty comfortable win right out of the Strange portal. So they just come from the high ground right on down, and that first capture point is theirs.
Yeah, for Dusk and Juicy, it was like shooting fish in a barrel, and then Isaac goes in with the Van Pool. It's like sticking an immersion blender into that barrel, and DXA are going to have to try and find a new way to approach. Now that high ground is no longer a factor, they're going to take the ball straight to Kanga's front door. With a banhammer from Isaac, it's going to have to slow their roll.
Yeah, a little more of a level playing field now. A couple of members of DXA hurt here. Nevin, a little bit of trouble ticks as well. Trying to find a way out on this Invis. Does go for the panic. Invisible boundary, but countered out right away there. Tinny on the Maelstrom of Madness. Finding a double KO there on the Strange, and Kanga gonna capitalize there, putting the hurt on DXA in the face of that panic ult here. Full ace onto them, and a little bit of a stagger on the Wolverine as well. Disaster here early on Hell's Heaven.
But for Tinny, talk about giving your life for the cause. Does so much, denies the invisible boundary, and then still finds more at the back end of it. Rest easy, soldier. We have the watch for now, or at the very least until you come back into the front lines, where you will be needed once again, as DXA making some swaps over onto the Hulk. Gact coming up on an Eye of Agamotto. There is a way forward here, and another Maelstrom saying, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, Gak back with a vengeance here. There comes the Apex Predator from Bars. Now Juicy's got a Karmic Revival ready to go here. Agamotto from Gak does find a couple members of Kanga, and they are in a bit of trouble here, but they're going to get right back up and back into the battle. Sector going to take advantage of that Karmic Revival. Now Tenny's got the eye, but shut down there, stunned in place by that Hulk there. Nev finding a solid exile. Great target prio for DXA here, but all the while, Kanga still in control of the capture board here, 90% and on the warpath. Revsy goes up for the Galactic Legend, but shut down by Pars, the Monster Piercer, piercing Peter Quill here and sending him all the way back to spawn. Playlist shut down for now here as we go into overtime.
Hulk Smash now coming out as well. There is an opportunity to find a flip here. You just need to find a little bit more. That Eye of Agamotto from Tenny that was denied at 50% should be coming on deck here again very shortly, and that hopes to be the punctuation mark for this one. Another good exile coming out, and Pars again taking down Revsy before this Star-Lord can rejoin the fray here. So Kanga gonna be on the back foot, still playing down a man, but trying to secure this point. A nice uppercut there, and Pars just has a shooting gallery. Tenny gonna be the last to fall there, and DXA off of another double from Pars. Maybe a triple. No, we're playing with our food. All right, we're not going to squash the Mantis just yet. Everybody gets a piece of that pie. That's going to be DXA getting on the board, 12% and counting.
And solid stagger here gives them a little bit of an opportunity to try and dismantle that cushion. The pillow fort here that Kanga built for themselves stopped at 99%. So DXA, they do have control, but it is going to be final fight territory. They are fighting under the entire time here. They hold several chips here as Kanga rounding the corner and ready for a fight. Apex Predator comes out from Pars, and again DXA in the KO feed here. Gak finding one on the Maelstrom of Madness, and the Invis getting in there as well. Oh my goodness. DXA battling back here pretty strong.
The Kanga know better than to stick around after that. They cut their losses. You have Isaac going over the map there, joining his brethren, and now DXA holding on to a wealth of ultimates here that Kanga are going to have to try and take their time to crack. It might take one or two fights, but with a Soul Resurgence, they should be able to take those fights quite quickly. Juicy coming up onto a Karmic Revival, but the question is, are you going to be able to get that res off when you don't have map control?
Yeah, and already body advantage for DXA. Nev finds a quick pick here. Gacked again on that Maelstrom of Madness. Takes down Sector. One strategist offline for Kanga. There is the Karmic Revival from Juicy, though. So team getting back up and into the fight again. Final fight territory for Kanga, but they have not found a way back onto this capture point yet. DXA holding it down strong here. Rexy's got an Eternal Bond as well, and there's the Bandhammer from Isaac trying to find a way through the door here, but Pars gonna slam it shut on them. Another Monster Piercer. Big Eye of Agamotto coming out now as well. Stunned there, frozen in place as trying to battle it out here and quickly approaching a double 99 overtime, and DXA might have it here. 3 KOs come through yet again, 95% and still on the charge here. Kanga gonna have to try and rally back to the point.
Might gonna be opportunity for a strange TP here. The World Breaker Hulk from Nev has turned Kanga's world upside down, and there's not gonna be a touch. The portal doesn't come out. And DXA, a shot across the bow. They take Frozen Airfield, and oh, that 2-0 from Kanga. They're going to have to run it back on Hell's Heaven if they want to keep that hope alive.
Yeah, a reverse 0 to 100 there for DXA. They play it out in that double 99 overtime, but once they got control of the point, they just never looked back there. Nev on the Hulk, insane exiles there, really kept that momentum going for DXA, and of course Pars, big hero on the Elsa, and already got that Apex Predator ready to go yet again here. So Kanga gonna have to find a way back into this one.
Some of those dashes into the Monster Piercer shots from Pars are just disgusting, like gross. I don't know if you can show that on Twitch TV, but here we are, and now we've got that Glartrox coming into this next fight. It's going to be that versus the Galactic Legend from Revsy, and I do think that Pars, for better or for worse, has had Revsy's number here, so Revsy's going to have to take really high to the skies, you know, maximize the shotgun spread that comes out from that double shotgun and the Monster Piercer shot from Pars, because if he gets close again, I don't know that you're going to see Kanga getting the better of this first fight.
No, I don't think so either. It is definitely going to have to consider where they let that Galactic Legend fly here. Dusk, of course, on the Mantis, so they got some damage boost potential there as well. Going to try to capitalize on that one here, but DXA commanding comeback there on point number 1, and now Kanga left scratching their heads just a little bit here as they're going to look for a way in. DXA take the high ground over there. Revsy going to try to do much of the same and shoot across here. A little bit of a cross angle onto DXA. They'll drop down, and it is going to be a brawl here for the capture point. Revsy going overhead, though. Satellite on that Galactic Legend here, trying to break through, but cannot find a way through. Bars got that Apex Predator moving as well here, and will take down Isaac, the Sorcerer Supreme, shut down early on here. Nev going back down to banner form here, and Gact gonna have an Eye of Agamotto ready to go. They don't have a lot of follow-up here, but they're gonna let it fly. 3 stuns off of that one, and they will convert here. Kanga gonna fight back. They do find 1 KO in the midst of it, but 2 for 1, valuing DXA, excuse me, and Tashi will find one, a double KO there on the Wolverine, cutting Tinny down to ribbons. Gact in the KO feed as well, and DXA take the first cap this time.
And the fight opened in perfect fashion from DXA. They played it so well. The Galactic Legend came out from Revsy, and we knew that was going to be the opening salvo from Kanga, and DXA knew it too. They didn't try to fight into it. They corralled themselves underneath where there was cover, and then used the Glartrox just to take anyone back that tried to take the fight to them in that cover. A great use. It's not the flashiest Glartrox we've ever seen, but it's a good utility ultimate that comes out from Pars, and DXA, off the back of that and the fight breaking down from there, gets the first capture, and they get to hold on to the Eternal Bond for the next one. So even if this Eye of Agamotto strikes gold for Isaac, they still have a way to battle back.
Yeah, Apex Predator so valuable in a wealth of situations here. DXA's point yet again. Tashi in a little bit of trouble on the Wolverine there, and Kanga gonna try to capitalize here. Juicy gonna get up off of the cocoon though. Shot down pretty early here. Now Sector gonna battle back, finds Gact here as they are gonna look to fight their way onto this capture point here though. Rexy has the Eternal Bond here for DXA. A little bit of an umbrella for both sides as Sector throws down Invisible Boundary. Last stand for Tashi, and there's Isaac on some airmail for the Eye of Agamotto, but a whiff here. No stuns coming through, and yet again release that Glartrox one more time for Pars here. Doesn't look like it makes its mark, and Kanga coming out a bit ahead here. Tinny will find one onto Pars. Invisible Boundary unfortunately stuck back in DXA's spawn here as Revsy diving on in on the Star-Lord, clearing the way here, and Kanga retake. They stop DXA just short of 75%.
Yeah, when Isaac drops that Eye of Agamotto, DXA all scatter and take the fight in so many different ways that Kanga, they can just kind of pick them off one by one, but that does do a good job of buying more time. So 73% for DXA. They're nearing that one fight territory, and Kanga, to their credit, they're able to get that cleanup without overspending, so they're going to have the Karmic Revival. They can hide Juicy to buy themselves more time. They're going to have the Soul Resurgence, and with those 2 tools alone, they should have what it takes to match DXA's progress if they play this right.
Yeah, and that is going to be the key here. Got to play it out the best you possibly can. 30% now for Kanga as DXA trying to find a way in here, but Isaac going to shut the door again here. Tashi shut down by that Maelstrom of Madness here. The rest of DXA a little bit of a scramble here as Tinny coming up on him as well on the Captain America, getting right into the mix there, throwing punches left and right and throwing that Vibranium shield here, trying to cut a path through DXA and give them some more time to close the gap here.
Fastball coming out from Tashi. Gonna pop a U-turn, get right back with the team there. 51% for Kanga and a wealth of ultimates. Who is going to be the one to strike first? Fix with the Invisible Boundary, trying to catch Isaac inside of it. Eye of Agamotto going in deep for Gact, but no casualties just yet. There we go. Finally Dusk off the Maelstrom, but Revsy is taken to the skies with that Galactic Legend saying happy holidays, but no gifts coming off of that one. It's just Tashi with another KO, and there's Juicy finally popping the Karmic Revival, but Karma tends to bite back in the form of Nev.
Yeah, it is Eternal Bond versus Karmic Revival here, and so far DXA looking to wrest control away. Kanga on 80% now, and Pars on the move yet again on the Elsa. There's one onto Isaac here, making a double KO for Dusk, and didn't even need the Apex Predator to make it happen here. In the hunt now for Revsy, making a triple here. Tinny the only one left standing, and he will suffer the same fate as the rest of Kanga and DXA. Flip it back their way. 75%, maybe not quite final fight territory, but definitely closing in.
But like I said, Kanga were able to surpass the progress, get all the way up to 94% off of the Soul Resurgence and the Karmic Revival. They did throw in that Galactic Legend as well in order to do it, but they're going to come into this next fight with an Eye of Agamotto and a little bit of breathing room before DXA. But the Glartrox coming out, it's caught onto 2, and I don't know if the Elims are going to come through. The Heroics coming through. Tinny with that Freedom Charge is going to be just enough to keep Kanga in the fight despite DXA in control.
Yeah, holding on for dear life here. They will make the flip. Maybe a bit of an opportunity for DXA, but I don't think they can get here in time. Nobody there, and half the team cut off as they send Nev back to spawn as well. Kanga will close it out, but definitely sweating a little bit there on point 2.
Yeah, that was very touch and go. 99 to 99, and You want to see a more commanding lead from a team like Kanga going up against the bottom seed right now in the group stage. DXA, they came to fight, they came to play, and they've taken us to a third sub-map here on Hell's Heaven, Super Soldier Factory, and to their credit, again, they're able to hold on to that invisible boundary, a tool that Kanga Esports do not have to their name. In fact, they have no ults to their name for this first fight. They're going to have to do a little bit of work. They're not too far off, but with that invisible boundary alone, you can realistically absorb any punishment that Kanga want to throw your way. I gotta say that DXA, if they play it right, should be able to get the first fight win here for Kanga. It's going to be what comes after that.
Yeah, a little bit of a leg up for them, at least on the first one coming into this matchup here. Of course, Revzy's going to have a Galactic Legend, so you're going to be seeing that invisible boundary coming up pretty, sooner rather than later. But it is an all-out brawl here. Point number 3 on the line for both of these teams. Isaac going to look for a Strange portal play. Gact is on Strange as well, but I don't know if it's on cooldown. Yeah, they are looking for it. Now they know. Dueling Strange portals. Here we go. A little bit of a surprise attack here. Sector picks up one right away on the Invis here, takes down Gact, and they will move on with their day. A bit of an aggressive opening from Kanga, but maybe not what DXA were expecting here.
It doesn't get more aggressive than that. Yeah, I think DXA were expecting like both teams to try and play for the high ground, but was definitely not expecting the portal to be dropped right on top of his head, and was still channeling the portal when Sector had his way with him. But DXA now going to come in here and take this fight. Early invisible boundary, and it's going to be mirrored, and suddenly it's going to be Kanga in the driver's seat with this fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a Venn diagram, though it does go down for one team here. Galactic Legend overhead. That is Revzy on the hunt here. Yet again on the Star-Lord, battling it out for this point here. Kanga so close to making the cap here, but Gact on the Eye of Agamotto doesn't make its mark, but plenty of zoning pressure there, trying to just clear the way there. Tashi on the Wolverine. Big last stand coming in there, trying to slice through Juicy before the Karmic Revival goes off, but can't get it done in time. Kanga back up and running here. They're having a little bit of trouble on the Hulk, but healed right back up and ready to keep the brawl going here. They do survive, but neither side able to take this capture point yet.
You can see Tashi in real time panicking, realizing that last stand hit Pager, but missed the crucial target. But Pars has not been missing his targets. Taking down Tinny, taking down Isaac as well. And DXA gonna find the first cap here, start building that percentage, and no Karmic Revival this time, no second chances this time. DXA will definitively get that first fight win. And again, it was a little touch and go. When Fix tried to go for that early invisible boundary and it was mirrored, Kanga probably should have won that fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't either. And yeah, touch and go definitely describes what has been going on since frame 1 here of Hell's Heaven. It has been a back and forth between these two teams, and obviously it is clear this is not going to be an easy series for either team. Kanga now on the high ground here, both of them even in ults. Asleep on the Gact for a second there, but not going to make too much of an impact here. There's the invisible boundary from Sector here as Kanga going to look to move in, but Tashi moving in as well, slicing through Isaac. Strange sent all the way back here. DXA still in control of the capture point all along here, but Kanga, of course, they've got a couple tools at their disposal here. Pars throwing down the Apex Predator as well here. Doesn't look like it picks up too much, though. Freedom Charge from Tinny, so Kanga knocking on their door yet again, trying to find a path through, but the only path is right back to the spawn room here. DXA finding 3 KOs and securing this point at least for a little while longer.
And now we are 2/3 of the way home for DXA. They might be able to get the first map win here if Kanga don't find something magical here. You're going to have the Galactic Legend, but Rexy is holding on to this Eternal Bond, so you can easily parry that one. Isaac's Eye of Agamotto, I mean, there's a wealth of ways that you can deny that one. We saw it happen with the Exile from Nev early on. One clap could put this all to bed. I mean, and then you have the Eye of Agamotto from Gact, and that might even force out some resource from the side of Kanga, so nothing is guaranteed, nothing is for certain here, but as we cross over into one fight territory, the one thing we can say for sure is it is do or die time for Kanga.
Yeah, final fight here. DXA ready to close out this map. Gotta find an answer right here and right now. Soul Resurgence coming out from Mantis on Kanga's side here. They're gonna try to move in here. Eternal Bond on the point there. As you can see, a little bit of breathing room for DXA now. Pars on the move again on the Elsa. Just a second or two of overtime left. Revzy goes up for the Galactic Legend. Pars is on the hunt though for Peter Quill here. Tried to find a way to close out this map. Will pick up one onto Rexy, so Cloak and Dagger sent back for now. Nev gonna go back down to Bruce Banner here, and back to the spawn as well. There's the invisible boundary now from Fix here, trying to fix this mess that they find themselves in at the very end of this match. Sector throws down the boundary, but shut down by Pars, and Pars goes down at the hands of Isaac, and another maelstrom of madness here. Eye of Agamotto from Gak. Revsy stunned in place there. Star-Lord, big pickup off of that Eye of Agamotto for sure. Isaac stopped dead in their tracks. Nobody on the point from Kanga, and DXA on point 3 will take Hell's Heaven.
The C9 from Kanga, they could have kept that one going. I thought for sure they had that fight won. It was such a scary fight to take. Like, you had Revsy on the point, had to pop the Galactic Legend and fly up to the sky. He can't touch. You have Juicy going for the Karmic Revival off the point. He obviously can't touch, nor can anyone he's trying to bestow the gift of life upon. Someone has to stay touching that whole time and also living while half the team is busy. They're able to clear that hurdle, but then it all starts to break down from there. The invisible boundaries, the eternal bonds, more and more ults start to fly, and Kanga just step off of the point. It took it was so narrow. While Revsy was taken to the skies with that Galactic Legend, I was worried the C9 was going to happen there. The overtime wick burned out so low that there was just no room for error, and one misstep, one step off the point is all it took. But 17 final hits for Pars and 13 for Tashi. I mean, that's how we got in that situation in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we said right at the beginning of this match, Pars and Tashi, absolute dynamic duo there for the duelists of DXA. And yeah, 17 finals, demon time on this map for Pars, and makes me wonder if we're going to see an adjust and maybe some focus on Elsa in the next draft. But yeah, I mean, definitely an uphill battle for both teams here. Tug of war, they both got some shouts in, but DXA, by the end of it, point number 3, I mean, that was theirs from start to finish. So looks like they complete the circle here, and they take map number 1. You know, I kind of had a feeling maybe we would see a back and forth between these two teams, but I don't think I was expecting DXA to come out of the gate so aggressive and so successful.
I don't know where Matsy is right now, but I know he has got a grin as wide as the sun after seeing his boys DXA, formerly known as Moshi Mosh, taking the first map against Kanga. And we said for the ultimate cushion to ensure that playoff spot, Kanga needed to find a 2-0. They might still be able to get a 2-1, but it's gonna have to be a reverse sweep in order to get that. And I'm no math magician, so I don't even know if that is going to be enough to secure their playoff spot. I do still think they might be safe from here on out, but you definitely cannot give up that second win, because then, oh, we have quite the triad happening in the bottom 3 of this group. We'll have to take some time to crunch the numbers, and we will throw to a quick break, get our bean counters on it, and we will see you on the other side.
The moon haunts you!
Welcome back, rivals, to the last match of the Oceania group stage here in the preseason, and potentially the last map as DXA Esports take a heater of a map 1. Hell's Heaven goes to them, and they go over Kanga Esports in a brutal back and forth.
And we were due for some shenanigans over here at Oceania. It's been a little bit too normal, too predictable. My Preds were too on point, so I mean, DXA taking a map and now making me sweat, because if they could take another one, that will very much so upset the balance over here in this group, and Kanga's playoff hopes may very well go up in smoke. Like we said, they are not safe. They needed a 2-0 in order to unclench. Now it is do or die time. Museum of Contemplation is going to be the arena of their choosing, as so many other teams have chosen, but first time we actually get to see it tonight.
Yeah, and I was going to say, the one map drop here by Kanga does put some things into jeopardy in of itself. So even if they complete the reverse sweep here, gonna have to see how the math shakes out for them. You know, we've been saying all night long, you want to win 2-0 in these matches because there's not that many here in the group stage in Oceania. So every single map counts here. Now it's going to be up to Kanga to try and bounce back. This is their pick, so headed to their turf here. And it was very close. DXA didn't have too much of a lead over Kanga until that third and final point. So Kanga squarely in their rearview mirror. Big opportunity for them to bounce back here.
And I think with their map pick and the opportunity to get ahead of the picks and bans, learn a couple of lessons, learn the way that that DXA like to play, you might be able to get ahead here. But again, it's now or never. Like, this is a team that we know has what it takes to play close to the likes of Gen G. They looked really good against them despite going down in 2-0 fashion. And a team of that caliber, a team with the name Kanga Esports, you expect greatness out of a roster like that, and they have shown they're capable of it, but here they have to deliver. They can't get caught with their pants down by a young, a hungry DXA on the uprise. We're gonna see that back-to-back Gambit ban come out and reaching right back for that Elsa Protect, so you know that Kanga are gonna wanna try and mirror up, try and not let Pars get up to his old tricks, at the very least, not let him get up to his old tricks uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, we called out Pars here at the beginning of this match, and so far has delivered dividends for this DXA team. Big stuff from the Elsa, of course. Mantis banned out on both sides of the board here, so no surprise. Like we said earlier on in the night, you know, these first few slots in the draft phase tend to be pretty similar, and here is where you see some deviation. They will take the Wolverine away from DXA here to start things off, and DXA ban out Invis. That does open the door for them to take Loki here as a save if they want to. Never a particularly bad choice to grab the Loki, and lots of opportunities here, of course. Maybe some Cloak and Dagger Loki action here. Kanga back over to them. Their last ban gonna be the Invis as well, so no invisible boundaries for either side in this matchup. And hey, we got Loki on both sides of the board here, and a whole boatload of mischief as we go to Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, I mean, that has been DXA's MO, you know, going for the same protects, the Elsa and the Loki previously on Hell's Heaven, but Kanga gonna eat off at their plate a little bit, go for those same protects, but I think the Wolverine ban is probably going to be the biggest thing, but oh, hello. What is that hover? You say Loki, DXA. Okay, I thought they were gonna go for the Cloaky ban, but no, instead they're gonna go for the group ban as well. So Cloaky is still going to be playable for both sides, and of course, without the Invis there, you know, Cloak and Dagger is gonna be the next best thing, especially if you're one of these teams that doesn't really want to lean too much into the dive. You want to play front to back and just set your Elsa Bloodstone up with a shooting gallery. That's gonna have to be the pathway forward for both Kanga and DXA here, as that is the bed they have made for themselves.
Yeah, and, you know, looking at the heavy hitter matchups here, Pars versus Revzy, round 2 here. Elsa's on the board on both sides yet again. It is going to be Kanga on the attack first, so they take the map pick, and they will take the offensive side to start things off. DXA going to be the defenders here, but yeah, you know, I like the group ban here. I don't think that's a bad choice. I definitely was interested in the spice they were cooking there for a second with that C and D hover, because, yeah, you had the shout right, CB. You know, you see that Loki on the board, and it does kind of justify a potential Cloak and Dagger ban. No such luck here, though. They both have access to the complete Cloaky team up here, so very curious to see how this will play out. DXA gonna try to hold Kanga here into this opening spawn hold fiasco that usually unfolds on Museum of Contemplation.
And if they do, that could be the 2-0 for DXA, and what a world that would be. What would the group even look like? We might not have to wait to find out. I know we're not gonna have to wait to see what Kanga are bringing to the dance floor here. Tinny on the thing. Without the Groot, I think that's going to be your next best option when it comes to trying to bully these frontliners back, but is currently being checked at the door by Nev on that Groot, the one-sided Groot that DXA played so hard to get with that last ban.
And Kanga's bringing Wolverine to the table here, so Nev definitely gonna have to watch their back here as this gets underway. Kanga able to make a little bit of progress here and at least dig themselves out of that initial spawn door here. Playing safe around Juicy, goes for that feral dive there, as you can see, but doesn't quite find its mark this time, though. Definitely Logan will be back for more.
Fix does have to be careful. You can see the regen domain is still on cooldown for another few seconds. Didn't have it there to save Nev if he needed it, but now this next kidnap should be good. You should be able to save him if you really have to, but can't be taking too much pressure because that is a major resource that you know they are going to be tracking. If Kanga are able to see those lamps come down, they know that is going to light the path. It will literally be the green light.
Yeah, and both sides have that same advantage here. Gotta watch out for those regen domains. Fix is gonna go ahead and let it fly, though. Got a Mischief taking the Eternal Bond here. Not in time to save Nev from Sector, though. Finding one on the C and D to start things off. Just a minute 15 away, and Kanga looking pretty strong here on offense. Revsy gonna grab a double KO on the back of that Apex Predator, making a triple there. Isaac and Dust gonna do some cleanup duty here onto DXA, and now the path forward wide open for them. Sector finishes off the last one. On the Atom shutdown, but Nev gonna have a strange porter here to get him back just in time.
Waiting for a few more respawns to come through before we fully commit to it, but it is on deck, trying to deny this first point capture from coming through, but nobody's touching the cart. The cart's inching forward. Okay, all right, we gotta stop the Batsmobile before we get that point A capture, otherwise this portal was all for nothing.
Yeah, they almost just let the gas off and let that bus move itself here. Good save there at the last second. Now battling back, Eternal Bond on the board here. Yet again there, a little bit of chaos, but DXA do regain control of the mission vehicle. They start to create a little bit of a personal space bubble around it here, so looking to try and put the pressure on as half the time for Kanga already off the board here, and Gak solid shots there on the Magneto. Did not even need the Meteor to make that one happen.
I mean, sometimes you just need the swagger. That's what all these Magneto players seem to have, whether it's with the Meteor Rebs or whether it's just with the Mag Cannons. There's just a certain level of juice that comes along with it, a certain level of sauce, and Gact definitely has it there, and it's enough to stop the card, at least for the time being. Kanga Esports coming up on a wealth of ultimates, an Eternal Bond and a God of Mischief, so they can double dip on this, use one defensively and one to take space. There's going to be that God of Mischief coming out. Dusk is holding on to that. You have to be careful. You don't get the full duration out of the duplicate with Eternal Bond.
Right, and Par's now on the move here. DXA gonna look to shut this thing down. 60 seconds to go, and Gak finding one dunk there. A full court shot almost at the buzzer, potentially here for DXA to try and close this thing out. Yes, Kanga have a lot of ults here, but they gotta make something happen with them. Their time is quickly vanishing, and DXA the whole while have been pushing that Batsmobile back. I mean, they're almost set back to 3/4 of the way to checkpoint 1.
Yeah, a healthy ult bank don't mean anything if you can't cash out. Huge Glortrox coming out from Par is going to take down Revsy, and that's again going to slow things down because that's Kanga's main source of damage. They can't engage without that, and they certainly can't risk losing somebody else trying to, so DXA going to hold on. 30 seconds left and 5 ults on deck for Kanga, but will they be given the chance to use them as DXA so far have slammed the door in their face? And even worse, Tashi holding on to a Karmic Revival. Eye of Agamotto coming out to slow things down. They're not even going to be able to get to that Adam.
No, they're going to try to stop him right here around the corner. Gact in trouble and going down here as Kanga going to fight back at the very end here. Fix, though, on the Loki here, makes the copy onto the Karmic Revival, and Tashi's got one ready to go too, so it is going to be knocked down, drag out to the end here. Clobber in time for Tinny to try and make a play here. Rexy throwing down the Eternal Bond as we go into overtime, and DXA are looking for a full hold here. Not a lot of ults remaining on either side of the board, and not a lot of bodies for Kanga. One going down, Juicy onto the Wolverine, sent back and still holding on to a Karmic Revival here. The finish line so tantalizingly close for Kanga here. They just need that 2:30 time refresh, but DXA not giving them any quarter here. Not an inch given. Dusk does have the Loki here. The Eternal Bond coming down for Kanga now as they start to make a little bit of progress here. The pendulum swings their way as Pars going back. Nev as well sent all the way back to spawn here, and Kanga, the miracle here ahead of checkpoint 1. They will make it to the time refresh. 2:30 back on the clock.
Oh, but did DXA ever make them work for it? The double Adam Res is coming out, and that is a lot to try and burst through. And I thought without Juicy being there, getting taken down, aggressively trying to find a punish on that Adam Warlock, that it just wasn't going to be. But Revsy was there, had the shots on deck where needed, and the Glartrox as well. Good stuff that came out from Kanga, and another Apex Predator about to come online as well. It should be enough to get them around this corner here, but you only have 2 minutes in the time bank, so anything beyond that point A cap is going to be extra for Kanga, and you wanted to get so much further ahead on your map pick. DXA are still going to be feeling themselves after that defense. You gotta slow them down, and there's that Apex Predator. You gotta find the Elim off of that, but where is it?
Yeah, they're just not converting these ultimates into KOs here. They're missing some value. And of course, Kanga, excellent job there playing in the clutch. They do make it through that checkpoint, but DXA, they have shaved off so much of Kanga's time. Now they are playing with what the map will give them at each checkpoint here. Eternal Bond now from Fix off of that Loki ultimate, trying to give DXA another anchor point here somewhere to fight, but Pars can't be saved by it. Shut down, and Isaac going overhead for a Meteor M. On the ground though, Revsy on the move here too. They're finding all the KOs they need now. A little bit revved up here is Kanga Esports. Hit the gas on that Batsmobile because Kanga is back in the fight here. 60 seconds left to go and quickly approaching checkpoint 2.
But they cannot take their foot off of the gas because, like you said, only 60 seconds left. They have the ults to use them, and they can't be denied opportunities anymore. Tinny lurking around the corner, I think looking for a clobber in time, or at the very least looking for a victim, is going to hit it, and Revsy is in there like swimwear with that elephant gun straight to Tashi, delivered straight to the dome, and now we're going to have that God of Mischief coming out for an Eternal Bond from Dust, but Kanga, are they going to be able to keep this one going as DXA are willing to mirror the Strategist ultimates, but Pars gets caught outside of the Eternal Bond, and DXA, one by one, falling like dominoes. Kanga will have point B.
It's just too much momentum here, and Revsy, a major hero for Kanga, as they'll find their way to checkpoint number 2, back up to 2 minutes on the clock, and yet again, they power through another defensive effort from DXA. Again, they've been shaving time off, and we've seen a lot of fights here at a checkpoint 3 drag out to the very end, so Kanga in a better spot here, but no time to relax.
At the very least, though, the momentum is in their favor. And if they can ride that momentum all the way to a full cap, that would be perfect. But they got to keep some bodies on the cart here. This is where it gets so hard to push. Even though it is all downhill, it feels like an uphill battle. You got to keep someone inside the flotation device at all time. Keep your arms and legs inside of it, and do not get out of it. Otherwise, Dr. Strange is going to be pumping the brakes.
Yeah, quite a wild ride here to the end for Kanga, and it is going to get a little bumpy here. Tashi over onto the Phoenix now, finding one early on, but Juicy going to return fire quite literally here. Jean Grey's on both sides of the board here, trading Lokis left and right. DXA upper hand here. They've got the resources to make this happen here. 60 seconds again on the clock, and Kanga have been fighting from underneath that time deficit for so long now. In-Song Inferno going up, but no dice here. Juicy's almost got one ready to go, but Pars and Tinny going to trade for their respective teams yet again here. Juicy, In-Song Inferno now. They are going to take aim at that Phoenix before it crashes down. Does save them some heartache, but Nev cannot be saved here. Tinny finishing off with a Yancey Street haymaker.
DXA doing a good job of stalling the cart out for the time being, but knowing without their Vanguard lineup, they're going to have to give a little bit of space here, and this is more cart progress for Kanga. 30 seconds left and a wealth of ults coming online. They're going to have both Strategist ultimates, and I mean, so are DXA, so this is going to be a long fight, potentially an overtime push, but the full cap is in their sights, and if they can bait these ultimates out and play around them properly, it could be achievable.
Yeah, feels like anything you can do, I can do too. Eternal Bonds from both sides of the board here. Juicy picking up the first KO in this fight. Time gonna tick down, and it's gonna go to overtime. Got to be careful here, though. Kanga's gotta have somebody on that flotation device, like you said, at all times. Apex Predator here from Pars. They're just gonna look to try and clear the point and eat away this overtime. Final battle here. That finish line dead ahead here for Kanga, as they're gonna look to pull off the miracle map clear here, though. Revsy's got a lot to say about that too, trying to clear the way for the rest of Kanga to finish this one off here. Tashi, another one on the Phoenix, and there's the Apex Predator from Revsy now, trying to send this team over the cliff here, and Kanga still in it, still in control of the mission vehicle, though. Tashi gonna look to put some hurt onto Tinny's thing here, as they'll find the KO they wanted all along. Now Kanga looking at a bit of a body disadvantage here. Tashi, double KO on the Phoenix. Now Revsy going back off of that critical shot here, and DXA take control of the cart for now, though there is a strange portal here from Juicy as well, so it is down to the wire here, neck and neck. Just a few seconds of overtime and a few meters left to go here. DXA in a little bit of trouble, using that In-Song Inferno to save themselves there on the side of DXA, keep themselves in the fight, because the only ones that have to plant feet on the payload here are Kanga, as it is an absolute mess here at the very end, as we've seen time and time again. Isaac goes for the dunk, and he'll find it there onto Fix. Insane through the door here with just a a second of overtime left. Kanga, miracle clutch play after clutch play here. One more Eternal Bond for the road here. 1 meter to go, 1 second of overtime left. Everything blinking red, everything failing for both teams here. An absolute mess, and an Eye of Agamotto from Juicy goes huge, massive stun, and they will follow up on it. Tashi survives the stun, but no bodies remaining for DXA. 0.61 on the card here, and they will clear it out. Kanga persevering through multiple overtimes.
DXA refusing to give ground, but Kanga refusing to relent. The immovable object met the unstoppable force, and the unstoppable force, at this time, at the very least, somehow, some way, managed to win it out, but that could not have been more bloody. Kanga, I don't know if you can unclench after that one. I don't know if you can breathe a sigh of relief, because that was not guaranteed. You did get the map clear, and you got to feel the weight of the world off your shoulders, because you have set yourself up for a win condition. It's so rare to see full map clears on Museum of Contemplation because of how difficult that last point is to push, and especially when you manage to bleed out so much time in overtime push through point A, and you still get the full clear. Like, that is absolutely insane, and DXA are going to have to climb that exact same mountain if they want to get this 2-0 here. I think Kanga have set themselves up quite nicely, but there still is that matter of sticking the landing, not letting DXA getting away with all that they have managed to get away with thus far on both this map and on Hell's Heaven. Pars has been putting on a clinic on the Elsa. Fix has been lights out when it comes to the timing on these regen domains, and Gact, we've got to talk about the Meteor M's and the Eyes of Agamotto's and all the plays he's been able to make. If you're Kanga, there is a lot on your plate. Have you bitten off more than you can chew? The answer right now, I think, is no, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, truly amazing performance from both sides of the board. Kanga got hung up on both places where you see offense get hung up, right there, right before checkpoint 1, and of course, at the very end. So a lot of back and forth between these teams. I mean, absolute dead heat between the two of them here. Now DXA onto the attack, and some swaps coming through here. Juicy over onto the Punisher now. Nev's got the Captain America ready to go here, but for the most part, DXA going to try to make this work. Tashi as well on the Daredevil here. They do manage to make their way out of spawn here, and Nev taking the back rooms, trying to find a way to get behind Kanga and take him by surprise here. Doesn't look like he's got a ton done here yet, but at least able to keep the harass up and try to make it that much harder for Kanga to defend here. Tashi gonna do the same here, taking advantage of some flank routes, but he is shut down. A Punisher shotgun blast to the Daredevil here, and Isaac gonna capitalize as well, taking 1 or 2 on the Magneto, and now Kanga gonna look to try and lock in a chokehold here. 60 seconds away, and Kanga knocking on the spawn room door.
And that's what you need to see from Kanga. Ride that momentum from the full cap into, like you said, the chokehold. Don't let DXA have an inch. Kanga doing a great job. Juicy looked really good on the Punisher against Gen G before in their previous outing. This time around is a little bit more on the hunt for this Captain America. You can see Neb going for another flank there, and Juicy was trying to scout that out. Did manage to do so and find another shot on Tatashi in that previous fight. More of that, and I think Kanga have a stalwart defense here. Meteor M from Isaac hanging overhead like a sword of Damocles, but not going to find the dunk.
And this first checkpoint so brutal here. Eye of Agamotto from Tinny comes out onto the board here, but they will play right on through it. DXA unfazed by the stun. Sector's got Eternal Bond going, and Juicy got that shotgun lock-in here, taking another one on the Punisher swap here, making a double KO. Nev, the Captain America, blasted back to square one here. Dusk picking up one on the Loki as well here. Still a couple of solid offensive pieces for Kanga, but they're winning these fights with left clicks.
2 minutes left, and I mean, if you don't need ultimates and you're just winning with left clicks, like, what more can you do? If you're DXA, you're only just now starting to come up into a decent ult bank. Nev gonna have the freedom charge and let the devil out for Tashi, but Kanga had more than enough to be able to deal with it. No strategist ultimates though, so they're gonna have to be a little bit careful, but they're gonna open things up with this final judgment coming out from Juicy, and right away, DXA, they don't have the front line to be able to absorb this, so they have to respect it. Freedom charge is gonna come out early from Nev, and that is the closest thing to sustainability that they currently have. Pars gets caught slipping though.
Yeah, immediately bouncing back here. DXA trying to get back in the fight. The KO feed flipping blue for the first time this run. More blue than we've seen on the second half of Museum here. And Pars on the move again on this Elsa here. A minute 15. They finally are able to get out of this swamp that they've been trapped in. It feels like Kanga had their number here, but now staring down potentially one more fight is what they'll need to grab checkpoint number 1 and get themselves a time refresh here. Not quite down to overtime yet, but there's a very real chance that Kanga can push them there, just like Kanga was on the receiving end of some overtime. And there's Nev on the cap, finding one early pick there, but Juicy evens out the odds with that Punisher shotgun, make it a double KO for the Frank Castle there. Agamotto yet again here, but that KO feed going DXA's way yet again here, just a meter or two away from the time refresh. Still not into overtime, but Kanga at least manages to put hands on the payload.
For the time being, but DXA, they got hands as well, and Tashi's got some billy clubs with those hands and trying to take down Dusk and will have it. The sun is getting very low, now looking to try and square up with Juicy, the source of so much punishment, pun very much so intended. Pars with a shotgun blast there, catches Revsy, and Isaac gonna be felled as well. This is looking like the cap will be coming through here for DXA with 10 seconds left. 2:40 now in the time bank to try and get through point B. Kanga not able to get the full hold there, but still have the time to get their wits about them once again. DXA looking to try and ride the momentum, but hang on. A late Strange TP right onto the cart and flipping control here. I mean, no way DXA saw this one coming.
No, absolutely not. I didn't see it coming either here. It looks like Kanga gonna try to put that stranglehold back in here. They see the time advantage they're kind of building up here and want to capitalize on it. So they are here and ready for a fight. Don't give DXA a moment to breathe here. Overhead Gact going for the meteor and pretty low to the ground here, trying to find the dunk. Cannot make it happen here, but gets a little bit of pressure onto him here, slowing things down here. Rexy got the Eternal Bond as well, trying to regain control of the tempo here as Kanga on that portal here definitely threw things into disarray here. Apex Predator from Revsy doesn't pick up much though. Now Pars has one in the pocket as well, and they'll find 1-2 up of that one as Tashi comes in. The dynamic duo here yet again, and Pars will make it a double. Isaac and Revsy both pretty low with no strategist. It's a matter of time. Triple KO for Tashi's Daredevil, and they are back on the move yet again with still a minute 30 left to go.
But here's the thing though, Kanga do not care that they lose that fight. That wasn't a fight they were setting up to win. They were just trying to waste DXA's time. And remember, it was 2:40 in the time bank. Now it's down to a minute 20. And it's probably going to be about a minute left by the time it gets to that last hurdle there. So realistically, Kanga have to win maybe 2 fights here, and they still have the ults to do it. Meteor M and Eye of Agamotto, no strategist ultimates, or sorry, the God of Mischief for 1 strategist ultimate, and Dev gonna go early on with the Freedom Charge. If they can just deal with this one, they are set, but there's the Eye of Agamotto. Can they confirm an Eel off of it? They do.
Yeah, and the most important one, they could have Nev mid-freedom charge there off of that airmail, Eye of Agamotto. And speaking of airmail, Isaac's got a package to try and deliver here. Meteor M through the window is good, and we'll find Fix. Huge KO here, dunk after dunk in this matchup here. DXA cannot respond now. Revsy are firing on through here too. 30 seconds left to go, and yeah, they may not have made a huge play on the other end of that Doctor Strange portal, but you are 100% right, CB. They still got what they wanted out of it. They wasted even more of DXA's time, and now maybe just one more fight potentially for Kanga to finish off this map.
And there's hardly any time left. 20 seconds. Tashi has let the devil out, and he is going to do just that, trying to get on top of this Phoenix, but the regen domain is going to save his life. Juicy gonna get out. The get out of jail free card, and now that ultimate is gone. We're at a full neutral. Tashi has to get back for the healing. Can't put the pressure onto the back line. Kanga are standing strong. They are going to take this fight at the last hurdle, but Pars is ready to square up again, taking down Revsy.
Trying to kneecap them here at the last second. Apex Predator from Pars is good. They'll find a couple more KOs. Kanga saying, we played under overtime. Now it's your turn. And DXA said, happy to here. They'll finish off the rest of Kanga here. One Loki clone is all that remains of the team here. They'll finish off checkpoint number 2. And now a minute 30 headed to checkpoint 3. Dead heat between the two teams.
And now there's a world where we go to extra innings if DXA can complete the full cap here. Tinny going for the same trick again. Another Strange TP, but this time I think maybe trying to catch Fix out. No, going again for that same deal, trying to waste their time. And it's going to be even more devastating on this point, because remember how hard it is to get the full cap because of this 3rd point. So if you can get this time bank down to under a minute, which, have a look, it already is. It's going to be all OT from here on out, no matter how many bodies you lose.
Once again, overhead, though. They're going to try to play through that time disadvantage. Dunk down. Can't quite get the KO off of it, though, from Gact here. Kanga going to keep playing right on through. Dueling Eternal Bonds now, as they do get kind of handcuffed to the Doctor Strange here. They're going to have to plant boots on Tinny. Got an Eye of Agamotto. Will find Fix, but no follow-up there. And now Blue in the KO feed yet again here. Tashi getting taken down by Revsy, but Par's going to battle back here. And it is Elsa, the Elsa yet again, looking to claw their way through the enemy teams here. triple KO for Pars, getting the upper hand on his fellow Elsa player on the other side of the field here. 20 seconds to go, and Gact another shot on the Magneto here. Pathway is clear, but it is going to be a long overtime fight to the end here if they're able to survive.
Yeah, only 10 seconds left. Again, it was the same story as before. Kanga don't care if they win that fight. They just need to waste DXA's time, and now there's none left. DXA have to realistically win 2 fights to Kanga only needing to win the 1. There will be a strange TP that could come out from DXA, so it might be a stagger fight, but nevertheless, Kanga have set themselves up for success. All they got to do now is stick the landing.
Well, here we go. Potential last fight here. Nev gonna assemble the rest of DXA for another brawl here. Freedom Charge on the board. Eternal Bond from Dusk here to get Kanga into the fight. Vix goes for the Eternal Bond as well off of that low-key copy. Isaac overhead, the Dunk Master so far this matchup, but can't make the mark here. Nothing off of the Meteor M. Pars has that Apex Predator. Tashi's got the ult as well here, but Pars doesn't even need it. Shreds through Tinny there, leaving Dr. Stranger like Swiss cheese as DXA onto the move here. They've got control of the cart, and they've got bodies on it here. Rapid fire push, but they won 1 here, CB. They got to win 1 more.
Yeah, and Kanga needs to be careful. They gave a fair bit of respect to DXA, and now so much space gained. If DXA win this fight, surely they will get the full cap. There's going to be letting the devil out for Tashi, trying to find a backliner here. The Glartrox coming out from Revsy. It does strike pay dirt, though, getting both Nev and Gact, and without a front line, there is not going to be any way to push forward. A Glartrox coming out from the side of DXA, but it is going to ring hollow. It is going to be Kanga drawing a line in the sand, evening the series up 1-1. What a map, Diatonic. What a show.
Yeah, absolutely insane. A Museum of Contemplation has borne many duels, many head-to-heads in the preseason so far, but this one definitely takes the cake here. Kanga making a ball game 1-1, our first map 3 of the night, and definitely showing that they are not ready to get out of the fight just yet. But again, just like how when DXA won map 1, Kanga weren't far behind. DXA not too far off of a map 2 win here. So this series far from decided. Revsy, though, winning out the Elsa duel here. 44 elims and 21 finals off of it, but of course Pars 34 and 15 finals, so a lot of damage. Havoc being wreaked by both Monster Hunters on both sides of the board, but absolutely beautiful performance from both of these teams. I imagine we're in for a heater on map 3 too.
And so much of it comes off the back of those portal plays from Tinny. It's so smart to try and take those really aggressive ones towards the beginning of points B and C, and they deny so much time, deny so much luxury from DXA. I was worried that Kanga towards the end of point C might have given a little bit too much respect, risked giving up the staggers, but whether it was a lack of killer instinct or being too afraid to step off the cart in C9, DXA don't chase for those elims, so Kanga are able to fully regroup and hit that one killing blow, that Glartrox that comes out from Revsy that just takes the front line for a ride, and suddenly no one left to soak up the damage, only punishment coming your way, and Kanga close it out. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you watched kind of DXA's sustain all just melt and drip through their fingers there at the very end, and once the strats were gone, it was just a matter of time and no time left for DXA. What a comeback from Kanga, and they will take us all the way to map 3. I can't believe it.
Well, believe it, that's the world we live in, and it is going to be right on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. You do not want to miss this one.
The moon haunts you!
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to the final day, the final match, and the final map of the Oceania group stage here in the preseason. Absolute heater of a Museum of Contemplation taken by Kanga in the very end. What a match we got on our hands here.
Yeah, and I was saying everybody needs to get a 2-0, but I think you and I, we needed a 3-mapper just to feel good, just to feel like we got some real heat, and these two teams are delivering more heat than I think either of us were ready for. DXA, an underdog performance, pushing Kanga to their absolute limit, and then some genius plays needing to come out from Kanga in order to overcome that. We've already got our third map picked, ready to go. It's on deck. We're going to Central Park, and this map has produced a fair bit of cinema across the both parts of the PAC region.
Yeah, I mean, both of the maps we've already played out so far, incredibly close on both sides of the board here, so it is going to be a race to the finish here, and the finish line, of course, Dracula's Throne at the very end of this Central Park run. No doubt, you know, cinema for sure, but now it is time for a sequel here, as they are going to run it down on one last map. It has just been neck and neck between these two teams. I mean, both of them playing incredibly well. Plenty of star-shining moments for players on both sides of the board.
Again, I mean, we are in a world where it is possible. All right, JFT, they beat DXA 2-1. Kanga, they beat JFT 2-1. What happens if DXA beats Kanga 2-1? All right, who's the best team? Like, what happens? Do we go to like a tiebreaker round? What happens with the head-to-head? What happens with the... They're gonna have the same map score at that point. Like, what even happens? Who even knows? It is too close to call in this group, and I am excited, but I love that I get to call it alongside you, and we get treated to some real Scorsese cinema right now.
Yeah, could not ask for a better way to round out this last night here on the desk to call this one. Race to the finish indeed. Kanga and DXA 1-1 here. And yeah, a DXA win here would definitely throw a lot of the math we've been talking about all night into absolute disarray. You know, your Preds all over the board. Mine are already in shambles. They have been since like America's Day 2 or 3, and it's just been an avalanche since then. But dead heat here. The first time we have gone to map 3 all night long. So truly, this is the final map of the group stage.
Yep, and I don't even know what this pick ban phase is going to look like. I do know that we're not going to be seeing Gambit from either side, as both teams have been more than willing to put him on the show for the time being, and Elsa Protect for DXA, as is par for the course. You got to imagine Kanga going to be trying to reach for the same thing. They can't give that one up one-sided. It paid off so well getting Revzy on that Elsa. You can't just let Pars have that unanswered, as both teams have been lights out when it comes to this. And again, the front half, predictable. The back half, who knows?
Yeah, Revzy and Pars both coming out of their respective corners. They heard no bell here, so it's time for round 3. Monster Hunter v Monster Hunter here. A close race on Museum of Contemplation, to be sure, but yeah, they can't give up the Elsas here either. Kanga gonna ban out Wolverine against DXA. DXA taking away the Loki from Kanga. Good shout on that one too. Loki been a big player throughout this entire series. Invis save coming in from Kanga, so looking at their backline here, trying to at least lock down one option, as DXA got one ban left in the tank here. They're hovering the Cloak and Dagger yet again for a second. They tease us. They go for the Groot, the Magneto. They're not sure, but they'll take the Mag ban here.
Interesting. I think that's the first time we've seen a Mag ban in quite some time, but yeah. That's an interesting look, and securing a one-sided Loki on Central Park, no matter what you pair him up with, is going to pay off. I mean, if this last ban isn't an invis, then you have access to a double invisible boundary. You will also have access to the Cloaky. There is the double res comp when we switch sides and go onto the defensive side. It's going to be the group ban that comes out. So DXA not going to have access to that, but I still think that they made out quite well with this pick and ban phase. I like what I'm seeing here. I'm still kind of questioning the Magneto ban, but for what you got, like, and also you still have the, you know, the Wolverine ban coming from the side of Kanga. They're showing respect to Tashi, not giving that one up for free. They know the hell he wrought on Hell's Heaven, and they do not want to face that down again.
Yeah, and I could be proven wrong here, and I would love to be proven wrong, but I do feel like the group ban might be a little bit of a miss here. I'm not 100% sure, but the Loki save is going to be huge for DXA. Of course, back-to-back strategist ults are on the board, but there's a lot of nests, a lot of places to put those Loki clones down, not to mention, regen domain going to be a serious problem here, and the only ones that are going to have access to it are DXA. So this is it here. Both sides of the board, one map win, and they are going to finish this thing off on Central Park. Mad dash to Dracula's lair here. DXA gonna take the attack first. This was their map pick, so they want to play it out here first. Kanga gonna go on the defense here, and of course, yet again, we have the round 3 here. Elsa v Elsa. They are both bringing it to bear, and yeah, it is lights out. Here we go. Doors gonna open up. DXA run it down first.
And I love when we get these deciding maps on Central Park. It's poetic that two teams with eyes set on ascending to the throne will have to make it to Dracula's castle in order to do so. Lay siege to said castle. DXA first on deck, and the Punisher and Revsy gets caught out instantly, and oh no, it's already gone belly up for Kanga.
It is going to be tough for them to walk it to the point here, but DXA rise to the challenge here. Kanga in a bit of a scramble, trying to figure out how they can hold this point and how they can stop Bars. Double KO already taking the lead in the Elsa matchup here. Dak finding one on the Magneto as well. Tinny down and out. 10 seconds until they know Isaac's going to make the swap over to the Strange, get that portal up and running, but DXA in the meantime going to take at least 2 ticks here. Strange portal might not come in time. No, it does, just barely makes it here. Shy of that first checkpoint secure. And now DXA have the upper hand here, putting the hurt on them as they go through the portal. They just sent right back, and DXA rapid fire checkpoint number 1, 5:30 on the clock.
And the portal already taken out for Kanga. Isaac stuck on that pick. Is going to have to swap back eventually if they're going to stick with it. No, they're going over to the group. Tinny now going to take up the Doctor Strange, and all of that is just time wasted. DXA going to be getting around this first corner with ease. Kanga don't really have the tools to try and go for an aggressive spawn hold here, so DXA, not only do they cap with 530, but they are only going to have to win 1, maybe 2-ish fights in order to get through point B, and that is a steal.
Yeah, such an awkward start here for Kanga, and when they cannot afford it, the margin for error growing slimmer by the minute here, and DXA got plenty of minutes to play with on this matchup here. Gonna try and round this corner. This one can get a bit tricky here too on Central Park, but DXA have risen to the occasion in every instance so far here. Tashi in a bit of trouble with the backline, got them covered there as Rexy gonna move up on that Eternal Bond, and Pars gonna take down Juicy again. DXA coming up big here in the KO feed. They've got so many tools at their disposal. Nev goes for the eye Agamotto, but a solid force physics from Sector, sending him right back, though that doesn't stop the Sorcerer Supreme there on the move, finding a KO. Vix taking one on the Invis as well here as DXA, just a wall of force here that Kanga cannot stop.
The Kanga did stall out the cart for a little bit of time here, so they bought themselves one more good fight here, but there's not going to be a Strange TP for it, so it's going to be scrappy, and I mean, DXA know exactly where they're going to be coming through. 1 of 2 chokes, and one of them they're looking to choke the life out with both the Meteor M and the Final Judgment. The dunk right on top of Dust like a pavement pancake, and the Freedom Charge ringing out, but no one is around to hear the sounds of Freedom ringing as Tashi has taken them all down, and a little bit of buckshot to remember him by. A triple, and Tinny dispatched. We are going all the way to point C with 5:10 in the time bank.
Yet again, 5 minutes up on the clock for DXA. Unstoppable so far here on their own pick of Central Park. Truly their territory here. Dracula doesn't control New York City. It's DXA at the moment here. We do have a dueling Apex Predators on both sides, and that can get a bit treacherous here because there is a pit of doom on the board here. Isaac now on the Deadpool, trying to get something going here for Kanga, but they just have not found a single answer so far on map number 3. Feels like the cage was rattled right out the gate on that first checkpoint, and they just have not been able to unrattle.
You mentioned those Apex Predators. Revsy is going to have to be the hero with it. Banhammer's also online for Isaac, but Pars wants to take the initiative, and right back into Gact with the triple, and playing with his food, not going for the quad just yet. Revsy going to go for the hero's way, joining the rest of the team, and one more for Tashi, and 4:15 in the time bank, and we are on the home stretch. Up at the top of the stairs, we're going to lay down the calling turret and practically take a victory lap. Kick your feet up. The job's almost already done.
DXA have raised mountain after mountain here that Kanga are going to have to scale. Less than 5 meters to go here and 4 on the clock right now as they're going to look to close it out right here, right now. Finish them off with over 3 minutes left. Kanga fighting back though, of course, not able to give up this throne room because they know what awaits them on the other side. There's no way a rapid fire push can come back for Kanga here. There goes the KOs. Rexy and Gak off the rip here. We'll find another Juicy taken down by Pars and a double KO for the Elsa here. Lights going out for Kanga here. No one on the point and no one to stop this rapid fire push. 3:27 left over for DXA. Maybe the most insane offensive run I've seen on Central Park.
One Elim on the Elsa Bloodstone, and it all spiraled out of control from there. Kanga lost Revzy early on and were never able to recover. And 3:27, you want to know the scary thing, Diatonic, is even if Kanga get a full cap, DXA, when we go to extra innings, they get another minute. That's going to be nearly 4.5 minutes. They're going to make out with 27 seconds more than what they started with.
They will quite literally be starting sudden death with a full timer at their disposal if Kanga makes it.
And nearly 30 extra seconds. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't know when the last time I saw a timer for sudden death that high. So DXA have done the unthinkable here. They have basically put Kanga in a catch-22 here. Rock and hard place. They're going to have to push this thing all the way to the end. And even if they do, can they even hope to match that time bank that DXA have built for themselves here? They've got some swaps coming in. Dusk is on the Atom here. Sector over onto the Jeff. So they are going to try to play it out here. Can't throw in the towel, of course, but DXA, I don't know how you stop them now.
Herculean does not even begin to cut it, but nevertheless, in about 3 seconds, Kanga are gonna have to begin to lift it. And I am liking some of these swaps. You know, you saw the Atom being hovered there for a second. I wasn't in love with that on the offensive side. I do think playing into the symbiote shenanigans alongside Juicy on that Psylocke could be a great way to catch this backline slipping, maybe get a little bit of extra damage from afar with the Jeff, the Joyful Splash, and try and set up an angle for Revzy. You can already tell DXA are respecting it. They're trying to play further back so the peel will come if Juicy gets an angle that you don't want. Here comes the diving strike early on from Tinny, and Tashi immediately pulling out the shotty, trying to minimize the value.
Yeah, DXA not playing it cocky here. They are going to give Kanga some room to breathe there, but Sector caught out on the Jeff by Tashi. 1 KO already. Tinny in some trouble. The Symbiotic Resilience already used, and it's a double for the Punisher on DXA here, punishing Kanga early on into this offensive run, and DXA going to press the advantage a little bit more here. They do push up here. Can't get much more forward than that for now, but a solid repel here.
Like Tashi just takes the shot onto Sector on the Jeff early on. No symbiotic shenanigans coming out. And then the symbiotic resilience from Tinny didn't seem all that resilient once Tinny started hitting the shots. Once Tashi started hitting the shots. So, like, if you're Kanga, like, what are you looking for now? Juicy gonna make the swap over onto the Daredevil. I almost like that more, but still, you have to try and find a win con here. And Juicy on Death's door, and Tinny is gonna be kicked through it alongside him.
Yeah, double KO here for the Sorcerer Supreme. Nev picking up a couple there, fixes invisible boundary, gonna go down, done its job here. Dusk somewhere out there floating with like 1 HP left on the move, maybe for a health pack here, but DXA, no time for them to waste. 2:20 still on the clock for Kanga, so job definitely not finished. And Sector going overhead, taking some high ground, and we'll find Tashi finally get some relief from this Punisher here, and Juicy on the Daredevil here on the move, taking a little bit of the aerial route here, does get down, but can't find the opening to get something going here. So DXA, they do lose 1, but they should be able to recover from that.
Good combo there, but it's not going to be enough to take down Fix. Glartrox now coming out. Juicy dealt with again, and DXA still coming out ahead in these fights, and they are postured like a team that knows they're inside Kanga's heads, and Kanga still trying to shake the cobwebs loose, but only 1:40 in the time bank to try and find it, and no real good tools. Juicy coming up on letting the devil out, but there hasn't been enough space to capitalize on that, and every single time Juicy gets in deep, Tashi just pulls out the shotgun and just puts him to bed.
Yeah, he's landed a couple times in the middle of DXA, but just hasn't been able to get anything going. Gonna let that Devil out now. Try to get a move on here. Nev, Agamotto does find the stuns. They take down Juicy mid-dare Devil release here. DXA gonna fight that, but Sector does find a big comeback here. Double KO off the Jeffo. Isaac on cleanup duty there. Double KO for the Deadpool, and the fight will go on here. Tashi's got a strange portal. They should be able to make it back in time here. 60 seconds to go.
Sector more like Savior, buying Kanga an opportunity. They just have to close it out, stick the landing, but Pars coming through the portal with nasty intentions, taking down Revsy, and it's already getting scary again. Invisible Boundary coming out from Fix. DXA looking to stand their ground. Kanga with the later Invisible Boundary. They need to stick to the point here. Isaac trying to punish Fix, split from the pack currently. That Elim could be just what they need, but Tashi taking down Isaac. DXA willing to invest to press the advantage. Only 34 seconds, and Kanga have been repelled.
Yeah, early picks that Kanga just cannot afford right now. Under 30 seconds on the clock here. DXA out of ults, but they'll have a couple ready to go here, so they are ready for one final fight here. Kanga got one opportunity to push. They did secure 2 ticks, though, so dangerously close here to keeping the fight going. There's the Feast of the Abyss now from Tenny, and Sector again overhead. Gotta watch above for that land shark. Isaac will find one as well. DXA let go of it here at the last second. It slips through their fingers. Nev, the only one still alive on the point, and in overtime, Kanga will make the save here. They're still alive, and they got 2:30 left to play with.
That's twice that Sector has bailed them out, albeit the second time with a little bit of help from Tinny off that Feast of the Abyss, getting exactly what you need, but 2:20 in the time bank. You are trying to get through point B with less time than DXA finished. Overtime, extra innings, it's not a guarantee. A full cap, not a guarantee. And if you keep losing Juicy on the attack, you're not going to be able to get enough fights here. So now look at DXA. They're going to swarm the point, deny this early fight here from Kanga. It's going to be up to 3 fights that Kanga are going to have to win in order to get the cap here. And the first one being delivered straight to their doorstep next day air.
Right, it just feels like they're bleeding time over and over again by getting picked off super early here. Tinny in trouble on the Venom, will make the escape there for now, and a Banhammer for Isaac, gonna follow up on it, bouncing on the heads of DXA. 1 KO coming through, and DXA in some serious trouble here. Revsy and Tinny come up big here. Tinny double KO, make it a triple for Revsy now as well on the Elsa. Another breakthrough here for Kanga. Still a minute 30 left to go. Obviously a far cry from 327, but Kanga now feeling the momentum.
Nev on the Doctor Strange. I'm not sure if DXA are going for an early portal play here, but that is still something that they can go for to get that third fight coming here. First one, they're going to just walk right onto the choke here. Tenny has them scouted, looking to try and find a diving strike, but again, the shotgun going to come out from Tasha. You got to be careful. Does find the denial.
Yeah, that Apex Predator and Tinny got the tendrils moving there to take care of at least Tashi here, as once again, brawl breaking out just ahead of checkpoint number 2. So dangerously close for Kanga to keep this ball rolling, and Juicy is going to try to keep the move on here. Sector again on the Jeff. Major plays here for the Land Shark. Another double KO off of it. It's Jeff. They have got to check the water here because it is shark infested. Kanga make it through yet again. Checkpoint number 2 secured, and they've got 2 minutes to make it to the throne room.
They're not quite out of the woods just yet, but they are also not dead yet. They still have some life left in them, some more Marvel rivals left to play. Getting the full cap here would be, at the very least, it'd be enough. It's what you're looking for, but with some time would be extra. You're just trying to play for some hope at this point in time. Tinny with that Feast of the Abyss, try to strike onto a backliner. Sector getting caught up by Pars on the flank. That's the last thing that you want to see right now. Pars again looking to take the fight right to Kanga and force them further back, playing safe behind the cart around cover, and all that space that they fought for, that they won that second point for, now it's been gone. Just one swift blow from Pars, and he is not done yet.
Yeah, so quickly to get back in the fight here, but Sector again on the Jeff. You gotta stop this guy getting away with so much here, almost single-handedly keeping DXA in check here. I have Agamotto from Nev there, but no captures here. Juicy will take down the Sorcerer Supreme here, and again, Kanga still on the move again, not able to build up that time bank, but they have survived through thick and thin here, and Revsy, Juicy, and Isaac all picking up even more KOs here, whereas we thought DXA had this on lock at checkpoint 1. Now Kanga is in the throne room, and just a few meters away from taking us to sudden death.
Yeah, but like you said, through thick and thin, I don't see a whole lot of thin. It's been nothing but thick since the jump, and now their time bank. That's the only thing I see right now that's thin. Less than 40 seconds to go to try and get the full cap here, and the final judgment from Tashi needs to be scouted out, and that's going to be the first thing that comes out. But a good shot from Isaac onto Rexy.
So early on there, strategist pick onto DXA. That is going to put them all in disarray here. Tashi's got that final judgment moving, but can't find the KOs there. DXA nowhere to be found in that KO feed. It goes blue one more time here. Nev goes down. Rexy coming out of the spawn room, but there's no way they can hold it, and everyone from DXA offline with 4 seconds left. Kanga take it to round 3.
I have seen thinner tooth skin, but Kanga Esports are able to clutch it up, and 4 seconds left. Take us to extra innings, but just like I said, this is where it gets really scary because you only get a minute. DXA get an extra minute on top of their existing time bank, so 4:30 nearly for DXA, and Kanga have to set the bar high because DXA have more than enough time to clear it. We'll see how they want to approach this one. They were able to find success once they actually got Revzy in position to start hitting the shots, and Sector bailing them out of more than one disastrous situation. Give this guy a medal. Hell, give him 2 medals and give him a snack. Feed this shark. He has been a very good boy indeed.
Yeah, shark infested doesn't even begin to describe it here. DXA's nightmares are Jeff's smiling face staring them down as one by one they melt away here. But again, it is an uphill battle for Kanga. They are going to take the attack first, and they've only got 60 seconds. You don't get time refreshes in these extra rounds, but what a miracle here. We did not expect Kanga to get us to these extra rounds. It was a slow start for them on checkpoint 1, but they battle through, they grit and bear everything that DXA threw at them, and time again, Kanga showed that in the clutch, they play incredibly well here. So DXA got to clutch up here on defense, got to set the pace because they've got 423. If they can hold them here, then it is game, set, and match for DXA.
And DXA know that Kanga have to go fast here, so Tashi making the swap off of the Punisher onto the Bucky, hoping to try and catch out a flanker, and oh no. I mean, there is still going to be some time for Juicy to come back in, but oh no, don't stagger out. We're seeing some low health bars here, and I'm getting worried, Diatonic.
There is trouble brewing on both sides of this board here, but it's all trouble for DXA. 2 KOs come through. Tashi gonna try to even the odds here, but the strategists for DXA are all the way back at the spawn. They're gonna be walking it back with no shot here to get back. Gact is gonna get him a portal, so again, same situation. They're gonna portal in maybe at the last second here to try and hold it. Gonna be dangerously close to clearing the checkpoint, inches away from doing so, but now DXA through the portal here, ready for one more fight here. Another miracle save, another dive through the portal here. One more fight to go. DXA got to find a way to dig the heals in here. Health bars low for Kanga this time, and now Gact, the maelstrom of madness comes through. Finally, a ray of sunshine for this DXA team as they're trying to battle back here. Fix gives them the umbrella, though, the invisible boundary, ready to go here, and Tinny trying to make a meal out of the remaining parts of DXA here. Beast of the Abyss goes up. No such luck here. Overheal for DXA. Apex Predator for Revzy. They're going to be out of ultimates here. Rexy, though, got that Eternal Bond moving, ready to go. DXA, plenty of safe space to fight, but Kanga make the touch. 4 checkpoints for them now, still under overtime.
The spawn is right there, though. That is all they needed, but DXA, 2 big KOs, and Sector swallowing up everybody, taking them off the point, can't risk taking them away. I have Agamotto coming through from Gact, and it might be where the cart stops, but they got the full cap. Kanga, that is more than was guaranteed. With only a minute in their time bank, they're now going to have to go for a full hold. 423 for DXA, but there was a world where Kanga don't even get that much.
No, I mean, realistically, with just 60 seconds, it's very possible and almost expected that they wouldn't be able to get a single checkpoint here. But DXA, again, they just slip here. They let this go through their fingers. Now they've got to score this first checkpoint. I mean, they have 423 to work with. So again, the expectation, they're probably gonna get through here. But Kanga, I mean, miracle after miracle here. This team grit doesn't even begin to describe what we're seeing here on Central Park from Kanga Esports here. One final push here into the group stage. It's come down to this. They've played this series out. Could not go any further than this. 4.5 minutes for DXA to try and finish this off. They just need one good fight win.
And they need to keep Revzy alive, because remember, that push from DXA on their previous attack, it all snowballed out of control with one bad pick that came through onto Revzy and then another on the re-engage, and you just never had the damage to be able to push DXA back, so they just kept pushing, and you cannot let that happen. You do not have an inch to give. You have precisely 3 ticks and 1.72 meters to your name. That is your wing, and that is your prayer. That is all you have left to live on, and now as the doors open and the time starts ticking down, each second is going to feel like an hour.
Yeah, Kanga have a long way to go here in round number 4 of Central Park, but they are going to try to play this thing out from the very beginning. Revzy takes that high ground, looking for a bit of a shooting gallery down onto DXA while they are trying to run to the point here. Kanga, of course, going to have to turtle up here. They got to play close to their chest here. They cannot give any quarter to DXA because 1 inch could become the mile that they need to finish them off here. Isaac's got a banhammer on the move, and Fix in a bit of trouble. We'll find it in Sector again in the KO feed on the Jeff, taking their time. DXA offline, aced by Kanga Esports. Obviously still a ways to go here, but you could not ask for a better start for Kanga.
Just got to do that 3 or 4 more times, but that's the benefit of the Deadpool, especially when it comes to these extra endings, so you start off fully upgraded, so we can just go in with that banhammer that he builds up instantly and just drop it on the back line, split them off from the rest of the team, and have Sector there for the follow-up. But a strange TP from Nev now, looking to try and get some of this capture percentage, make Kanga sweat, make them find that one mistake, that one misstep that they can't recover from, because they do not have that margin for error. And DXA, they've got all the time in the world still, 3 minutes in the time bank, an eternal bond to lay out the red carpet, potentially to victory.
Yeah, and a lot of restraint from Kanga. They did hold back. They were ready for the strange portal here and ready for a brawl. DXA in trouble again. Hellfar's chunked down 1 at a time here. They will survive the defensive plays here. Tashi coming through big, taking 1 onto Tinny and 2 onto Dusk there. Gact will take down the Land Shark. Wide open here for DXA. 1 by 1. Kanga falls. Revzy still somewhere out there. Par's on the move and on the hunt there for his fellow Monster Hunter. Will try to take him down. Apex Predator, the last thing that Revzy has here, and Kanga hang on for dear life here, but there's not a lot of bodies left for them to hold here. Final Judgment may truly be the final judgment here in this matchup, but Sector on the move again on the itch Jeff. So many big plays here. Does have the Doctor Strange, so will get to take 1. Gonna have to spin him and get right back to the fight here, but Kanga have found a way to stop DXA.
You can sense the urgency, though, in Sector's movements. New, okay, I only got 1. This is not enough to win the matchup. I gotta get back, and I gotta get heal. And Tinny, unfortunately, fell in that previous fight with the Feast of the Abyss, holding onto it, didn't get to pop it, and had to be the one to make the swap off to the Doctor Strange. So the ult advantage, not in Kanga's favor at all. Only a banhammer to their name, potentially an Eye of Agamotto, but the Glartrox coming through!
Early picks from Gact and Pars here, but they're going to battle back. Kanga making it 2 for 2. Even trade yet again here, hanging on by a thread. DXA so close to the capture here. Revzy going to go down at the hands of Gact again. The Magneto, but Isaac standing tall on the point here for Kanga on this Deadpool, trying to find a way to break through. We'll take down Rixie as well. Eye of Agamotto stops him dead in his tracks, and they finally take down the Deadpool here, but the rest of Kanga are here and ready to try and brawl it out here. DXA have not found a way to finish him off fast enough, but this might be it here. Tashi and Fix come up big here for 1 or 2 more KOs. Another one for Pars on the Elsa. They break through. Finally, 4th checkpoint for DXA. 1 meter to go here, and there it is. DXA will take it in a 3-map barn burner here on Central Park.
It doesn't get closer than that, and as if it wasn't close enough, do you know what situation we've just found ourselves in, Diatonic? We have got 3 teams that are that have all one-upped each other in 2-to-1 affairs. It's a total triad between Kanga, DXA, and JFT. Only Gen G in this group has been able to escape that vortex, and total parity amongst these other 3 teams. So evenly matched, so tenacious, so hungry, and on this day, DXA came to feast off the back of that attack phase. There was realistically nothing they can do, but full credit to Kanga. Oh, they tried their hearts out on this one. 15 final blows for Sector on the Jeff. Just kept bailing Kanga out of disastrous situations, but it just wasn't enough because 17 and 16 for Tashi and Pars, the dynamic duelist duo for DXA, carrying them home, carrying them to victory, dishing out the punishment, and potentially, I mean, I don't want to say buying them an opportunity at playoffs because who even knows what happens now that we have this three-way tie, but what an insane way to close out the OCE region. It doesn't get any better than this.
Every single region of preseason has a story like this, some kind of insane comeback, a team you never would have expected to take a win that they should not have won, any kind of drama you can expect it, and here in Oceania, we are not immune from it either, and Kanga, they tried everything they possibly could. Sector, a major player here, of course, Isaac at the end there on the Deadpool, trying to stand and hold that final point, but it just was not enough. DXA came to this matchup looking for their first series win in Ignite, and I could think of no better way for them to find that first W.
And I wish I could tell you what happens now, but I gotta be honest, I don't know. I didn't think we'd be in this situation. I don't know if anyone did. I'm sure the admins planned for this, but we're gonna have to wait until we get a ruling to find out who makes it to playoffs. Do we play another match? Do we just, you know, have a 1v1v1, you know, have a free-for-all? Like, you know, hey, let's hit the clobbering club. Let's have, like, everybody try and see who we get in the... Can we still do that? Is that how we can break some ties? Do we have, like, a three-way coin we can flip? It's, like... What do you do? Like, I've never been in a situation like this before.
No, I've never heard of such an absolute mess of a tangled web of a tie here. I mean, my first thought is Revzy versus Pars, round 4, Elsa Clobbering Club, let's go. But I mean, really, yeah, big question of how this is going to be resolved because, yeah, Group B now an absolute mess here, thanks to DXA taking this in 3 maps. I mean, again, flowers to them for sure here, hunting for that first win, so hungry for it here, so hungry that they'd play it all the way out, 4 minutes on the clock, and props to Kanga, they did shave a lot of that time off. It was getting close for DXA, so all 3 of these maps just absolute neck and neck to the very end every single time. You cannot overlook Kanga's performance in this matchup, but it is DXA's day at the end, and that day for them is so bright.
I gotta say, like, towards the end of Central Park there, I don't even know who I was rooting for at that point because I'm a sucker for a good underdog story, and I think you and I both felt like coming into this matchup that DXA were the underdogs. Kanga had everything to play for. This was their match to lose, and towards the end I was like, oh no, Kanga are gonna lose it. I actually don't want to, I don't know if I want to see DXA choke or if I want to see Kanga lose it. We get the underdog story. Like, I don't know. I want to, like, it's the drama. It's what I live for. It's a storyline, and all we are being treated today. I'm so excited. We do have an interview about to come online though, and maybe we can get Tashi to make some sense of it. We'll try and get him in here, but regardless of the situation going forward, you gotta feel good after a map win like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely an upset here because, yeah, I would argue that DXA, the underdogs, coming into this one as well. And, you know, again, those heroes for Kanga, you know, Sector, a generational performance on Jeff there, just keeping that team in the fight from start to finish. Just not enough at the end of the day. But, you know, hearts may be broken, but you can't really diss Kanga for what they tried here. I mean, they fought with everything they had, and now, yeah, we have quite a mess to untangle here.
Well, let's get somebody in here to help us untangle it. Just like I said, we have got Tashi here for the interview. Tashi, hello and congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling?
So fucking good. It was amazing. Such a great game. Where we, like, the whole chat was just screaming. Like, that was an amazing game. Kanga played amazing. We all played amazing. It was another 2-1 game. Yep.
Yeah, so about that, I want to ask, you guys beat Kanga 2-1. Kanga beat JFT 2-1. JFT beat you guys 2-1. Who's the best team?
I think we're all amazing teams. We've all known each other for so long. Like, it's been a year and a half. We've all met each other. We all love each other, and we all do this for the love of the game. And we all just wanted to make a great competition for OCE and show what OCE can do. And I think this is an amazing way to show what OCE can do. Is like 3 teams tying with each other, and then just Genji steamrolling all of us.
You had the prime opportunity to say us, it's us, like easy. Like that was I gave you the layup, but I appreciate the more honorable, like we're all amazing. That's very gracious of you.
Yeah, I respect the answer for sure. And, you know, this match was full of clutch opportunities for you guys and for Kanga, too. I mean, absolutely playing under a ton of pressure. You know, I gotta ask, what the heck do the comms sound like when the game's getting as close as it did there at the very end of Central Park?
I think it was a lot of Camis, and just screaming over each other. Like, I think Rexy maybe said, Cami, I'm the C and D, like maybe 4 or 5 times. It was insane. But it was a lot of fun, and I'm so grateful for all my teammates. Kaz, Nev, Gact, Rexy, and Fix. I love every one of them. We've made such an amazing team. We came 4th in the in-zone OCE tournament in Australia, and then now we're in MRI, and we're just doing amazing. We're just gonna keep pushing.
Yeah, you're putting on a show. I wanna ask about Central Park specifically, because that was a real roller coaster from top to bottom, setting a 3.5 minute time bank for the full capture. At any point after that, though, were you scared of Kanga making the comeback?
I'm always scared of Kanga, bro. Kanga's an amazing team full of amazing players who I all know. I was always nervous and scared going into this game, and I was scared for every one of these games, but I need to make sure I'm locked in and make sure every game I don't let the nerves take over. So no matter what, even if I'm scared, the nerves can't take over, and we just got to play the game and win the game, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I've seen out of the corner of my eye the chat, rapid fire moving there. Such a rally for both teams, really rooting for both sides. So you guys have a lot of fans out there in the rival space. You know, anything you want them to know, some kind of message you want to pass along to them? Because I'm sure they would love to hear something.
I love all the fans. I love all of the ZXA supporters, not so much the Kanga, but I still love everyone. I love OCE coming together. OCE, like, is an amazing community, and I love everyone in it. And I'm just so grateful that we actually are able to show it and, like, show, like, everything and show everyone and show all these amazing players. Like, we've just had Genji and Chopper Mag blasting through MRIs and MRCs, and they've just been the only ones showing. So we want to show as, like, a part of, like, DXA, Kango, GFT, Chiefs, all the other guys, that, like, we have something else. Like, we've got something to contribute to this community and to the pro scene. So I'm just happy we're able to show it off.
There are far more stories in this region to tell, but one story that I think is on the forefront of everyone's mind is going to be this 3-way tie. And I got to ask you, what do you think is the most OCE appropriate way to settle a 3-way tie? I mean, I'm not sure how the admins are going to do it, but if it were up to you, how would you break the tie?
Who can drink the fastest beer? I think that's probably the way we do it. And then after that, then we go to a tiebreaker map, especially on domination, hopefully.
Okay, so an intoxicated tiebreaker map is the key.
Yeah, we're all drunk playing domination. There you go. I think that's how it works.
That's one way to do it. I would look forward to seeing that. I don't know if the admins are going to agree, but we'll see what ends up happening. If that's how it ends up being, I think that's going to be absolute cinema. I am sat. I can't wait to see it. But thank you so much for joining us, Tashi. The floor is yours. Do you have anything else you want to say before we send you off?
I love everyone. I love my team. I love my coach. I love Matzy. I love 2-Tap Tony.
Matzy, Tony, yeah.
Shouts out.
Yeah. I love you guys. Bye.
Oh man, yeah, what a match here, and yeah, definitely, you know, I can imagine played out on LAN here, the house would be torn down, the roars of the crowd, and yes, that does mean I see you in chat there. The cheers, absolutely insane. Love the love for both sides of the board here, because what a matchup. I mean, you know, definitely Oceania, this new class of teams here in OCE, just putting on a show here from top to bottom. So entertaining to watch. If you're not watching OCE, first of all, you're not hearing what I'm saying. But second of all, if you're not watching OCE, you are seriously missing out.
A real raise your hand if you're not here moment there. But I feel like if you're not here, you are in fact missing out, because there's so many more stories to tell. You know, the Chiefs and their rise to prominence, the fact that maybe they could be the team in the region to take it to Genji, the inevitable clash that we will see from them. But who is going to be joining those two teams in the playoffs? I mean, we know Fury is going to be there, but Who is going to be coming along Gen G's side from Group B? We don't know. We have 3 legitimately scary contenders in the likes of JFT, DXA, and Kanga. They have all gone blow for blow, proven to be each other's equal, and to see any of them missing out on the playoffs is going to hurt. I know they're all going to be cheering each other on because it's such a tight-knit community out here in OCE. They've got so much to prove, and that's what I love about this region. They got chips on their shoulder, they got things to prove, they've got stories to tell, and all they need is some more eyes on it to see it. And thank you guys all for being those eyes, and shouts out to all of you for joining us. And we're not quite wrapping things up just yet. I know it starts to feeling like I'm getting there, but I'm just getting a little sentimental, you know. It's a big moment for everybody here in the region.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it warrants being said, you know, Oceania has created a lot of moments in Rivals Esports history so far. You know, that interview on stage with Bobo at Grand Finals still rings to this day. You know, these matchups here tonight, I mean, Oceania has created a lot of buzz here. So, you know, of course, it is that tight-knit community that helps create such strong stories and such strong bonds and rivalries between these teams. So, you know, you love to see such a hot match played out right before you. And I mean, again, you know, you've heard other casters in other regions say this, but you see all the action that's happening now, and then you come to the understanding this is just the beginning. This is just preseason. This is the opportunity for teams to finish off their rebuilds, to come together, to learn how to fight, to learn how to play on the Ignite stage, and we're already seeing...
They learn how to fight, all right.
Yeah, no, these guys know how to fight too. Play circles around me any day of the week, and yeah, this is only the beginning. So, you know, obviously hearts will be broken here, no matter how this tiebreaker shakes out. There will be teams that sadly don't make it to the playoffs, but there is a whole lot of Ignite left to be played out. And, you know, if these teams are this good now, just imagine what things are going to look like heading into Stage 1 playoffs, into midseason finals, into the rest of this year.
I cannot wait. I can't wait to see these teams clash with the other teams from the Asia region. There's a ton of stories to be told over there as well. I know you and I have been holding it down. There's also the grand finals of Asia playoffs happening right now as well. And I mean, that's also been a story as well. We got Zero Tenacity versus Reject there, their whole resurgence. Everybody's always talking about how whether it's going to be EMEA on top again or whether it's going to be a shift in power over the Americas region. I'm just saying, we've got something to say about it. All right, Asia and OCE, they ain't going down quietly, and especially once these two regions collide, that is going to be iron sharpening iron, and I am all here for it. I'm so excited. This is what I live for.
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of expectations, a lot of things that people believed heading into this second season of Ignite, and some of those ring true. You know, Gen G on top here in their group, of course, and, you know, from the other regions, some expectations lived up to. But really, kind of the rule of thumb here for this preseason has been to expect the unexpected, teams coming out of the woodwork and hitting it out of the park so many times and creating so many opportunities. I mean, by far the best Marvel Rivals that I have seen thus far. And again, I gotta stress, we're really just at the outset of all of it. So I can't wait for that too, because, you know, obviously we've got some inter-Pacific matches that still need to happen. Asia and Oceania gotta go to war, but then, you know, talking about the global matchups, you know, we've talked about dream matches a lot tonight, and the list just keeps growing.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you didn't know who DXA were before now, in kind of a callback to a little team known as Chopper Mag, now you might know who they are.
You now know, formerly known as Moshi Mosh, but now known as DXA. They will now be known around the world, alongside Kanga Esports and JFT, all making stellar names for themselves over here in the OCE region, all making a case for them being on the big stage, you know, maybe being the next Chopper Mag, the next Gen G. And meanwhile, you've got Gen G. This is the region that they made their name into in the first place. This is where Chopper Mag became Chopper Mag. These are the fires that they were forged in, and you ain't nobody if you didn't beat anybody. There's a lot of somebodies here that made Chopper Mag who they were, that made Gen G who they are, and they're showing us why that team is so great, why they're all so great here, and why there is so much more to be told here in this community. And like, you know, like Tashi was saying, he loves all of it. We love all of it. It's such a tight-knit community. I hate to break it to you, chat. We are still stalling for time while we wait to hear back what exactly we're going to do about this three-way tie situation. You know, I know we've still got some advertisements on deck as well, but we're just kind of stalling because we want to hear the ruling. Personally, I don't want to say goodbye until I know what's going to happen, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep until I know which team gets to join the playoffs, or how, if, when, or why we're going to break this tie. What's gonna happen? I think we actually did just get a ruling here. Hold on. Diatonic, do you want to summarize that there for me?
I was about to say, we have a little bit of breaking news here, getting word from production that, of course, there are 3 teams in Group B right now that have the same record overall in season or series wins and losses, the same map score overall. So that means the same map differential, and really all of the numbers are the same for those 3 teams across the board. There is no way, as it stands right now, to determine who gets that other playoff spot out of Group B. So as we understand it, they are going to have to fight for that playoff spot. I dare say a playoff for the playoffs.
That is unprecedented, unheard of, but outside of a drunken domination round, as suggested by Tashi, it's really the only way to settle a debate like this. Which, yeah, that means out of Group B, as of right now, until we figure out what happens, Gen G is going to be the only team confirmed to advance. And you got to imagine they are feeling pretty smug having escaped that vortex that is JFT, Kanga, and DXA. But what a way to cap off the evening, and what a way to cap off the evening. It was 2-0 City all the way up until one of the greatest games of Marvel Rivals I think you and I have ever had the pleasure of casting.
Yeah, I mean, could not ask for a better way to round off this group stage, and I guess technically maybe not over yet, but yeah, here's how things shake out. Group A is a pretty clean finish here. Chiefs and Fury are the 2 teams to advance. Vulcan Red and Baxium will fall out of contention here, but they'll be back in stage 1 here after a little bit of a hibernation. But yeah, Chiefs coming out on top, you know, making my preds come true. Thanks. Some of them look pretty good this time around in OCE, but now that we've got some turmoil over in Group B, I actually have no idea how they're going to end up looking.
Yeah, Chiefs and Fury are just looking over at Group B right now going like, what is going on over there? As you can see, Gen G, the only team confirmed safe passage to the playoffs. Kanga, JFT, and DXA going to have, like you said, a playoff for the playoffs in order to get there. I don't know if we're going to have that on deck today. I would imagine not. I mean, I also want to head over and see what's going on over in the Asia region, because there is a barn burner happening for the grand finals there as well. The Pacific region is just so packed with action. You really can't miss a second of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, you know, Gen G kind of looking at this situation like, how did we end up here? You know, if you'll remember from Iron Man, you know, there's a moment where big old explosion behind Tony Stark there, and Gen G definitely feeling like Tony Stark saying, wow, there's a lot going on behind me. What the heck is going on over there?
But like, not my problem. Not my monkeys, not my circus, just let me out.
They don't have to solve it. They don't have to play it out, because Gen G, they stamp their passport. They're on to the playoffs here in the preseason. But yeah, we will have to figure out exactly how that will be resolved there. That info will be up and available for you at some point when we get a determination of how that playoff is going to be held. And of course, like you said, CB, still action happening over in Asia. The grand finals happening right now, and it does look like Reject ahead 1 map. So be sure to show our friends Dan and Keg some love over there. Go check out that match when we're done. But before we let you go, gotta take a look at what is happening in Marvel Rivals today. What is the newest content? Because cooking up some costumes, some game modes, all kinds of stuff happening around every turn.
Yeah, there is a lot happening in the Pacific region over here in OCE. There is a grand finals happening in Asia, but in the game right now, the Hellfire Gala has returned, and you can capture the epitome of Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's alluring Ace costumes available right now up until May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific time. That is when they're gone. Make sure you get in there and grab them, because the cameras are flashing. Are you ready?
Maybe ready for the Hellfire Gala, but are you ready for another Dracula takeover of New York? The Vampire King is free. Monsters lurk in the shadows and roam the city. Dracula returns. Team up with up to 4 players to save New York City in our latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt. Test your limits with different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night to his undead doom. That's available right now in your Marvel Rivals client, so if you need a little bit of a cooldown, you know, go take care of some vampires in the heart of the Marvel Universe. Welcome to the next chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. Will you hunt or be hunted?
If you are in the hunt for some drip, you came to the right place, or, you know, maybe you should have came here about 4 hours ago and then you would already have it. It is the Will of Galacta costume for Daredevil alongside the Devil's Drill emote and a spray and a nameplate. You can roll up to your next gameplay. Dripped out the wazoo, looking fine in that nice pink, purple, and turquoise blue color scheme. But it's not just the Daredevil that gets to look dripped out. Oh, no. You can also mog as Gambit, as we've also got a drop for him as well. And if you didn't hit the mark for the Daredevil or the Gambit skin, you can also tune in to the Asia Grand Finals and get your eyes on that, start to build up towards that percentage.
Yeah, plenty of hours left there. They are just one map into that best of 7. But of course, yes, we do have those Gambit preseason finals drops still available up through May 17th. So if you're behind, even if you go watch Asia and that's not enough time to finish off, there is still, of course, the OCE playoffs right around the corner. So plenty of time to pick this one up. But do not miss either of these skins, both of them beautiful in game. And, Matt Murdock has donned many suits over the years as Daredevil, but this one might be the craziest one I've ever seen. As a huge Daredevil fan, I love it. Super glad to see him getting some extra drip this time around.
I do prefer the alluring Ace Gambit skin, as I think we've all known. I've made that clear over this weekend. I like seeing the abs, and even though you can't quite see them on that Will of Galactic costume, maybe if a little bit more modesty and aura is your bag, then this is another way to look dripped out when it comes to your ranked games. If Gambit gets through, because he is also permabanned there as well, but
I spent all that time learning Gambit, and now I just can't even get him in a single game in ranked. Go figure, but that's my luck. And hey, thank you all so much for joining us here for the last day of the Oceania group stage. But we got to put an asterisk on it here, to be continued, because there is a 3-way tie in Group B to determine who will go to the playoffs alongside Gen G. They walk away with a flawless group stage weekend here, so they're on to the next stage. But the question remains, who of the 3 remaining Group B teams will make it through?
And we were, maybe we told a bit of a fib at the top of the show, and we said we would have all the answers by the end of the show, because I don't think that we could have predicted that we would end up in quite a situation. But hey, here we are.
Yeah, could not have predicted this. No matter how good your predictions look, I know you didn't have this one ready to go here. So, yeah, we will have to find out sooner rather than later. But for now, I believe we are ready to head on out of here, CB. It's been a very interesting and exciting night here in Oceania, and we thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you as well to our friends on the production team for helping us put on this show. Be sure to hop on over to the official Marvel Rivals Twitch or YouTube or in-game via the esports tab and watch those Asia Grand Finals as Reject taking on Zero Tenacity in a rematch. But for us here in the Oceania arm of the Pacific region, that is all. Have a great night, and we'll see you for playoffs.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나나 탑을 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸. 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게